Well, it looks like we're all assembled. I want to welcome you to the special meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors on Monday, October 16th, 2023. We will begin with a flag salute led by Supervisor Gustafson.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will taking up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Eger of Tahoe City. I'd like to acknowledge the loss to our North Tahoe community with the recent passing of Dr. Rob Gaffney. For certain members of the Board of Supervisors, Rob may have been a thorn in your side. I say thank God for that. While you occupy positions of power, we must recognize that this community extends far beyond the decisions that you make, and that leadership in this community, as exemplified by Rob, is far more important to the health and vitality of our community than is decision-making. If you thought of Rob as the opposition, then let that be a mirror to examine yourself and to search for just what it is that you stand for. Rob stood with his heels dug in for this community in ways that few others possibly could. He stood for the people of this community, he stood for the values of this community, and he stood for the unparalleled beauty of this place. What he did not stand for are profits for faraway corporations or revenues for a distant county coffer. Much like how the beauty of this place and many of the people in this community are unparalleled, what he did for this community, holding the county accountable, inspiring thousands, and shaping the attitudes and values of his fellow citizens were similarly unparalleled. We, as a community, were immeasurably enriched and stronger by his presence. And while we are poorer for his absence, his impact on this community endures and will endure far into the future. For all of this and so much more, thank you, Rob Gaffney.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. Want to skip forward a little bit regarding the upcoming TRPA proposed changes, density, height, coverage. Since we have a member here that's on the TRPA governing board, I just want to make note that any attempt to do anything less than a subsequent or supplemental EIR to those proposed changes will result in a federal lawsuit. There's plenty of information in two key federal lawsuits that basically, appellate level, that basically state that based on changed or new information, you must provide a subsequent or supplemental EIR. In this case, to the 2012 regional plan. You guys have pushed the limit. Now you're forcing the community to draw the line where it's your responsibility to draw the line on height, density, and coverage and increase tourist overcapacity for the Lake Tahoe Basin. It needs to stop. Your traffic analyses are flawed, and you can expect a battle.
Excuse me, sir. This is an item that's coming up on item number 3 at 10:15 a.m.
No, sir, it's not. I said the upcoming TRPA proposed height, density, and coverage.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good morning, Ellie.
Good morning. Thank you for being here in North Lake Tahoe. I'll preface my general comments today, often a perception issue, to remind board members they have a responsibility of disclosure. Any topic could be of concern. County Council should pay particular attention to the process of fair political practices commission requirements as well. My opinion, today, all three agenda items play in the downfall of Placer County's inability to see the reality of Tahoe, but rather see an unrealistic potential. Reality is Lake Tahoe, number one, is being overwhelmed by tourism and produces national news about garbage and gridlock. 2, businesses are closing or limiting operations because of desperate need of housing to meet the employees' needs, which is also a national crisis. 3, getting a new hotel built in Placer as expounded as necessary, where years-long plans and incentives and gifts of public funds do nothing to achieve the goals. Rather than seeking 1, greater intensity, density, etc. in the local neighborhoods, 2, TOT, T-bid dollars for trails, and 3, number of visitors increasing too many short-term rental impacts, identifying the environmental impacts in local neighborhoods, town centers, etc. Put the brakes on until the mess on the mountain in Placer County is cleaned up. Accordingly, for just how many dollars have been spent in the last 5 years, provide us with a matrix of the funding that you provided to nonprofits and consultants that have produced nothing. Example, example 1, $4 million has been spent in 2021 to buy the Bechtel building. No hotel is on the ground. I believe the condo hotel for sale component will be built first. 2, the $3.6 million purchase of the Nahas property in 2018, we still don't have the workforce housing there yet. All supervisors, it's not just about financial conflict for personal gain, but perceived conflicts of interest that are presented in different roles that each of you sit on committees, nonprofit organizations, etc. Former district supervisor Larry Sevenson had a similar conundrum of wearing too many hats and was removed from the North Tahoe Public Utility District. I urge you today, when making comments on all of these subjects, that you can inform but cannot influence if some of these hats will put you in a position of making a different vote in a different hat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Meyerhofer, and I am the Senate field rep for Senate District for Senator Marie Alvarado Gill, and I'm very happy to be able to attend your meeting here today in our district. I just wanted to introduce myself and let you know that the senator is very interested in what's happening throughout her district and is focusing on the Tahoe Basin. Has been an interest of hers. So to that end, I'd be wanting to make myself available and hoping to work with somebody in city or county leadership up here to provide a space for mobile office hours on a regular, semi-regular schedule. So perhaps somebody can reach out to me afterwards. I can leave my card, or Cindy, I think you have it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for introducing yourself. Anyone else under public comment? Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I'm Niobe Burden, austere, property owner at North Shore. I sent a comment in, but I wanted to make sure that everyone had heard it. Last week, the Attorney General Planta, joined a comment letter in support of a proposal to strengthen federal NEPA regulations. There's a press release link in that comment. Jurisdictions and agencies should be following suit. Included will be the following: strengthening analysis of climate change effects in all types of NEPA review, including requiring consideration of climate change effects when conducting environmental reviews of proposed actions that do not require preparation of an EIR. Providing direction to agencies on how to evaluate cumulative disproportionate adverse effects on environmental justice communities. It's obvious that the over-tourism alone has not contributed positively to microplastics and improvement of environmental thresholds on the lake. The over-permitting of STRs has contributed to this as well. and increasing density is not a positive factor. As a California jurisdiction, it is the responsibility of Placer County to follow CEQA guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else have any public comment? Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chairman. Sandy? Sandy, please unmute your mic and give your comments. Sandy, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Hello? Yes, we hear you.
You can hear me now. Okay, great. Yeah, good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Sandy from Placer County. I am calling this morning to give you an update on AB 969, the bill that bans hand counts in elections. Governor Newsom signed the bill into law earlier this month and now bans the manual counting of ballots in elections with more than 1,000 registered voters. Assemblywoman Gail Pellerin authored the bill weeks after Shasta supervisors in late January voted 3-2 to terminate the county's contract with Dominion Voting Systems. As you know, many of your constituents here in Placer County are also against using voting machines, which are essentially computers that are hackable to determine our elections, including myself, which is why I'm giving you this update. There have been multiple articles on the internet reporting on this issue and how Shasta County is responding since the last time I shared information with you on this. Notable are comments made by Patrick Jones, the chairman of the Shasta Board of Supervisors. He has been noted to say that they are still committed to implementing a hand count regardless of what the law says. He said, "We made this decision before the legislature acted." He added that the board believes passing the law under an urgency statute that allows it to go into effect immediately violated the state's constitution. He was also noted to say if they want to allow us to have local control the way that we should over our elections, that would be fine and no lawsuits would be necessary. He continued to say, but if they try to stop us from hand counting, then there will be litigation. So as a constituent here in your county, I'm trying to help you continue to follow these actions as they are setting a precedent and how we must fight to protect the local control that our Constitution has granted us. So thank you for listening, and I will be continuing to give you updates as I see them. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Sandy. Anyone else online? Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the board on this item, on any item, under public comment? All righty, thank you. We'll close public comment, and now we will go to our 9:15 timed item. This is Community Development Resource Agency Short-Term Rental Program Implementation Update. You're not Jasmine. Oh, there you are. I don't know. It was.
Sorry.
There
There we
you
go.
are.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Welcome to Tahoe, and thank you for coming up today. I'm Crystal Jacobson, the Assistant Director for the Community Development Resource Agency, currently serving as Acting Director, and I oversee the Tahoe office. So with me today is Jasmine Carr and Emily Setzer here from our Tahoe office, who help oversee the short-term rental program, and they are actually going to present today. But I wanted just to provide some opening remarks. We are here today to provide you with an update on the short-term rental program, and then also to seek direction on some key policy topics related to short-term rentals. So these are topics that have been brought up by some of our short-term rental stakeholder group members, and we wanted to kind of vet those with your board here today. So you'll see a list of those items on slide 14 of your PowerPoint presentation, and Emily will walk you through that in a little bit.
So some of those items on the list I do want to mention, we think would be fairly straightforward to implement. However, I want to draw your attention to the fact that there are others on that list that would require additional resources to both kind of explore and develop policy around them and then also implement and administer. So some of them are larger, and we'll kind of talk through that here in a minute. But really what we are seeking from your board today is whether we kind of leave the short-term rental program as is for now, maybe with some minor refinements here and there, or should we explore scaling up the program, expanding sort of the regulation around short-term rentals, which we do believe would require some additional resources to do that. I want to point out, too, that initially we were anticipating to bring some minor technical amendments before your board today. These are amendments that we have been vetting with the stakeholder group. However, we'd like to do some further vetting with that group and engage them on that. So you may hear some confusion from folks in the public about those amendments. So we were initially intending to bring those forward today. We are going to wait until after the first of the year and bring those forward so we can do a little more engagement with the group. So I just wanted to point that out. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Jasmine and Emily to present.
Thank you. Good morning, Jasmine.
Good morning. All right. As you know, in 2019, the STR ordinance for East Paso was enacted, seeking balance between the community concerns and the importance of tourism in our local economy. A few years later, in 2022, our ordinance was repealed and replaced. Produced from that ordinance revision, the Board of Supervisors requested both the STR program to be adaptively managed and for the formation of the stakeholder working group, which we'll provide an update on later in this presentation. In April of this year, a minor amendment of the STR ordinance was made, which sought to help owners complete their fire inspection requirements. Is it closer?
Like
this close?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Hiring is a challenge all over. However, the STR program has been able to build and grow a team with the best. You'll see here the status of our current positions. We have just completed a recruitment for the remaining code compliance officer who will be onboarding in the coming weeks. Our cap for STR permits is set to 3,900 in 2022, and we have not reached this cap yet. As of October 2nd, the current number of active permits is 3,282. The program has been hovering around 3,300 permits for about a year now. Here we see our complaints dashboard since the beginning of the last permit cycle in 2022. Typically, we see spikes in complaints in the summer months and gradual increases during the winter. This year, spring showed that increase in complaints that we would expect in the summer, with the code team receiving almost 3 times the number of complaints in April and May, followed by a decrease in complaints for July and August, having a notable decline in complaints compared to the last year. Operating without a permit remains the top violation type reported throughout the year, followed by trash, parking, and noise during the winter months, and trash, exterior posting, and parking during the summer. Together with Deckard Technologies, our code compliance officers manage notices of violation, including those notices for those who are operating without a permit to help bring them into compliance with the program. The other duties of our code compliance officers are the fire life safety inspections for operators within the North Star and Olympic Valley areas during the midweek and summer day shifts when they're not enforcing the code. I'll now pass this over to Emily to review fire inspections further. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning. Emily Setzer with Community Development.
So the fire inspection requirements of the ordinance has been an area of challenge for staff, so I'll walk you through our current requirements. The ordinance right now requires fire life safety inspections every year for privately managed STRs and every 3 years for professionally managed. Those fire life safety inspections are where officers or fire departments go in and they check for fire extinguishers and carbon monoxides and egress and things like that. The ordinance also requires defensible space inspections annually, so that's the outside of the units. And we have memorandums of understanding with 2 fire districts in our region to conduct those fire life safety inspections. That's North Tahoe Fire and Truckee Fire. And then for North Star and Olympic Valley, our code compliance officers actually conduct those fire life safety inspections. And I'll note that all of these inspections are scheduled by the permit holder or the property manager or homeowner. So we do wait for them to schedule, and then we go ahead and complete the inspections. The county also has 4 MOUs with all 4 fire districts in our region to conduct defensible space. And those MOUs were implemented when the county adopted its hazardous vegetation management ordinance. So that's North Tahoe Fire again, Truckee Fire, North Star Community Service, and Olympic Valley Public Service. And all of the defensible space enforcement right now is complaint driven. So I'll go over where we stand on these fire inspections right now. The ordinance was changed in last April to require that fire life safety inspections and defensible space inspections must be passed by March 31st, 2024. So all permit holders by that date need to have passing inspections of both types. So that obviously, coming up on winter here, leaves us with a little bit of a tight time frame, especially for the defensible space. You can see the statistics on where we stand. So for fire life safety passing inspections, the region under the North Tahoe Fire District is 34%. Olympic Valley and North Star, where the county is conducting inspections, is 45%, and Truckee Fire is 50%. For defensible space, it's 18% in North Tahoe Fire's district, 76% in Olympic Valley and North Star, and 50% in Truckee Fire District. And the defensible space, just as I'll say it again, is conducted by the fire districts, not county staff. So you can see we have a little ways to go, and we have, in the spirit of adaptive management, are brainstorming with our fire departments and staff to create a different approach so that we can help ensure compliance with the ordinance. And in order to do that, we're trying to identify ways to add staffing capacity. Staffing in the region has been a challenge across every industry, not just the fire districts. We're feeling it at the county as well. And then, permit holders are people too, and people tend to procrastinate, and we all do that and know that very well. So waiting for people to schedule inspections does result in a delay in getting them actually completed. So we are, as a county, working towards this winter beginning to actually proactively schedule fire life safety inspections for our code officers. So we will work with homeowners to give them a date and say that this is the date, we'll kind of come out and do the inspection for you, because we want to make sure that we try to reach as much compliance as possible before April 1st. That said, we're also working on this approach to return to your board, probably with that next set of refined amendments in early 2024, so in the new year. Really what we're trying to do is stabilize this program, because it's been a learning curve as we've implemented this over the last year and a half. So in that spirit of adaptive management, we did form the stakeholder working group per board direction when this ordinance was adopted. We've had 5 meetings so far. They were originally set to be quarterly, and we had some requests for the stakeholder working group to meet more frequently. So we did do that over the last few months. That's a really diverse group of members. So we have property managers, STR permit holders, We have full-time residents, some of whom live next to or right near short-term rentals. We have community partners like our fire districts, and we have business owners on the team as well. So as you can imagine, you have some pretty personal and strong opinions tied to short-term rentals, depending on kind of which perspective you're coming from here. We did hire a facilitator team. That was Bill Mueller and Jerry Azevedo from ICS. So they've been helping to facilitate those meetings. And the goal of our STR working group is how do we best manage the program? So staff have interpreted, the formation of the stakeholder working group as we meet, we brainstorm, we collect feedback, we discuss ideas on how to balance the county's goals of lodging for tourism. We know we need lodging in this region, and we haven't had a new hotel since the 60s. But yet also, how do we preserve housing for the workforce, and how do we kind of try to incentivize hotel production? So it's a pretty complicated scenario. At every meeting of the stakeholder working group, we open it up with kind of an open mic where we ask people to share their experiences, what's on their mind, what have they been noticing with short-term rentals or the program, what is working, what isn't. And then in May, we met to discuss the permit and compliance data. We discussed what's working well and some areas that could be improved within the program. In July and August, we really dove deep into those technical cleanup amendments. And those were mostly based off of input from the fire departments, from county council, from our code compliance officers who are out there on the ground trying to enforce the ordinance, and then from hearing officer input. So when a citation or a county decision went to an appeal, we often get lots of feedback from our hearing officers. So we take that into account and try to shape the ordinance going forward to make it more clear, less vague, and really be able to enforce it in a more effective manner. So again, we will be bringing those forward early in the new year. At those summer meetings, we also had BAE Urban Economics present. BAE does a lot of economic analysis across the country, especially on short-term rentals and housing and economic development. And they have worked with a lot of mountain and resort towns to do analysis on short-term rentals. So they were there to share some of the trends that they've been seeing in other towns related to STR inventory and management, how it may or may not affect housing availability and prices, and then impacts to hotels as well. And then we also discussed some larger policy topics. These topics have come up through the community and through the stakeholder working group as suggestions that the county should look at and maybe consider implementing in the future. So I'll go through these. Some of these are pretty straightforward, as Crystal mentioned, and would not require a lot of staff resources, but some would require more substantive changes to our program and more staff resources. These include revising the condo hotel definition. So with that, it would be intended to provide more flexibility in the requirements for condo hotels. This would be targeted at older properties that originally were intended to and permitted and zoned for as commercial lodging, but over the years have changed to condo hotels. And right now they are required to get STR. Some of them don't quite fit the condo hotel definition as written in our ordinance today, and they're required to get STR permits for every unit. So that is probably a more minor change that we could implement. Another option for a future ordinance modification that has come up is the topic of aligning either East Placer or Tahoe Basin community requirements with our STR ordinance requirements so that they're all consistent. For example, our STR ordinance requires STRs to have wildlife-proof trash bins, so really a bear box or a dumpster. We also have 9 p.m. quiet hours for STRs. Those are not the same rules for the rest of the community. So that has come up in discussion, and I think it sounds like a lot of community members and working group members would like to see more consistency. That would require some countywide or East Placer-wide or Tahoe Basin-wide ordinance changes, some of which are not within the Community Development Department. Right now, our ordinance also allows one multifamily property, one STR per multifamily property in our town centers. So that's Kings Beach and Tahoe City. That was really intended because we have a lot of kind of small apartment complexes or little cottages that are on one parcel that really we were hoping to intend as much as possible to remain workforce housing or long-term rentals. So we limited it to just one STR per those properties. We have had some suggestions to expand that to 2, especially if they are providing workforce rentals. And the idea there is that if they're in the town centers, that's really the perfect place where the county and TRPA would like to see lodging. So that is a suggestion that probably wouldn't require that many staff resources. Another suggestion here is evaluating a geographical clustering provision. So this has been done in El Dorado County. For example, if it's, say, 500 feet, and that's not the exact number that El Dorado County or that we would use, I'm just using it as an example, but say there's an existing STR here and a new one wants to come in next door, this would prohibit a new STR coming in and getting a permit right within a certain geographical distance of existing STRs. The idea there is to limit the overconcentration of STRs in a neighborhood. We do hear from a lot of people who say, hey, all the houses on my street are STRs and I'm the only full-time person here and it's really hard. So that is an example of something that's being done in other jurisdictions. This would require more substantial staff resources to, and analyze it, bring forward an amendment, and then also implementation. Another idea here is considering reducing the cap of 3,900 permits, where we currently are today, to closer to the current number of permitted STRs. Jasmine did mention that we've been hovering around 3,300, give or take, for almost a year now. And so members of the working group and the community have strongly suggested that we bring it closer to where we are now versus leaving that remainder of 600 permits on the table. Another option here is to evaluate the market impacts associated with implementing a 1-year waiting period. So this is being done in Truckee. For example, if somebody buys a home, they would have to wait 1 year before applying for an STR permit for that home. And the intent there is to limit the purely investment buyers and really to have people come and utilize those homes and have less of the investment side. So the action requested today of you all is for us to give you an update on implementing our short-term rental permit program and to get direction on potential program modifications. And I'll go into this in a little more detail for you. One thing that we would like to run by you is that the staff interpretation of the stakeholder working group was that we would meet regularly. It's been on a quarterly or more frequent basis. That we would collect ideas, brainstorm, discuss, and then staff would analyze that discussion and bring forward a staff recommendation. And we wanted to see if this is in line with what you all had for that stakeholder working group, or do you have a different idea? Would you like it scaled up, more in depth, or is this along the same lines of what you had envisioned? So I'll ask you this now, and then I'll go into the potential ordinance modifications next.
Alrighty, thank you. Any comments, questions from board members? I see no green lights, so.
It looks like she had a question, so
Oh.
I'm happy to
Okay.
respond, right?
Yes, thank you.
I see how much work has been accomplished, and that's really good, right? Number of complaints are down, and we're addressing issues as they're coming up and trying to figure out how to manage this program. So first of all, really good job, and really appreciate the working group, right? Because you're hearing from members who either live next to an STR or run an STR and getting their impact. So I think that this has been really effective. I don't know if there's a need to make it a whole lot larger. It seems like what's happening right now is working because we're making changes incrementally because it is challenging, right? And now you've actually got almost full staffing for code enforcement, right? And we're gonna see how that works. So I think where you're at now is really good. as we continue to grow and make progress in addressing the issues. That's my 2 cents.
I see you're having difficulty with your light. Is that, you're trying to?
No.
Oh, I thought you were trying to push the button. Okay. Any other questions,
I
comments?
do. I do, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Emily, did the group weigh in on this, the stakeholder group themselves, on how they wanted to continue? Because I think it's important. They're dedicating a lot of time.
They are, absolutely. And we want to make sure that we are valuing them and really leveraging the value of that group. We haven't had a formal discussion about that. We've given this interpretation and outline of the path moving forward for the stakeholder working group. We have had some comments that some members would like to see it more formal, more consistent members. Membership does vary, participation varies. Some people come, some people go. So we have had feedback like that.
I'm open to what the committee suggests as a group. I think the whole point of bringing everyone together was to get recommendations to the board, so that we hear the best from the community as to what they want. So I guess I think what you've done has been excellent. I've heard those issues about people coming and going and not being consistent, but the key players must see that and know, well, we already talked about that at the last meeting. We got to consensus on this. You know, there has to be some level of, you can't keep revisiting the same issue every meeting if you did reach resolution. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
But, you know, if staff feels comfortable moving forward with the committee, because we do want to get this back in January, is that right?
Correct. After the new year.
We want to get it back in January because we need to give direction on a number of these items. So.
And may I just one more, Mr. Chair, and that is I would caution against a Brown Act committee, right? I don't want to see that, because then your hands are sort of tied because you have to have all this noticing, et cetera. Much better to keep it as a working group versus a Brown Act committee.
Thank you. Yes, that would require much more resources.
I just want to thank you and your staff and everybody working on this. I know it's been a tough nut to crack for the last, 2.5 years now. But moving forward incrementally, trying to get all the input and take the time to make sure we get it right. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I have one more request for direction from the board here.
All
right. I walked through these 6 potential ordinance modifications, some of which would be relatively minor to bring forward on a staff level perspective. Others would require much more analysis and ordinance amendments and bringing forward more staff resources for implementation as well. So I'm not going to walk through each one of these with you, but I would like to ask, would you like us to consider some of the more minor requirements, less intensive ones, and kind of work towards stabilizing the program? And or would you like us to consider some of the more substantive changes and kind of scale up the program a little bit as to the suggestions and recommendations we've heard from members of the community? And I know that's a general kind of either or, but thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I could chime in on a couple of these. Thanks, Emily. On the revising the condo hotel definition, I know it was never our intent, I don't think it was the public's intent, to have an issue with the condo hotels that were historically resort communities, Grand Labakan being one.
Yep.
Sorry to pick on you, Ron, but that is one in particular where we've always known it was a rental property with resort facilities, and it's removed from the community. It's zoned that way, and I completely agree with revising that and making that interpretation now before things move forward. On the maximum number of STRs on multifamily properties in town centers, we had an appeal on one of these that again was clearly an old motel that had been in downtown Kings Beach. And so I'm wondering why only 2, if that is exactly where we want to put vacation rentals is in the town centers. And so I'm okay with going to 2, but I'm afraid then we'll have an appeal on a third, like, well, I've got a third, and isn't that where we want? Visitors to be as downtown, not in the neighborhoods. So-
Yes, we could do 2 or 3. We really kind of chose 2 based off of examples on the ground that we knew of.
Yep.
But it could certainly be 3. It's
Or
not
could
that,
we
or
say,
4, yeah.
Well, what I'm wondering is why, if there's a multifamily zoned property and you buy next to it, it's multifamily, it could be up to whatever the zoning allows. We'll be talking more about that later. And so I'm not sure.
I'd like to comment on this one if okay with
Yeah,
your board.
absolutely.
So I do want to caution against going over 4, because if you go over 4, it's considered a lodging type
Okay.
use in the town centers per the TRPA code. So 4 and below, I think, is something that your board can consider, but anything over 4, it really is a different type of use.
Well, I think the intent was that we wanted these in town centers away from the residential communities. And so I just hate to come back, make a change to 2, and then the next person has a third, and that's where we do want that to occur. So that would be one thought. And then on the number, the total number, I think that total number is far easier than dealing with the geographical, but I'm open to proposals on both. And I think the committee should try to wrap their heads around a cap. I know we set that cap based on TOT certificates and what we thought was out there. We didn't think we were giving room for 600 more. We actually thought that's what it was. And so I don't have any problem reducing the numbers to that. And then the 1-year waiting period, the only group I worry about is we have had some locals who've been able to buy a home and want to Airbnb a room in the home. Are they excluded from that, or would they have to wait a year? Because that might be the only way they can get into a home in Tahoe.
Yeah, I would defer to county council on that, because we have had some discussions about preferential treatment that may violate interstate commerce law.
Okay.
So I know. So we would have to really work through some discussions on that internally to make sure that, to see if that could be allowed.
Yeah, I think if it
I
can't.
think in Truckee, they don't have any differentiation between, a full-time resident who has a permit versus somebody who it's their second home.
But our definitions, when there's one within a house with the owner occupying the home, it's allowed. I mean, they don't need a short-term, or do they need a short-term permit? Or are they allowed? I'm just trying to make sure that if there is somebody who can finally get their foot in the door, but they need some extra income and they don't have a family using the second bedroom, say, I want to help them get into a house.
Yes, right now they still need a permit if they are full-time
Okay.
occupancy, but they currently are not subject to the cap.
That's what it is.
But
Okay.
we do propose removing that provision because of the
Yeah.
legal, more recent case law based off of that,
Right.
so that then
And I
everybody would
agree.
be treated
Right.
equally.
I think that was a fear we had when we set the cap, because we thought we were at the number and there might be somebody trying to do this. We have enough that we could take that into consideration.
We can look
That-
into options on
That's
that.
my only thought, and I'd like the committee to give us feedback on that, because if it is a, young individual, it could be an older individual trying to get into the market and wants to rent a room out. Or it could be a senior who wants somebody, wants some additional income, so.
Okay, thank you for that.
Those were my thoughts. Any
Thank
other?
you, Supervisor. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Gore?
Thank you, Emily. I appreciate your comments, Cindy, and I think the one that I would want to hold off on is the effort it would take to have the same requirements of the community as the STRs for bear boxes and noise. I think that's certainly something that can be considered, but I think with resources right now, this is probably not the time to do it right now. Just a thought about that, and I'm in agreement with Supervisor Gustafson. I'm open to some conversations about whether it's lowering the cap or the geographical clustering, but maybe have a conversation about what might work better. I don't really know.
Yeah, that geographical, I've talked with staff about it, because communities asked me, so I've asked you, and we've brought up projects where we have condominium projects, where 500 feet would mean many, many units would not be able to do that, yet they might be the best place to have visitor. They were developed that way, whether it's Tahoe Tavern, Tavern Shores, Chinquapin. We have a lot of condominiums. So how you would write that geographical, because I understand the community's concern in what they see as the more residential neighborhoods versus maybe some of the condominium. That's why I hesitate on that one, but the group may have some good definitions, and our planning pros might know how to write it for certain zoning that would apply to in certain zones. So we'll see if the committee likes that. If I could, I'm sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
on the bear bins, I know I've heard a lot about this from the community. We right now require those at a building permit and a remodel. Is it required at change of ownership?
No, it's not.
It's not, and we need to work with the realtors on that. I think they've opposed mandates at change of ownership, but it makes sense to me to look at that as a potential.
Yeah,
well
it's not
for
my
the
department, but I
community-wide.
think it is
But-
required at remodel and new
Right.
builds.
And that's a broader discussion than just the short-term rentals. That now we're talking about involving the whole community in that discussion of requiring bear bins.
Yes.
And in what time frame? And what do we do if they don't put it in? Right, County Council?
Thank you. Supervisor Jones, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. Thanks, Emily. I just wanted to weigh in on some of these because I agree very much with evaluating the geographical clustering provision within the distancing. I know it might prove to be a little bit more challenging, but I think it's great to try to limit how many you have in a neighborhood, particularly on one street. And then I also approve or would like to see the reduction in the cap of 39 permits to closer to what you have now, because then that will open up housing for workforce housing if we reduce the number of rentals, STRs. And then I really like the idea of implementing a one-year waiting period as well. And I think you guys have hit the nail on the head and are doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily.
All right, any more comments? Oh, Supervisor Landon.
Just a quick, I'm supportive of Supervisor Gustafson's thoughts. I think I definitely agree with the concern about someone who's just starting out being able to not rent out a room. I think that could be a huge barrier for someone who is just getting started. So it would be interesting to know, whether that, I know you can't answer that right now, but that would be my one piece.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like you've
I've
got
got-
some direction.
I've got one more
I'm
question.
Yes, Supervisor Jones.
It seems a little odd to me to rent out one room is considered a short-term rental.
It is right now, yes.
Okay, if they rented out a room to, say, somebody who's working as, at a restaurant,
Oh, if it's under 30, rented for less than 30 days.
then it's a short-term.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more comments? So it looks like you've got some direction.
Thank you.
And now I think it's time for me to open it up to the public for comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please come forward, anyone under public comment that would like to address this issue.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Kristen Anderson. I had a lovely speech
All right.
here, but I would like to just put a few things in that I heard. I cannot believe there was only 4 complaints in August because I could not have been the only one calling. So that cannot possibly be correct. So I'm Kristen Anderson. I'm a full-time resident living in the house my parents built in 1974. I'm fed up with this vicious cycle that short-term rentals have us spinning in. North Tahoe STRs are proven to cause extremely high rents because owners make more money than with long-term rentals. So now with the measly 20% of our TOT money that stays in our district, Placer County is planning to spend millions to build more housing. And unless those units are going to be deed restricted, you're essentially just building more short-term rentals. Eastern Placer County, excuse me, is experiencing more wear and tear on our roads because of more traffic. There's more trash and pollution and more parking issues, and let's not forget the additional stress that this is putting on our emergency responders. Short-term rentals do not necessarily help with local businesses, especially since business owners can't even find people to work due to the lack of available housing, which Emily and Jasmine also brought up. Many other tourist towns have very strict regulations for their short-term rentals, yet here we are basically allowing out-of-town LLCs and property managers to make the rules for the place that we call home. North Tahoe cannot keep up with this self-induced vicious cycle. Locals will not take it anymore. You need to rein it in, and we need to take back Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning again.
Good morning. Ellie Waller. The short-term rental, vacation home rental, whatever you want to call it, is basin-wide issues. I spent 18 months in Douglas County crafting and helping craft as a member of the public an enforceable, usable ordinance. We had Tahoe Douglas Fire at the table at our formalized volunteer people who applied for an advisory board and always open to the public. There is some confusion about this informal group. It would be nice to know who the key players that are still working at this. I did turn in public comment. I hope everybody read it. One of them that really just got me a little upset is revising the condo hotel definition to provide, and this is the contentious piece, more flexibility in fire requirements. I'm really sorry. Are you kidding? It's about public health and safety. Relaxing some of those standards could bring a lawsuit to an STR, not so much the condotel, but the owner or possibly the county. I'm also concerned about the cap. Maybe the cap needs to come down even below what you have once you make your final analysis, and quit putting workforce housing as an issue alongside of it. It doesn't work. They should be segregated, in my opinion. I'm not sure it's helping fire inspection by limiting, because you're not going to get long-term rentals. Short-term rentals bring you more money. I'm sorry, it's just a reality, and you have to start looking at those things. We have a supervisor here that's on the TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Board. I have said often at TRPA meetings, I've talked to general counsel there, TRPA needs to start weighing in, and maybe they should start with the 1 year holding point. I mean, that one is an overarching, I believe TRPA needs to either have the local jurisdictions have to assess the environmental impacts of the number of people. The local nexus of those impacts in your neighborhoods could be geographically looked at like you're trying to do. But TRPA has fallen down on this one. They've lost their way. This is a regional issue, and I will be bringing this back up at that board meeting as well. I'm glad that you're listening to the public. It's not just the people that are having issues in the neighborhood. It's not just the people that want these. I also do not believe that at some point the realtors should have to get involved in this. They'll take it to the next step, BMP's defensible space. It's upon this county to do the enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Anyone else?
Chris
morning
Hager, Tahoe
again.
City. It's a rare day when I think we're headed in the right direction, but I think we are. I think these are baby steps that the staff is proposing and that you've instructed them to take further and investigate further. I want to reiterate a few of those. Clustering provision. Absolutely. In residential neighborhoods, there should not be blocks, essentially, that are 5 or 6 STRs surrounding a single resident. You know, certainly in condo complexes. And as Supervisor Gustafson has noted for years now, there are a lot of condo complexes that were built with rental offices. Try to concentrate the STRs in those areas. Try to concentrate them in town centers, but please try to get them out of single-family residential neighborhoods. Reducing the number of permits. As Supervisor Gustafson noted, the intention with this ordinance was never to increase beyond what we currently have. Bringing it down to what we have now would be wonderful. The enforcement still isn't where it should be. It's really frustrating to go by an STR, see trash spilled everywhere in the yard in the morning after a bear's been through overnight, make a call, file a complaint, and it takes 3, 4, 5 hours sometimes before a code compliance officer in the morning is back on. Sometimes they don't show up till noon. There's some room for improvement there. There's been a lot, but you can still do a little better. There are a couple things that you didn't note. One, I believe that STR should require TAUs. South Lake Councilman Scott Robbins has recently called for this. You know, there's this issue, as Emily noted, that with more STRs, there's less demand for hotels, and you're complaining about hotels not being developed. I think requiring STRs to have TAUs will reduce the number of STRs in neighborhoods and spur development of hotels and new lodging properties in the area. Finally, and it's nothing that is a direction for county staff today, but it was noted in the report that there are concerns about defensible space inspections not being able to be completed by the deadline in, I believe it's March, when there are renewals. You've already extended that once. So at this point, there have basically been 2 summers where homeowners have had the opportunity to complete their defensible space requirements and have inspections. Despite the fact that not all the inspections have passed, there are plenty of STRs, including right next to my house, where the defensible space work has simply not been completed. There has been no effort for that. The homeowner hasn't attempted, the property management company hasn't told the homeowner, they've done nothing themselves. If the problem is that the defensible space work hasn't been completed and they haven't made an attempt to do so, then they shouldn't get their permit next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, very good. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. This is Niobe Burden Austere.
Can you pull the microphone down a little bit?
Sorry.
There you go.
I
Thank you.
totally agree with everything he just said. And I believe that the cap should be reduced at the current 3,300, which is hovered at for the last year. There hasn't been any increase in housing for workforce. If we reduce that through attrition, we may be able to stimulate some of that. This is strongly suggested in the TRPA flash survey, which I'm not sure if anyone has read, but the comments, 630 plus comments, are lots of them have been towards reducing STRs. If we reduced it even 1,000, increase the fees to a per bedroom fee, Tahoe is some of the lowest fees for any mountain community STR right now. If we did it a per bedroom fee structure, we could make up for that revenue very easily. And I know that we're concerned about TOT revenue. There were over 1,200 respondents to the STR survey. I fully encourage you all to read that flash survey that TRPA put out. It hasn't been brought forward by TRPA. I'm going to make sure it is in the next meetings. Just through these attrition through these fire inspections and enforcement, we should be able to attain that. I'm a little bit confused as to how many notices are needed before a violation is cited. I have an STR across the street where there's been trash issues, bear breaking into a garage and noise as well, and there's still been no citing. So there can be some improvement there, some real enforcement. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Ann Nichols. Yeah, certainly you gotta reduce it. I mean, I asked the county yesterday, I think it was, Emily, who are in the short-term working group? Couldn't tell me. It's not very good transparency. These people are making decisions for us. Who are they? I have the email. Okay, but anyway, beyond that, I thought multifamily is what we really want for workforce housing. So to increase the number of STRs for multifamily doesn't make sense to me. And usually multifamily are more compact units, you know, they're smaller, they don't usually have enough parking for STRs, that kind of thing. Certainly the geographical deal is very important. We've got 5 just down at the bottom of our street, STRs. One of the houses doesn't have any off-street parking at all. So, I mean, you should look at that. And then as far as, you know, being able to rent a room, how is the county gonna know whether somebody's renting a room or renting their house? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Ron.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, Supervisors. My name is Ron Parson. I manage about 200 and some condos in the area. Some of those are not in resort areas. There are 2 that are. I sent you an email last night. Thank you for distributing that, Megan. I am on the STR working group, and you've just experienced what the STR working group is like. You get a lot of various inputs, I was not going to address this, but since they brought it up, I do think you need a little more formal structure. The presentation you got today is the staff's input, but there would have been a possible different spin on some of the metrics had the working group's input been a little bit more included, like whether 425 is a meaningful number on the number of complaints. So I just think you might want to make sure that if you give direction, that you not formalize it to the point of the Brown Act, on Gore's comment, but formalize it to the point that when it comes to you, it reflects an unfiltered version of the working group's input. But I specifically wrote to you last night very selfishly, as Supervisor Gustafson mentioned, this last iteration of the ordinance went beyond into areas that it did not intend to. And on 2 properties that I have that were resort areas that were built as initially hotels or motels and then eventually were changed ownership into condominiums, they have all of a sudden been covered by this requirement. The cost is not insignificant. The cost at the Franciscan is $50,000 a year. The numbers are in your paper if I get them wrong. And at Grunlebachen, it's $80,000 a year, which I have to come up with this month. Okay, so I believe you guys gave the staff an incredible tool in this adaptive management piece. Their conversations with me, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, was that they didn't feel that this extended into the ability to modify some of the definitions in the ordinance. I believe you did, because in some cases they have already done that. So I'm asking you to direct them on some of these issues that have come up and perhaps others, but specifically on that condo-tel definition, that if they look at all the criteria which they have defined, they didn't bring them up, but there's a whole list of criteria that defines a condo-tel, including some that are not in the ordinance, like historically been operating that way, built that way, you know, and managed correctly, including with defensible spaces. All my properties are Firewise communities. They pass defensible space. We have health and safety inspections. But the cost per condo is $781 per year. So I'm asking you to direct them to use the adaptive management process and immediately implement these changes as fairly appropriate and consistent. Report out, make sure it's transparent, and you can shut me up if you want to. And then, you know, then hopefully we can enshrine that and go through the process. I mean, it doesn't pass muster at the next iteration of the ordinance, we go back to where it should be. But at least for now, allow them and direct them to use the adaptive management process to remedy those things that were not intended to be covered. specifically in the case of the Franciscan and Grallenbach and the condotel definition. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, Mr. Nader.
Morning, Chairman Holmes, Supervisors, Karen and Brian. Wayne Nader, former Placer County Planning Commissioner and also candidate for Supervisor in the 5th District. Before I got on the Planning Commission, I was certainly aware of the constraints that the Tahoe region had, both naturally and physically. But after coming on the Planning Commission, the 8 years that I spent in looking at Tahoe projects, it became even more clear to me that there are obviously capacity limitations, and that it's very finite what you can do in this region without having, obviously disastrous implications. And as it relates to the STRs, a metaphor comes to mind: fire, ready, aim. Turning occasional use properties into frequently used, multiply that by thousands, and the impacts become more than obvious. I'm really disappointed that the county did not really investigate this before they just threw that thousands of these permits out. The implications are obvious: clogged roadways, residential disruption, and so on. You've heard all of that. So now the county is obviously trying to figure out how to manage this now that it's obviously the issues are more than obvious. And I would like to recommend, I'm hearing from the majority of the board, as well as you've heard comments today, that the recommendations that are before you or suggestions, that there is support for those. Putting the cap on, you've heard that. You seem to agree with that 3,300 makes a lot of sense to do that right now. I think the 1 year, I think if you can craft some language appropriately, is the right thing to do. And I think concentrating in communities is obviously an issue and it needs to be investigated. I was disappointed that it's not going to be dealt with until January possibly. I see that the working group's going to meet in November, so hopefully they will make some firm recommendations to you. The one thing that I would like to also leave with you, because I did not see it in the report, is if this program is self-sustaining financially. I was glad to hear, I talked to Andy Siss, your auditor controller, earlier, and he said that he's currently starting auditing the program. Now you have 10 employees, as you saw, and there may be others that are involved in it as well. And this should be self-sustaining. Whatever it requires on those permits or other fees that you can address with those property owners, that should be done, so that this is not pulling any funds from out of the general fund. So that's something that I think is important. So, thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Anyone else? Please come forward.
Hi,
Good
I'm
morning.
Sue Ann Stone. I've been reading about what other countries have been doing about their short-term rental problems. And one of the things is I'm concerned about the LLCs and the finance companies buying up the cabins. One of the things was brought up is in my studies is that the money doesn't stay in the community when LLCs are doing short-term rentals. It goes out of our community. So we're supposed to be our economy is based on visitors. That this is taking away from that. We were sold on the idea of short-term rentals for mom and pops staying in their cabin for a few years or for a few weeks and then renting it out. We used to do that back in the 40s and 50s and 60s. We didn't have short-term rentals. We just had relationships with our neighbors. Now LLCs, I'm surrounded with LLCs. I don't know who these people are. You know, if there's parties, I go out in I'm supposed to go out in my pajamas and my slippers in the dark and find out where that's coming from and report it. I don't do that. So actually, you have a lot more responses than are coming through, you know, your system, that people are unhappy. They're just not going out at night and following up on it. So one other issue I have is, according to what I've read, is that Governor Newsom has signed a bill banning junk fees in California. And I'm concerned about the TOT fee for visitors that I pay for when I buy my groceries. I'm not a visitor, I'm a local, and I'm paying an extra tax that I didn't vote for. I consider it to be a junk fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Euler.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I hadn't planned on speaking on this issue, but the comments of Mr. Nader compelled me to come forward because I think a little historical context is important. Yes, your board continues to struggle, as do all local governments, whether in the Tahoe Basin, on the coast, across the country, with a regulatory structure for short-term rentals that's fair to the property owners and fair to the community. It will be an ongoing struggle. However, I think it's important to remember that this board faced incredible opposition to putting any limits on STRs not too many years ago. And so here we are sitting discussing what's an appropriate level of regulation that's enforceable and fair. But this is light years ahead of where we were just 4 or 5 years ago, when the conversation was really around, should we have regulation on it at all? Something Supervisor Gustafson brought up, I think, is an interesting thought, and I think it parallels well with what this board did look into a number of years ago in discussing the issue of STRs versus employee housing. And we all know that it used to be people who didn't want to be up here in the winter would rent out their house to ski employees who did want to be up here in the winter. What you brought up was the STR component being able to be factored into somebody buying a house, them being willing to make a room available, that kind of thing. I don't know if, absent a consistent rental history, that could be factored into somebody qualifying on a house. However, what it might do is overlap well with what the board had at one point considered, which was offering people who are doing STRs during an entire season the opportunity to have the county come in and help subsidize the rent if they made it available in a rental pool for a longer term. They took it out of the STR market, they made it a longer term. If you start looking at that on a room-by-room basis, and it's a program that the county supports and is mostly private sector funded by the resorts or what have you, and you have an actual inventory of rooms that are then subsequently available, but more importantly, you have a funding commitment behind it, then you might actually trip over that requirement of somebody being able to qualify, because now you have a funding source, as opposed to you don't have a history as a landlord, we can't consider that in your loan application. If something like that were available, where the county is saying, if you come into this inventory, we will make funds available if you commit that room into this short-term pool, perhaps something like that might get you over that regulatory requirement. So, enjoyed that part of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else out there wish to address the board on this short-term rental issue? Seeing none, is there anyone online? All righty, any more comments from board members?
I
Supervisor
do.
Gustafson.
I think a couple comments, I think a couple comments came from the public that I wanted to follow up with staff on the citations. There was an issue raised, several people raised the issue that we weren't tracking all the complaints we get. I know this is an ongoing issue, and we had some staffing issues this summer, but do we feel that these numbers are pretty accurate for those who call or actually file? There could be other people that aren't calling, and we've got to continue to get that number out. But staff, do you have a response on that?
I do, yes. We've been working very closely with our code compliance team on those numbers. I'd be happy to offer Kevin Bailey, our supervising code officer, to come up and explain if you'd like.
Thanks, Kevin. Sorry to put you on the spot this morning, but you're all dressed up with nowhere to go if you don't get to.
Good morning, Kevin Bailey, Cedra Supervisor for Code Compliance. One of the things we first implemented when I came on board was, excuse me, we actually track and document every phone call and email that comes into the STR hotline. So we have data on every call, what the officer did, who they spoke with, and what the outcome was. I don't have numbers right here directly in front of me, but those numbers I know for the month of August and September. August was upwards to 124 calls that came in. September was close to 74. And we are moving, I don't know, past September, those numbers are starting to drop down drastically. So every phone call, every email that comes into the STR hotline, we do track.
And when you get those calls, my understanding, because that's where, if you look at the chart, it said we only had 4.
Yes.
Because of the 124 you got during August, can you explain that? Are those just?
Basically what that is there are calls after the fact calls. There are calls that, and we kind of spoke about it, staffing levels. But we've got that kind of taken care of now, I think. So it's when officers are off, we're making phone calls from home, contacting the property managers and local contacts, advising them of the situation and relying on them to correct the problems. I understand that some of them may not have gotten there, but with officers off, officers do follow up when they come on duty. We adjusted shifts to where we had officers covering as best we could, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. But again, with staffing being a little bit better coming up, we should be a little bit better prepared.
Well, I think it would be great for the public to see both numbers, what's validated as a complaint, but then also the number of calls and emails, so they know they're heard. I mean, the whole
Yes.
point of tracking that, and we put it out
And
on the.
we do,
Yeah.
that is one thing that we do.
Okay,
We do contact the reporting party.
okay.
Every call, we try to at least call back. If it's not that day, it's the next day, letting them know we did hear them and that we did actually take care of that situation.
Okay. I appreciate it. I know
You're
how
welcome.
hard it was to get around, too, to even get responses. You could be
Yes.
delayed with construction
We'll get
traffic,
there.
as I was
We'll
this
get
morning.
there, yes.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
You're
Your
welcome.
team's doing,
Thank
I
you.
hear great things about your team and
Thank you.
and
Yeah.
how you're responding.
It's a team effort, so
Yeah.
thank you.
And Supervisor, if I could clarify one other thing, there was a question about kind of the process. So we get a complaint. When our staff is able to go out and verify it, they issue a notice of violation. That's kind of an official warning. There's no monetary penalty tied to that. And then if it's not cured within or resolved within a certain amount of time, depending on what type of issue it is, per the ordinance, then staff would issue the first citation. So we are able to track all of that, and we, in future presentations, are happy to really delineate between the number of complaints, the NOVs, and the citations.
Okay. And then my final question was on this issue of the condo hotel definition. If we're planning to bring back some of the revisions in January when the board is up here again, can that one be tabled and not until that time so that there isn't a financial impact that we may turn around and have to reimburse the money? Because I think the numbers being quoted were
because action wasn't being taken today to clarify something that I think we're in support of, that there was going to be a financial impact on.
Yeah, so perhaps stalling those applications until there's some direction on the definition change. Is that what you're?
I don't know if it's called stalling. I was just
Uh-huh.
thinking that you hold it in abeyance from,
Yeah.
if we're going to make if you're
We-
going to be making the recommendation, if you're not going to, because you were prepared to make that recommendation today.
Yeah, and when Mr. Parsons talked about his, where he's at, I think he's in the middle of a renewal process, and so there is a time to get those renewals done. So what we could do is commit to working with him on that and looking at, where he's at in his renewal process, and then we are already actually actively looking at that definition to see if there's some opportunity there for refinement.
And if you can't make that call, maybe just the extension until you can make that call. I think
Correct,
is all I'm
yeah.
asking, because it could turn out that he is still billed in January, depending on what you come up with
Right.
your definition. But I had understood it that most of the stakeholder group was in support of what he was asking for. So if that's the case, I hate to see him pay it and then turn around and we reimburse it or whatever. It's
Right, yeah, we'll definitely look at that.
Okay. Those were my only questions.
Thank you. Mr. Karpowski, did you have a call? And did I get your name right?
Very close, Karwowski. Car like car, wow like wow, and
wow,
ski
got it.
like ski. Thank you. My apologies for standing up a little late, Mr.
No, no
Chair, and
problem.
I appreciate the time. I would like to commend both staff and the county, number one, on implementing the program here that is adaptive management with STRs here in Eastern Placer County. It's an opportunity really for us. The one thing I've recognized, we do participate in the workforce group, and one thing I've recognized in there is that, yes, there's an enforcement portion to STRs, which was needed in our area. And now I'm hearing some really great conversation about how we might look to the future and utilize this as a tool to help inform policy, specifically as it pertains to workforce housing in our jurisdiction. This can be key and critical as we move forward as a community. As an FYI, I'm going to give you some numbers that I was planning on giving in a little bit later, and I might refer back to them in another topic that's to come. But, we've had 4 major hotels just right within a few miles of here close in the past 10 years, consisting of 450 rooms total. In a year, that's 165,000 room nights. Those room nights have definitely put a stress on our short-term rental market here and displaced some of our workforce. There's a tension in our community between having a vital economy and a real community, right? And that's the tension of the balance we're in when we talk about this topic. So my ask of the board and of staff as we move forward is to really be thoughtful and take all of the consideration of the projects and programs that we're putting out. Some you'll hear about today, things like Workforce Housing Preservation Program, things like Placemate and Landing Locals, things we're doing short, medium, and long-term, inclusive of Dollar Creek Housing Project. And how those things all play in the timing as we take a look at the total amount of STRs that are available in our region and not move too hastily, but keep moving the needle at the same time to really maintain the balance and ultimately give our community a better opportunity to both rent and own homes in our community for our local workforce. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. All righty. Any more comments from staff? Oh, I see Supervisor Jones.
Just one more. It was a little concerning to hear that they felt, one of our speakers felt that there was not enough public component in the working group, feedback from the public, felt that it was more county oriented. So I was just curious about that.
Yes, so our working group, as I described, has very differing and strong opinions for many of the members. Achieving consensus is certainly our goal, it is not always feasible, especially if we're trying to work within a time frame and a goal of bringing an amendment forward. We could probably work on something for a year. So we certainly try to get all feedback and work towards consensus. We can put a concerted effort into more thoroughly and extensively describing working group feedback on all topics in presentations moving forward. Because we definitely value everybody's input and we want to make sure that is presented.
Right, that would be helpful, I think, to see at least some viewpoints. You know, I mean, even though in the end we might not go with it, but at the same time, you never know. Good ideas come from that kind of a consortium.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you. I forgot one other comment. The public raised this idea is the program self-sustaining and our, how those funds are being used. And Crystal, I wanted to ask you, in addition to us needing to make it self-sustaining and being transparent about that, there's other public benefit. And you have, as I understand it, we've been using some of those code enforcement officers to pursue other complaints in the broader community. Because when I joined the board, we didn't even have a full-time code enforcement officer up here. And now they're actually doing some parking work as well. And so I think the public needs to know not only is it being sustained through this program, but they're also helping address some of the other issues that the community's been concerned about.
Yeah, so when the program was sort of expanded in February 2022, it was, we actually sort of pulled it together, developed it, expanded it so that it is self-sustaining, for the majority. So the administrative functions are self-sustaining. The enforcement piece, some of the enforcement's administrative, processing appeals and things like that, processing citations. When our enforcement staff are out on the street, that enforcement piece is covered through the county's or the CEDRA's general fund. And the reason for that is they are doing different things, right? So they are doing some parking enforcement. They actually are doing some refuge enforcement on behalf of environmental health. There's a number of different, and then they're doing traditional code enforcement. So they're enforcing our zoning code and our building code. The majority of their time is spent, when they're working in the evenings and on weekends and holidays, it's short-term rental. But during the week, they are doing other things. And then on the weekends during the morning hours, they're out on calls for trash. Sometimes it's short-term rental related, sometimes it's not. And then they're also doing parking enforcement at recreational areas in the summer months as well. So hopefully that. And then also I wanted to point out too, we continue to study this moving forward and understanding that if we scale this up, there might need to be additional resources. So part of that adaptive management too is looking at our staffing levels right now and the number of permits that we're processing, the number of appeals we're processing, and then enforcement, complaints that we're following up on to make sure that we are right-sized. So that's something that we're actively doing right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right.
Chairman,
Yes. Oh.
we have, sorry, over here.
Oh.
We had one late hand
Where's
raised.
this coming?
Do you want to go ahead and we had one late hand raised during Tony's comments.
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
Yes, we can.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Yes, I'll just get right to the grievances. My name is Tim Delaney. I'm a long-term local resident. I live both in the state of Nevada and California. And so I'll just get to grievances. I don't want to say too much here and detract from who I am. Anyways, one, toilet overflowing and destroyed at Whale Beach. That is horrible and despicable. It was disgusting, okay? Cave Rock Kayak Tour Company. It's like a D-Day invasion landing on the beach. 1 to 50 ratio here I'm standing over the bluffs here watching all these people just scramble and tear down the mountainside in order to get to a bathroom, okay? And then after he's finished with that, then he's hightailing it over to Sand Harbor. And I don't know if he's gonna end up on Idgit beaches, okay? So this is ridiculous. Highway 28 cops, okay? They don't hand out tickets and judges toss out the tickets. I heard this in a meeting here with Alexis Hill over in Incline Village. So what's up with that? You know, my generation, family and friends and frenemies and everybody, you know, we get punished in life, even as older men and women here, okay? And yet we have all these 30-somethings here that come from all over California, Nevada, and all over the entire world that come into our community, abuse our communities, trash our communities, and create incredible danger for our communities. And none of these people get citations, and it's all for free. And the general public here, we're saddled with the catastrophe of trying to clean up the mess, okay? So thank God Burning Man didn't go down too well, okay? All that garbage in Nevada, up in northern Nevada, that would have all poured onto our beaches, and I would have been cleaning up the mess. And by the way, last year when I was in this meeting and I was explaining this to people, okay, I had 2 men holding me by my ankles, lowering me into a boulder cave to pull garbage out of all the crevices here, okay? And I couldn't quite reach it because my arms weren't long enough. And so it was nice, a couple other men helped me out with the whole thing. And after that, the developer cheerleader shows up and says that I have a narrow mind. It's like, folks, come on, man. How much more in bed with developers and everything and banks can you possibly be? And then there's the lead cable. I mentioned that to you folks, okay? Now that we've known about that for a long time, and you had a whole year, okay? And it's still sitting in the lake. And now it's a lawyer fiasco with AT&T. You know, you see, this is why I kicked lawyers and process people out of my defense engineering labs at Lockheed Martin. I kicked those people to the curb because the thing is, once you let them in, nothing gets done, okay? Billion-dollar spacecraft were lost, horrific damage is done to the American people, okay? I knew that as an engineer, so I told them to get lost, okay? And here again, the lead cable is still sitting here, and you have all these people downstream, fouling farmers and everything, melons and everything, right? And we don't know exactly how where this lead is going. It's a heavy metal. Is it going to the bottom of the lake? Is it in our fish? What is it? Okay? So, you know, I look at all this stuff and, you know, I'm so disappointed. Everybody's all concerned about workforce housing and all this sort of stuff. And it just seems to be that nobody cares about the environment in Lake Tahoe. Instead, I get little comments like, oh, I'm the problem few. I'm thinking, really? I can't even go skiing over at Palisades anymore. All right? So it's interesting to watch. I feel that you folks have created an awful mess. And if you could just show me if you could do one good thing for the people of Lake Tahoe, just get the cable out. Just do that.
Thank you, sir.
And then
Thank you
can
for,
talk about other things.
thank you for your comments. Please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Cool. I'm all finished. I made my point.
Thank you.
For the most part. Thank Lahaina. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments. I'm trying not to make noise. And thank you staff. No, so you do have direction and bring back, when did you say you were gonna bring some back?
We'll be back after the first of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll move to our 10 a.m. timed item. This is TOT Priority Projects, Programs and Service Investments, Multi-Year Investment Sponsorship. Stephanie Holloway. Oh, there
Here I
you are.
am. Here I am. Good morning, members of the board, Chairman, Karen and Daniel. Welcome to Tahoe again. Beautiful Monday. Not used to a Monday having you here, but pleasure to have you here. So I am going to talk to you, present on our TOT investment items.
this morning. And I feel like I've been keyed up for this discussion, a lot of conversation, some comments around TOT in your previous item. And so I'm here to present not only a little bit of history of TOT and how your board is dedicated to investments of that TOT, but also moving forward on the current dollars of TOT. So, but before I get started, this is an annual item. Your board's very familiar with us coming, the CEO's office coming before you on an annual basis for these reinvestment of transient occupancy tax dollars in the region. Today looks a little different. We are pleased to have kind of a forward-thinking framework for you, looking at a longer range of investments here in the North Lake Tahoe area, a 3-year investment program. I am joined by Tony Karwowski, who you've heard from today already, President and CEO of the North Tahoe Community Alliance, formerly the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, who provide you detail and some background on the advisory framework of the TOT committee, the CAP committee, and their board of directors in this space. So hats off to them to developing this partnership and framework that you will hear a portion of the TOT investments on today. So I won't steal Tony's thunder, but just to say that they are really thinking towards the future and strategically on how these TOT investments come as a recommendation to your board. So just to back up slightly to the year 2017, want to give you a little bit of foundation here on the TOT, transient occupancy tax that's collected on lodging properties and lodging opportunities within the region. Your board adopted this policy back in 2017, committing to 100% of the TOT dollars that are collected in the Eastern Placer region back to benefit Eastern Placer and the communities in alliance with the Tourism Master Plan. That was our predominant document at that time, giving us guidance on reinvestment of that TOT. Like I said, and we've talked about a little bit already today, the TOT does give us the opportunity to provide balance. It does promote our industry, tourism, and our economy in the region, and our welfare of the communities, but it also provides opportunities for us to mitigate the impact of that tourism on our communities and supportive of infrastructure improvements as we have seen over the years to benefit both. And so you can see here really some specific services around that related to our tourism master plan, our mission for visitor services, as well as community benefits. So I do want to take a minute here. Actually, before I go there, I do want to mention there were a number of documents that have been adopted since 2017. I'll mention a few. Our TART systems plan was adopted at the time of the area plan, so just following this commitment by your board, the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan, Transportation Demand Management Plan, our housing element, and the Housing Work Program, and then also the Parks and Trails Master Plan. So even past the Tourism Master Plan, your board has advanced a number of guiding documents in the region that we look at collectively when we're making decisions and bringing investments forward to your board. So just want to give you that bigger body of work. And then also a shout out for your board back in 2021, establishing the Tourism Business Improvement District, really bringing forward sort of another funding opportunity that goes beyond this TOT, where we're looking at other tourism type of services and amenities. And Tony's going to talk a little bit about the T-bid and the T-bid funds and how those are advised and acted on by the North Lake Tahoe, the Tahoe Community Alliance. So I do want to take a stop here, give you a touch point, really, I think, to aid the conversation of the TOT that we're talking about today. As I mentioned, 100% of the TOT that's collected here in the region is committed back to the region. So a portion of that comes specifically back into a budget category that the CEO's office here in Tahoe, my office, under my leadership, does advise, and those expenditures bringing those forward to the board. So the buckets here in yellow on the right side, a couple of these buckets, your board has sought advisement from the local community, specifically around housing and transportation and capital infrastructure. So the 21% there is the TOT committee, if you recall, and the 20% there is the CAP committee. So I know we heard earlier that just 20% of that TOT stays within the region. I just wanted to highlight that 20% is specifically aligned with the CAP committee, but there are other advisory frameworks here. So just to mention that, like I said, there's a lot of work being done around those two buckets. I will briefly talk about the top bucket here, Tahoe Services. So that is a form or a portion of the TOT that is in the budget. As we bring the budget forward on an annual basis, it does get committed heavily to our transportation mission. So TART systems, our TART systems plan, the overall transit mission, and then more recently, TART Connect is also funded out of that portion of TOT. So I hope that's helpful in giving you context. I don't know if I have a pointer here, but really I think what we're focused here on today is the bottom two yellow buckets: housing, transportation, and capital infrastructure needs within the region. And then before I move forward, I wanted to stop here and highlight many of those projects. You're very familiar with the CAP committee. Many of these projects that you see here on the screen were advised on in partnership with the Resort Association or the North Tahoe Community Alliance in the past. And so a lot of great transformative projects here on the screen. That TOT has played a critical role. I heard earlier that there's concern about TOT. I would say that we are very grateful for that TOT within this region because it does translate into infrastructure that we feel meets the board's vision and guidance. And so a lot of trail work here. You can see TART bus stops, but not only bus stop infrastructure, but our TART Connect system as well. And then on the bottom right there, that is a picture of the new bridge, Fanny Bridge project, really elevating sort of safety and an alternative transportation model for us for the future. So moving forward, I recently had the pleasure of attending the Placer Valley 2023 event, which was in Roseville a couple of weeks ago, talking about how we work together moving forward, a lot of initiatives. But one of the keynote speakers that was there really stuck with me. She said that, really understanding our history, the awareness of the history, really gives us a better understanding of the future because it allows us to evaluate the pros and cons and advances us into the future. So I wanted to bring this slide here today because I think it is really critical as we move into this new framework, the longer term framework that Tony's going to talk to you a little bit about, that we are moving together in that framework, and that there's a lot of synergy with the advisory projects that are being brought forward for your consideration here with Tony and I at a leadership level. Really important partnership there for the community and encouraging community involvement there. So I'm going to hand this over to Tony. He's going to talk a little bit about what that advisory framework looks like. Your board heard a big presentation back in January where we stood up what that's going to look like moving forward, and so he's going to give you an update of what they've been up to. With that, I'll invite Tony up.
Welcome back, Mr. Karwowski.
What made that stick in your memory?
Wow.
Thanks so much. Number one, I just want to say thank you very much to Madam Deputy Director, CEO, for your partnership going way back in developing our framework that we're going to touch on here a little bit, and for the partnership with the county and helping execute our Tourism Business Improvement District and bringing additional funding that is desperately needed to our community to support things like workforce housing, transportation, tourism impact mitigation, and so much more. Let me see if I can master this. There we go. Okay. So first I want to touch on the development of the Tourism Business Improvement District. This is a a 5-year TBID agreement between Placer County and the North Tahoe Community Alliance. It was petitioned by the business owners to the county in our region to do a self-assessment, and what those funds, those self-assessed funds, are used for is for the operations portion funding the NTCA. So we used to be funded by transient occupancy tax, as you know, and now we're completely funded by TBID dollars going back to July 2021, 22, excuse me, implementing them. So those TOT funds that we are collecting now, that it makes up roughly 20% of the TOT collected in the region, is now what we're calling freed up TOT. That TOT has been designated through our 5-year agreement with Placer County to go back into programs and projects that fund workforce housing and transportation in eastern Placer County. We developed a new committee to help oversee those funds. That is the TOT committee, as you can see there on the screen. The other committee that is of significant importance, the TOT, and recommending TOT expenditures in Placer County and eastern Placer County, is the Capital Advisory Projects, or CAP committee, that you're all familiar with and has been around for many years and has actually played a large role in helping convene our 3 new committees. And I say 3 because we see 2 here, and with the development of the TBID, the assessments we collect are more than what we need to operate our organization. So through our MDP, or our management district plan, we have distinct categories. We have 9 different categories we can grant TBID funds back into the community, and utilize 2 committees to do that. We have the TBID Advisory Committee, which oversees the entirety of the TBID, and then we have the Zone 1 Committee that oversees funds that are generated in the Zone 1 region, which you could think of loosely as the lakeside communities from Homewood to Kings Beach. So we have 4 committees set up in our organization to help us gain community feedback and input as to what our priorities are in the community, and to help inform us on decisions around what projects and programs should receive funding in certain grant cycles. So we're going to take a quick look at a timeline starting last January and just do a quick refresh on, we came to this board with our framework. One thing I'm going to back up and just say, we were tasked with, as the NTCA, how are you going to generate a really efficient system that puts these dollars, or the recommendation of these dollars, both to the NTCA Board of Directors and ultimately for TOT, to the Placer County Board of Supervisors. So we had to come up with a framework, which we presented to you back in January, which outlined 4 different grant cycles, which we'll cover in just a minute. Next up, we completed a community-wide survey through 2 different methods in partnership with the county. One way was we did a phone survey, a random phone survey of community residents, and then we did an online survey that was open to a wider scope of recipients, including people who work and commute into the region, business owners, and more, as well as, believe it or not, even visitors to our region, to compile a real one true source in how the community feels about what our priorities should be when we look at making TOT and TBID investments in the community. In February, we conducted a joint committee meeting of the 4 committees, again, to really set a baseline through presentation of what the biggest priorities in the region are, and kind of what work has been done in each area over the years. For instance, I'll just touch on, with public transit, we really touched on the evolution of the TART program, being branded as one program across multiple counties, 2 states, and the evolution of the microtransit system. We did that with workforce housing, a lot of other programs as well. In May, we did a call for letters of intent for application of our sponsorship cycle. And in July, we had a big step with staff bringing to your board the recommendation to to rescind their responsibility with the CAP committee and reformulate the CAP committee under the NTCA for the purpose of having the efficiency of all 4 committees under one organization, that we can now utilize the grant framework, one portal for grant applications, and one process that is informed by the 4 committees. Those 4 committees have been deliberating since August and through September, making recommendations to the NTCA Board of Directors on final recommendations for TOT expenditures through projects and programs that came through those committees. And I'll just note that at the September NTCA board meeting where this came up, the NTCA Board of Directors also approved the TBID funds for expenditure for all the projects and programs that came through this process for TBID funding. Last slide. So the framework itself ultimately ended up becoming a program called the Community Vitality and Economic Health Investment Program. This program features 4 different grant cycles, and the one you'll be looking at today, the recommendations are coming from the sponsorship cycle, which is a 3-year funding commitment. This was meant and designed to give applicants who come back year over year over year for consistent project grants an opportunity to come once for 3 years and create more efficiency in the cycle. So what you'll be seeing today are grants for projects and programs that are considered for 3 years of funding for TOT. And as I mentioned, the TBID funds that already have been approved for expenses through the NTCA Board of Directors happened back in September. Looking forward, we'll also still have an annual grant cycle. That is one cycle that we've had that you're familiar with, that was carried out, for instance, by the Capital Advisory Projects Committee. We'll be having a similar cycle going forward. One new cycle that we'll have that we're really excited about is our out-of-cycle investments that will be standing up here shortly. This was a request particularly from CAP committee members. When we designed the framework, we took a lot of accounting from, or a lot of input from existing committees, grant applicants, and other nonprofits in the region to really come up with a program that was most flexible that we could devise, giving us enough room to create things like an out-of-cycle investment program where entities can come to us with issues in the community that are in between grant cycles, and it really allows us to be flexible and be on top of issues as they arise and provide solutions in the short term. And the last one is the flex funding and reserve bucket, which can be applied to any of the other 3 grant cycles. So as you can see, we've moved in partnership. We've taken a lot of input from our community. We have approximately 42 different committee members across those 4 committees giving input on this cycle, in addition to the 16 directors who sit on the NTCA Board of Directors, all of who are voluntary and gave a ton of time to help us develop and execute the framework and the sponsorship cycle and make the recommendations that you're going to see before you today. And again, I'd like to say thank you to Placer County for being by our side through all of this and helping us develop it and carry it to fruition. And I'm going to hand it back off to Stephanie.
Thank you.
All right, still got more. So thank you, Tony. I mean, just a ton of dedication, the volunteer hours that went into this from January till this point, just tremendous. And, for anybody in the community who missed that engagement opportunity, it is ongoing. And so I would encourage you to connect with Tony and see how you can further be involved in that moving forward. So I get the pleasure of announcing the projects that we would like your consideration in the future for TOT under that sponsorship program. So just an overview, there are 13 projects on this list, and you can see here really aligned with those guiding documents that your board has approved and we talked about a little earlier in the presentation: trails, recreation, housing, and transportation. So 13 projects. I will elevate, as Tony mentioned, the TBID dollars are not included on this graphic, but there were 5 projects that were recommended to the NTCA board through the sponsorship program and awarded TBID funds. There are 2 projects on here that have some overlapping funds that augment the commitment that the Board of Directors has made on a T-bid perspective. And then there were a number of projects that we received letters of interest from, 12 to be exact, that either didn't fit this specific category or that were recommended for another portion of the program, the annual grant or further consideration. So what's on your slide here today is really just the projects through that body of work that are recommended to be brought forward for TOT funding specifically. So there are 2 recommendations here in your packet is highlighted. The NTCA board through the committees and board deliberation have brought forward all 13 projects, 1 project with a slight reduced amount. Placer County staff would also like to give you an option for your consideration. And really, I think in parallel with this process, we have also been in discussion within the county about establishing a better framework, I think, moving forward for the NTCA board and the committees, as well as your board, to make recommendations on the trails funding. So trails have been a predominant focus of TOT in the past, and we know that those dollars are needing to be stretched further, but we also want to provide a framework working with our partners to be able to advance all of those trails needs for our overall goals. So I'll talk a little bit more about that, but there is an alternative recommendation that we'll talk about and seek input from you at the end. So just to go over this slide, I just want to what I want to highlight on this slide, I wish I had a pointer. A lot of projects here, alignment with your documents. You see Placer County on there quite a bit. So our teams are really working hard to advance, these specific areas, but we're also working hand in glove with our partners too. So you see the PUD and Tahoe City PUD, North Tahoe PUD, other nonprofits and private entities here, Sierra Community House, a private-public partnership. We'll talk to you about that a little bit on the housing front, and then our longstanding partner, the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. So they're a longtime transportation partnership, and they've got an innovative idea, which I'll give you some more detail on here. So, but I'm going to start with trails. So this gives you a graphic of the overall trail network from the West Shore to what we affectionately call our resort triangle here in the region. The colors on the map here, the blue being trails that are currently constructed, in use. Some of these trails, I will point out, specifically in the Tahoe City area, date back decades. And so a couple of the projects that you'll see here are reconstruction of critical areas of those trails, both in the North Tahoe district as well as the Tahoe City district. Just to go through them one by one here, before I do that, I'll mention that there were 7 trails projects through the sponsorship between reconstruction, new construction, as well as operational maintenance dollars that were submitted through the sponsorship. So 7 submitted, 3 are landing here for advisory today. A couple of those were recommended to go forward through the annual grant process. So just to give you some context here on the overall framework. The North Tahoe Trail is a segment that starts and initiates from the regional park in the Tahoe Vista area and is proposed to be constructed. It's about a 2.5-mile trail that goes from the park over into the Carnelian Bay area. And absent a pointer, it is part of that dashed line north of the blue line in the basin area here. So that is a project that Placer County is working on and part of our priority projects. Tahoe City PUD has also put forward a reconstruction project of segments of the North Shore Trail and the West Shore Trail. So some of those blue segments you see along the lake, as well as extension there into the Truckee Corridor. They are looking for upgrades, and they've done a study, established a needs basis for safety, and then just overall condition upgrades. Like I said, the age of those trails, they are approaching the end of their useful life in some areas. So, And then the North Tahoe PUD also has a similar portion of trail that they are looking for reconstruction, kind of in and around the area of the North Tahoe Trail, in and around that North Tahoe Regional Park. This trail does extend from the park over into the Kings Beach area. So you can see we're working with our partners. A lot of good work has been done on the trails and recreation space. Moving on to housing. So the Dollar Creek Crossing project, your board's very familiar with this project. I'll give you a brief summary and also mention that, and you're very aware that there is a summary of all these projects that are in your packet in attachment B. So I'm going to give you kind of the highlights here today. So workforce housing project here in the Dollar Hill area, 80 units of rental, up to 80 units of rental and 24 sale units. The county facilities team has requested $2.5 million over 3 years, really to kind of advance the areas that we see leveraging those dollars for other bigger dollars, state and federal funds in the housing space. So we talk a lot about these local dollars and the value that they have for us to match those bigger dollars, Dollar Creek Crossing being an example of that. I mentioned the Sierra Community House project. A very well-established program funded with some nonprofit dollars currently, looking to assist lower-income rental challenges. So we have a number of lower-income renters in the region, and this program essentially provides gaps and challenges that they might have to keep them housed, to keep them from going into a homeless situation. So really great work there from the Sierra Community House around workforce housing. Chalet Blanc, this is a mixed-use housing project in the Tahoe City area. It's actually an existing building that's across the street from the Customs House, or our county facility in the Tahoe City area. They are proposing a mixed-use project with a housing component. And so the TOT that's being requested is specifically aligned with buying a deed restriction, essentially, for that housing. It is a multi-family product as opposed to a single-family product that they're proposing. We don't currently have a program. We do have one for single-family. That is our Workforce Housing Preservation Program. So a really unique opportunity here with a private entity to start visioning what that looks like from a multi-family perspective. So we're excited about that nudge forward for us in the housing space. So we'll be working to, kind of define what that use of funds agreement looks like with that under your guidance. And then lastly, mention the Workforce Housing Preservation Program. This is essentially a financial incentive, provides up to 16% of a purchase price for private individuals to purchase a home, up to $150,000 per purchase. It does buy a 55-year deed restriction for workforce housing in our region. And so pretty big ask here. I just want to highlight that. $3 million. We're really hoping to ramp this program up $1 million a year over 3 years, so $3 million there, and really get more people permanently housed, workforce permanently housed within our region. So successful program. We're really wanting to roll that and ramp that up. All right, talking a little bit about transportation. Many of these projects will be very familiar to you. The Resort Triangle Transportation Plan, you can see here in 2, 3, and 4. Those are priorities that your board adopted a number of years back, and our county staff is looking to advance. I'm happy to answer any questions on those. I'll talk a little bit about the Tahoe City downtown access improvements. That's been a long-standing project, vision for the Tahoe City area, expanding the Grove Street parking lot, enhancing some mobility options there, pedestrian improvements, really kind of helping with the revitalization of that town center in providing mobility and parking options. So I'm going to skip over 2 and 3 unless you have questions. Workforce Housing Van Pool Program. This is the TMA proposal that I mentioned. Like I said, kind of an innovative, really benefits our workforce, providing a larger van pool opportunity for people to come into the region in a van to the businesses. And so, you know, we know that people have moved, our workforce has moved out of the region. So this really provides them a transportation opportunity that is not just the single car to come back into the region. We'd like them back in the region, but we know they're not currently. And so we want to provide potentially this option. And then the Kings Beach Western Western Approach Roundabout, a project just outside the door here on 28267. That project is really looking to advance, you know, safety, pedestrian mobility improvements, as well as facilitating traffic flows. So with all of that, these are the numbers. You can see here a 3-year ask for all of these projects. Over the next 3 years, we are requesting roughly $18 million. Like I said, many of these projects are capital projects, and so we anticipate that those capital needs to go on beyond 1 year. And so that's where this program, I think, really benefits you know, these applicants moving forward to secure that funding on a longer-term basis. I will elevate, you know, Tony has said we are 98.5% aligned here, with a slight twist, an option for your board to consider. So the NTCA board did consider all of these projects, like I mentioned, bringing forward $18 million, $18,114,754 of ask for you today for these projects. I do want to kind of just spend a little bit of time elevating and talking to you about the adaptation or the option that I would like to present to you. And so you can see here the zeros here. That's really where we're in alignment on the end. The option that the CEO's office is bringing forward is really to fund that first year of the ask of all 3 trails projects. So that's a county trail, a public utility, 2 of the public utility trails. Really gives us an opportunity to kind of take a pause, to develop a plan, like I mentioned, so that we can better align on where the priorities are. These dollars, you know, like I said, are needing to go further than they ever have before, but we also want to partner with them in seeking other, you know, bigger dollars to help us build this trail. We are in this trail together, system together, and we want to make sure that we are well aligned to be able to compete for active transportation dollars or VMT dollars, really kind of elevating that need within our region. So I would like to propose to you that we fund that first year while we do that study, and then come back and reevaluate the results of that study and how we can make a better decision, have a more robust tool on how to advance these projects, as well as maybe the other projects into the future. So here's just an overview, the study that we want to undertake, a trails funding and implementation plan, like I said, building off of many of the plans we have, but getting into the details. Where do those dollars come from? How do they work together? How do the entities work together? And where are our priorities overall? So, you know, there are a lot of funds associated with these trails. I've heard Andy Fisher say they're like mini roads, right? We got to build them, we got to maintain them, and then we got to reconstruct them. So they are essentially in need of a bigger framework of how we do that collectively. And then I already mentioned, you know, sort of the reliance, the history of the reliance on the TOT or the local dollars. We'd like to elevate that and really look together on achieving other opportunities. So with that, going further on the recommendation, the remaining funds, on the previous chart, there's roughly $3.7 million in the differential between what the NTCA board and committees are bringing forward. By halting sort of years 2 and 3, there's essentially $3.7 million as part of that sponsorship program that we would come back to you once the study is done, once you've had a chance to weigh in on that study and provide direction. And then all of that would go back through this framework in partnership with NTCA for them to have, like I said, a better tool, a bigger tool maybe, for us to make those decisions collectively and advise your board. So that is the end of the presentation. I do want to highlight no action is being requested of your board today. This was strictly a presentation. for your board on the framework, on everything we've done. But we are really excited to hit the ground running in the future. And so with your direction, we'll be working on those use of funds agreements. Specifically, I think for you all to give feedback to the CEO's office today is, sort of which option, or maybe there's an adaptation I haven't thought of how we can, prepare those agreements and work forward. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Well, first of all, Ms. Holloway and Mr. Karwowski, I really thank you for the work, working with these committee members to bring this forward. We're very blessed in Placer County to be able to have that kind of funding put in place in order to do these much-needed projects. And I'm excited, as you are, to move forward with this. And with that, I will entertain any questions or comments. Did you have a comment, Mr. City? Oh, I see your lights on there. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, just want to say thank you so much. I know this is kind of a heavy lift each year to kind of just come to conclusions and it's hard to prioritize when you have lots of things that want to get done. So I just wanted to say I'm really supportive of where you landed. I think it's a good compromise. I mean, if you get to 98.5%, that's pretty good. And just being able to take a pause and study the overall vision of, what are things going to look like on the trails in the future, I think is just, it's prudent. So I am very supportive of that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. And thank you, Stephanie and Tony, and all of the committees and all of the staff that work so hard on all these recommendations. I think since joining the board, I've learned an awful lot about Placer County. And so when I look at what we're able to do, because I know it's a mixed bag people feel about our tourism economy, and it certainly is a trying time. But when you look at what we're doing with these dollars back into the community that we don't do anywhere else in Placer County. So I thank the board for your support, for decades of support in recognizing that and moving really important projects forward. There's nowhere else in the county where we have this type of trail network. There's nowhere else in the county where we have the number of parks and facilities outside of incorporated cities. And so when I look at it, I think this has been a great collaborative partnership that needs to continue on for many years if we're going to get it right. On the trail study in particular, I want to make sure that we're clear that the study partners include the NTCA committees and the utility districts, because so much of this work is being done by those other entities as well as the county, and making sure they're part of the study from the get-go. This isn't something that we just bring out later. And
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've talked to the special districts already about this idea months back, just thinking forward with them as partners. Tony's offered to have NTCA at the table as well. So 100%, everybody's involved in that conversation.
Well, always our goal is to make this money go as far as possible and get as much done as we can. And that means matching grants. It means looking at other funding partnerships and other collaboration to help the projects go forward. So I appreciate that very much. And will it also look at the winter, all of the expenditures that we're using? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every time we build a trail and it gets use in the summer, we hear from the community in the winter, like, can we plow these trails?
Can we keep it open?
Can we keep it open? It becomes, in some cases, it becomes a safety issue where we can't, people want to, have mobility options. They can't walk in the street, but there's snowbanks. So how do we remove the snow from the trail in the winter? And it becomes very costly. So I think those are all the sort of, areas that we're growing the program that we really need, I think, a better framework to do that.
Great. And then, Mr. Chair, I'm just interested in hearing the public comment.
Oh,
I
sure.
might have other questions after I hear from the public.
Sure. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate all the hard work. And I really appreciate the fact that we have dollars for trails. That's wonderful. And I know there's a little bit of difference in opinion about should we just fund it all right now of those 3 trails, or phase it in based on this study. And I think what's really important to me is that we value these, and then we value all the other trail projects as well. And so if there's an opportunity to find those matching funds, state dollars. Talk about sort of who does what, right? What funds come from the PUDs and what funds come from TOT and the county. I think that that's a really good conversation to have, because if we can leverage those dollars, it stretches them further. So I think it's important to maybe keep those dollars aside, not yet reallocate them until we have some decisions about moving forward on the next steps with the trails. But I'm certainly supportive of making sure they get funded, but can we use some dollars from other pots so that we can use some of these dollars for other things?
Yeah, and you brought up an important piece that I neglected to mention, but the proposal on the table from the CEO's office would essentially keep those funds set aside in the sponsorship program, specifically related to that trails discussion into the future. So we are really hitting kind of a pause button, if you will, and keeping those dollars, identified for this purpose.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Jones.
Yes, thank you. That's a very good presentation. I wanted to say that money for trails is really a very important topic, and I think you guys are doing a great job on that. And I also wanted to mention that those of us in Granite Bay are very jealous because I have a trails subcommittee who has all kinds of plans for connectivity trails to schools and dining and stuff like that, and we just don't have the kind of money that you guys have down here. So kudos to you guys. You do a good job with what you have.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments from board members, I'll open this up to the public. Does anyone from the public wish to address the board on this item? Please come forward. Hello again.
Hi, Ann Nichols. Feedback for the county office. This was allotted 15 minutes, this segment. It's very rude to all the people that came here for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. It really could have been at the end. So I really think it was to spend $20 million in 15 minutes, and obviously it took a lot longer than that. So very disappointing, this kind of management of the agenda. But what was really missing was fiscal transparency. How much of this money is coming from TBID? How much from TOT? It's just not clear. It's just a lot of, oh, wonderful trails, isn't it so great? We have so many more problems than that. They're much more serious. Supposedly, we're going to change our community character and later today, and change number of units, density, everything else, and $4 million for trails, or it's just wrong-headed right now. I mean, we have a lot of trails, and it attracts tourists, and which are more impacts, but who could be against trails? It's like, who could be against a lot of things? So anyway, you guys, I really want, and then Cindy was on the North Lake Tahoe, or the Resort Association, headed that up. Her husband does work for all the big resorts that are on the board, right? He makes $10,000 or more for Vail and the Ritz and Palisades and Grand Lebacan and all that stuff. And so it's just the perception of all this is just, it's not great when there's spousal money being made. So I really hope that you will consider recusing yourself on this when it comes up. Although you know a lot, which is great, that part, but it's very incestuous. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, Board of Supervisors. For the record, Brad Johnson, General Manager, North Tahoe Public Utility District. I wanted to thank you, Placer County staff, Tony and his team at the NTCA, as well as all the volunteers on these many committees, for again considering our project and this opportunity to partner to advance the goals of our community and to improve North Lake Tahoe as a whole. I'm speaking in support of staff's proposal for a priority study in the Trails Network. I am confident that going through this effort, bringing all the various trail project implementers in on the same page, will help us ensure the best bang for our buck in terms of TOT allocation as well as attracting other forms of funding to advance the Resort Triangle Trail plan. I will say, I wish this proposal came in advance of a call for 3-year sponsorship projects. And with that being said, I humbly request the Board of Supervisors to provide direction to staff to work with the 3 applicants to identify an adequate project milestone for that first tranche of funding to be funded towards. The North Tahoe PUD put in our project application assuming a 3-year project timeline, and we allocated our funding over that 3-year period based on flow and pace towards the end goal of a final design and entitlement of a reconstructed and realigned and compliant with best practices Pine Drop Trail. By kind of arbitrarily ending it at year 1, it is not necessarily, at least as currently proposed, a kind of distinct milestone, project milestone that could act as a gate or a launching off point for a future project. And so I just request before this project comes back to you for consideration, a little flexibility with staff to work on the establishment of a distinct milestone that allows a strong stopping point as opposed to a more kind of arbitrary end of 1 year. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your continued support. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hello again.
Good morning, still morning. Ellie Waller. In the packet, there was TBID information which wasn't discussed today. I'm not sure why. If we're looking at both the packets of money, both need to be identified. Many in the public don't understand, and I think it would be good for staff at the next presentation to have a little narrative on what TOT can fund versus what TBID can fund. And then the confusion of a category that gets both, as well as it was stated that nonprofit funds do help out the Sierra Community House. I'm definitely not against these projects getting funded, just want to understand the fiscal responsibility of how these funds are distributed. And also, for the next presentation, it would be nice to know where we're giving well, let's see, let's try 1 million TOT to the Kings Beach Western Approach. I was glad to see the word roundabout put in there for the people in the public that didn't know what that is. How much is spent to date? How much more capital is going to be required to be spent on land acquisition, planning, and public meetings? That's one topic. The Chalet Blanc project. Lots of people in the community don't even know what that is. It'd be nice to have a little more information brought forward so that people understand what that project is. The $603,000 for the workforce van pool project to serve the broader region. MTC desires to expand and formalize van pool pilots to Reno and other employee population centers. Are there any in-kind dollars? This is great. We want to support getting the workforce to their jobs here until we can provide the affordable housing. But again, there should be in-kind donations from the major employers. Why aren't there any? And who should they be should be identified. The TBID, again, proposals that were in the packet, it wasn't individually identified how much was going to be given. It just provided information at the $2.5 million level. I know there's more money than that coming in, so what are those projects? I'm just concerned that the public isn't fully aware of where these TBID funds are going to be spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board. Sean Barclay, General Manager of the Tahoe City Public Utility District, speaking today on behalf of the district and our board of directors. First of all, we'd like to thank you once again for being here, supporting these really important projects that will really truly make an impact in the community. So I want to thank you for your continued support and making these funds available here in the Eastern Placer County region. We're thankful as well for your consideration of the first year of funding of our request for the reconstruction of the Tahoe City multi-use trail system, both on the west shore and north shores. That request is a little over $1.6 million, and these funds will go towards the capital replacement, essentially rebuilding the trail. It's a 40 to 50-year-old trail, rebuilding it in its current alignment. It's one of the most heavily used and oldest sections of the North and West Shore Trails. We are disappointed not to be recommended for the multi-year funding that we applied for and that was recommended by the CAP and NTCA Board of Directors. This may impact our ability to execute the project as effectively as possible. But I do want to echo what North Tahoe PD said. We are in support and agree on the wisdom of taking a step back and looking at working with the county on a trails funding and implementation plan. As Stephanie correctly mentioned, the needs are far greater than the dollars that we have. And so working towards a strategy where we can leverage outside funding, hopefully outside funding from the state and other agencies or other opportunities, great. Currently, the Tahoe City PD only has property tax funding available for these trails. And so the TOT tax is an important contribution from visitors to these trails that are a free public amenity and used heavily by our visitors. With that, I want to thank you again for your consideration and support of all of these important projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Again, I'm Kristen Anderson. I have a couple things that I would love clarified. I was under the impression that Eastern Placer County keeps 20% of our TOT taxes from short-term rentals, and Stephanie said we keep it all. It was on a slide. If that can be clarified, I'm also wondering if your mission statement changed when you changed the name, or maybe it was just for marketing. Regarding the buses, I think that's awesome. I used to live in a town in Colorado where the ski area is a huge subsidizer of the bus system. So that would be great. Once an hour is not enough. Even though Tart Connect does some stuff, it's really hard to get them when it's busy. I'm very concerned about the lack of deed restriction. I did hear once Chalet Blanc has some, but does the Dollar Creek have deed restriction? And Sierra Community House, I think it was called. You know, you guys need to look at what happened in Truckee with the low-income housing, because all these people who had previously been unhoused now live in Truckee, and they have a really bad problem with the people who are on lots of drugs, and there's a lot of undesirable, for lack of a better term, people wandering around the streets of Truckee because of so this is, I don't live in Truckee, but this is word on the street. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sue Ray Ireland. I am the chair of the NTCA, and also I am your representative on the NTCA, and through that representing a broad variety of voices in North Tahoe. And what you have seen today is the presentation of the evolution of this organization to being a tourism stewardship, a recreation stewardship organization, recognizing both our basis of our economy and the need to mitigate and be better stewards in North Tahoe. I want to specifically thank everyone who has been involved because this is the result of an expanded way and very many new ways for members of the community to participate in actions that the NTCA takes. These committees are filled with folks who come forward and donate their time. And through the surveys, there were a lot of other new ideas that came forward. And one of the things that I think we're particularly pleased with is this particular group of projects expands the leverage that our local dollars can offer. There are partnerships with nonprofits, partnerships with private entities, as well as kind of more standard ways to leverage other public dollars through the trail programs and the county and the local utility districts. I think that's an example of how we are going to get things done here, is using dollars available to us to grow the impact beyond just what those dollars can do. And I think that's demonstrated here. So I very much appreciate that. As a reminder, you are looking at only the TOT portion. The T-bid portion will not come to you for decisions, because decisions on T-bid dollars are made at the board level at the NTCA. And those board meetings are open to the public. The deliberation, the committee deliberation on and recommendation to the NTCA board that is all a public process. So, and we have recently made decisions on expenditure of T-bid dollars. So that's why there isn't more information in your packet right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. Hello.
Hi. Good morning. Good morning, supervisors, Placer County staff, and community members. My name is Heidi Alstead. I'm the new executive director for the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. Nice to see all of you. Our mission is to facilitate workforce housing solutions within our community. We provide housing solutions to the 2,300 employees of our 7-member agencies, and now, through our strategic planning efforts, have opened this up to the entire workforce. I want to express strong support for the allocation of the TOT and T-bid dollars, priority projects that were addressed here today with staff. As we know, it is so important that we use every tool and opportunity out there to continue the focus on serving our entire workforce with housing support. Programs like the Lease to Locals and the WIP programs have shown great success in supporting our workforce. Our team has worked very closely with most of the applicants of these programs as well and had great success. We also support programs such as the Workforce Housing Advocacy and Direct Assistance programs through Sierra Community House, which, as we all know, is crucial to our community. In closing, we are very proud of our partnership with NTCA on the Housing Hub formation, and will continue to support how we work together in the future. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning. Rob Olson, Alpine Meadows resident. I'm also applicant, Land to Living. I'm the principal. I'm an architect and contractor, and I do want to applaud the whole process. Yes, it has been quick. I don't disagree with that as being an applicant, but I think that it has been very thoughtful on all sides of the fence on this, both applicants and all the committee members and Placer County and everybody through this process to try to figure out the best way to spend these dollars. All of these issues are very important to the success of Tahoe. We desperately need many things, and we need a collective effort to push forward. Private, public, all the different options need to be explored. I do appreciate the opportunity to be an applicant and to be considered to get funding to help build something to better the community. So I'd like to applaud everybody, and thank you.
Thank you. Hello again.
Hello. Trails. A lot of people think of trails as recreation. I think of trails as transportation infrastructure. I ride my e-bike into town from where I live, about 3 miles outside of town all the time, unless I'm buying eggs at the grocery store, in which case I drive my car because the trails aren't up to snuff, and I don't like broken eggs when I get home. So I would encourage you to support trail funding, including trail expansion, not just maintenance and reconstruction. On the workforce housing front, it's a little bit interesting to me that if you go to the Workforce Housing Preservation Program website, it says it's being revised and under construction, and yet you're allocating potentially up to $3 million towards it. So that's a little odd to me. I don't quite understand what's going on there. Dollar Creek Crossing and Chalet Blanc. These are related. Dollar Creek Crossing is a project that is headed by the county. There has been, over the years, tremendous community concern and opposition associated with the project, ranging from parking, neighborhood impacts, wildfire risk, et cetera. As we heard, a recent housing project in Truckee has led to some severe problems in the area with the tenants who have come in. Chalet Blanc, on the other hand, is a private developer doing something with a direct subsidy. In my opinion, that is a far more efficient way for the county to go about things. I am thrilled to see that the county wants to provide money to a private developer to have multifamily deed-restricted housing. I believe that if there were more of this through a general county program, that it would support and spur more workforce housing development that would be distributed throughout the area and not concentrated in a single neighborhood. I would highly encourage the county to explore a way to expand that, make that a general program where any private developer would be able to apply for funds through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tuma.
Good morning, Samir Tuma, board member, NTCA. I don't want to talk about any particular projects or items that were, being approved or not approved or moved forward, but rather talk more big picture about kind of the deal that I think we collectively made with the community, the business community, the county, and NTCA. When we, everyone said for a long time, we need to grow the pot. We need to find ways to bring more money into the discussion. And the TBID was, sort of an obvious way to do that. When we approached the business community about the TBID, there were concerns. And those concerns were, gosh, we're assessing ourselves, we're assessing our customers, more money. How do we know how this money is going to be spent? And so through that sort of give and take with the business community, we worked with several of the supervisors, some of whom aren't up there anymore. But we sort of came to this notion that there were a few things that needed to happen. One was we needed to get the TBID passed. The other thing was we wanted to make the 2% TOT permanent. And so we specifically agreed as a business community and as the NTCA to run a campaign and support that 2% being permanent. The next thing, and this was super important to the business community, was, and the words were used jointly, local control. Local control of the dollars. Now, everybody knows that the dollars ultimately the TOT dollars ultimately have to be approved by the Placer County Board of Supervisors, but there was a promise made, I believe, to the community that the recommendations that would come to the board, it's not a rubber stamp, no one's expecting a rubber stamp, but that would be given very, 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 very significant weight. And not only for the projects that everyone can agree on, but for the projects where there's some tension over. And so I appeal to you to keep in mind the deal that we made collectively with the business community, because in a couple of years' time, we're going to be running another campaign to get this TBID renewed. And hopefully next time it's for 10 years. So I think we really have to live up to the agreements that we made, the spirit of the agreements that we made, adjust as we go, for sure, but just keep that in mind, not just for this round, but as we move forward with all of these projects. This is really, a bilateral agreement that was made to make sure that the community voice was heard, listened to, and to the extent that it made sense, followed. So thank you very much for your time, and please keep that in mind as we go forward.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Good morning. My name's Heidi Doyle. I'm the mother of 3 grown children who can't afford to come back. The TOT and the TBID projects are creating a wonderful tourist destination within our community, and I congratulate the community work groups. That's great work. And I'm blessed to be able to utilize the many improvements, including trails, Tart Connect, and more. However, as a full-time resident and a homeowner in Placer County, I am an endangered species here at Lake Tahoe. The next generation of business owners, government employees, and staff are not as fortunate, leading to the well-publicized staff shortages. This is snowballing to the closure of businesses reducing hours, and the reduction of maintenance resources, required to properly manage the influx of visitors, including our emergency services, public restrooms, and trash collection. We need an immediate investment in workforce housing. An employee working for TART Connect receives $24 an hour. A 2-bedroom, 1-bath house rents for an average of $3,600 a month. This does not include snow removal and utilities. That brings this cost to approximately $3,800 a month, or $45,000 a year. At $24 an hour, the monthly income for this particular county employee or a local employee that works TART Connect is $3,840 before taxes. You can see there's a huge disconnect in what our employees are earning and what they're able to afford. A gap solution needs to be implemented now, and the continuation of long-term housing needs to also proceed at the same time. I recommend grants be made available in 2024 for small businesses or maybe directly to the employees, people who have less than 20 employees or to the individual, to subsidize the rental cost of these employees. Help us create a healthy and sustainable community and workforce in both the short term and the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Kirk Euler, Placer Business Alliance. Wanted to, first of all, congratulate Tony for getting up to speed so quickly and getting a team together that's really robust and has figured out how to engage very well with the county and the community, as evidenced by what we have before us today. What I'd like to talk about just briefly is perspective. Here today, you're having a conversation about which projects do we move forward with, which projects do we fund, when there are jurisdictions all around this country that are trying to figure out how to fund basic services. Congratulations. You're talking about expanding and enhancing the services offered to the residents and the visitors in the Tahoe Basin at a time that many jurisdictions are worried about how do we keep our existing facilities open. So congratulations. I think that's an important perspective for people to have. The other perspective is that while we are talking today about a very positive relationship that exists between the county and the Tahoe business community, that hasn't always been the case. There have been some rough stretches, and I can assure you that when some of the business pioneers, your Ron McIntyres, your Bill Parsons, your Ron Trebises, came to the Board of Supervisors back in the mid-90s to establish the Resort Association, to get the board, excuse me, to commit to spending money in Tahoe, the money that was generated in Tahoe. It's hard to fathom right now, but the reason was because back then Tahoe wasn't getting enough visitors. And today we're suffering from the impacts of all of these visitors, and therefore the priorities change, and hence this need for this constant communication, the back and forth, and what is the need now. And so I want to congratulate your board. In particular, I want to recognize Supervisor Gustafson's leadership in helping to broker, frankly, the deal that Samir talked about. The business community was not on board with moving forward with the T-bid until Cindy helped broker the conversation that brought the Board of Supervisors to the table to say, okay, if you guys go forward with the T-bid, we'll make the 5-year commitment to keep the TOT dollars and direct them to transportation and housing related projects that otherwise the board could have said, we're going to take them and we're going to move them over to the other side of the hill. So from a perspective standpoint, while people are feeling the pressure associated with loving the lake to death right now, understand that in the grand scheme of things, things are actually pretty good, and it's great that we have options, and it's great that we got a guy like Tony and the team he's put together to help us carry those forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Do we have anybody online?
We do, Chairman.
Yes.
Speaker, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello. Yes. Anyways, I hear my name's Tim Delaney again, I hear, you know, all these comments, really it's all about money. You know, money is the root of all evil, right? Everyone's worried about economy and everything and workforce housing and so on and so forth. And, you know, I look at the overall discussion here and I see 80% or 90% talk about money and very little about Lake Tahoe environment and how it's being horribly damaged. I like trails too, okay? I really do. I just don't like 10,000 people on the trails. I don't like elbow to elbow on a trail, a beach, or a ski hill. And the thing is the garbage is not just on your beaches, it's in your forests, you see? So the thing is, you know, when I look at all these projects, you got 13 of them or so, right? How about 1 or 2? And seeing how things flow and making sure that the communities around the Tahoe Basin are happy with it. Also, you know, when you see all these meetings here and all this effort, all these communities are small, all around Lake Tahoe. It is a bit ridiculous when you compare it to, say, the Greater Bay Area and Santa Cruz County, for instance. I don't feel accosted in a community that's so much larger here in the Bay Area versus Tahoe, where my community is small, and I have all these developers and focus groups and everything that are just all over our communities trying to strong arm old Tahoe money away from the local residents. So there's a lot to think about here. I think that you need to step back and focus a little more on the environment before you wake up and it's all destroyed. So that's my comment for now. That's what I see. Thank you so much for giving me a second chance to speak. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. No more? Okay. Any comments from the board members? Any more comments or questions from board members? Hey, you look familiar.
Sorry, one more comment. Hi, Erin Casey for the record. I've been a consultant working for the North Tahoe Community Alliance on this program, and I'm very proud of the work, and I first wanted to thank your board for the continued support of this community. This is actually a really unique model. If you look around the state of California and you look even outside of the state of California, it's very rare for an organization like yours to put an organization like the Community Alliance in the place that it's in and making these recommendations and having done so for decades. That is really important. And I have noted there have been some comments and questions that some members have asked about the process. And I just want to offer to those of you that have those questions or comments, happy to have a conversation. I think there's a lot of opportunity. I'm glad this item is actually ahead of the next item, and I realize it's taking a while, and so for some that's inconvenient. I understand that. I want to acknowledge it. However, I do think the community that's here, hearing about this program, hearing about these efforts, understanding the level of community involvement and investment to address a lot of the concerns that your board continues to hear when you do have items in front of you, I think is really critical for this community. And I will say that the TBID dollars and the projects there address things like trash, transportation, environmental impacts. And so I do think really taking a look at those in a bigger way will be helpful. And tomorrow night, and I know Tony might mention this earlier, there's going to be a session where we talk about the projects and the programs that are supported by the NTCA and hopefully by your board so that the community has a better understanding of what these projects and programs are. And then finally, to the last commenter's notes about stepping back and monitoring, I want to share with your board that monitoring these investments is built into this framework. It is very important and critical that we're able to monitor the success of these projects and programs to be sure they are in fact meeting community expectations, addressing issues, but also gives us the opportunity to adapt and modify things as we need to. And so I did want to highlight that there will be many opportunities for members of the community and the public to participate, not only in understanding what these projects and programs are, but providing input in the very near future, as well in future years when the future dollars for years 2 and 3 are being built into budget. So I just wanted to add that, invite community members. I'm happy to reach out and talk, and thank you for your time and for your support of the community.
Thank you, Aaron. Where, does people know how to get a hold of you, or?
You're tired of my comments, huh? You can reach out through the NTCA
Oh, okay, that's what I
and Tony
thought.
Karwowski. Start with Tony, and then I'm happy to work through Tony to have conversations with
Good.
individuals about the process and details if they have interest. Thank you.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you. Still good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon. Scott Teach. Apologize for coming up late. I was attempting to follow the written agenda, confused about when the public comment was.
Okay.
Anyway, I'd just like to give you a few bullet points.
Okay.
The public is given 3 minutes, 2:47. Staff goes on and on about our, we, more. It's, historically, Placer County has created public groups where we get together and we talk about what we want for our community. But it just gets kind of shoved aside because staff and the tax collectors, I don't know who, decide that that's really not enough. We need more. And I don't think that North Lake Tahoe needs more. I mean, we can go back and forth about various, we've had a couple of speakers recently talk about the deal between the county and the business community. What about the residents? Versus somebody who's coming to town with a big checkbook. More, and we've had, staff members make public comments in favor, it's just self-reliance. And I think that the citizens deserve a say as well, and not just be shoved aside. I'm not sure what these are for, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Ippolito. I've lived on the North Shore for 28 years, and we all know that most people are here for the next agenda item that's going to happen at 10:15 or closely thereafter. I think it's very disrespectful for you guys to hold all of us here for all this time when you know what we really want to talk about.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Oh.
Hi, I've addressed the board before here. I kind of lose words how to address it, but whatever. I'm just a community member, longtime community member. I don't get paid to be here. I don't work for any agency. I'm by myself. I care about me and my family, my community members, my neighbors. If I were to just break it down real quick in under 3 minutes, trails and recreation. We can't manage the trails and recreation we have. The trails, you can't go around any other little tiny nook on any trail and find a poop nook without somebody trying to bury their tissue paper. It has gotten to the point of ridiculous, actually. When we can manage the trails and recreation we have, let's think about expanding it. But you can't manage the trails and recreation you currently have. It's gotten to a point of the safety on people pulling over to hike the trails that aren't even really trails. That create erosion, and one of the trail etiquette is stay on the trail. We can't even manage to keep our tourists to do that. Workforce housing. My interpretation on workforce housing, being a 20-year mountain resident and stuff like that, is I actually grew up in the city. Just because it's painted pretty and it sits in the mountains doesn't mean it's not project housing. If it was New York, it'd be Cabrini Green. If it was Denver, Colorado, it'd be 44th Street projects on Mariposa. Just because it's workforce housing and it's named that doesn't mean it's quality housing. It looks like projects to me. They're projects, 1-story, 2-story, 3-story, 4-story. They're apartments. You're asking people to live next door to each other to where they can hear each other pee. Workforce housing, that's all it is. It's just project housing, just prettied up, fancy words. Transportation, there's not a solution to that. You can't expand enough hours. You can't manage the parking enough. If you can't manage the people, you're not going to manage the parking. You can't manage the people. So don't even think about managing parking. Expanding hours, there's not enough hours in the day to fix the traffic issues and the commuting issues that locals have here. There isn't. Van pools, what is that, what they say, 700K towards vans or something? Or the roundabout right here, taking out an aspen grove to create your western approach. It's one of the only aspen groves actually in KB. Like, you know, that's kind of like right there. It's beautiful. You're gonna rip it down for the community, $25 million, and we dress it up with fancy words and we say, we're doing it for the community. That's my time.
Sir, I need your name, sir.
Jacob Bird, B-I-R-D.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wasn't, Steve Wallace, I wasn't planning to speak on this subject, but after listening to what was going on, I definitely agree with this last fellow. I definitely agree with Tim Delaney, who called in. There has not been any talk about substance. You've been talking about methods and gathering money and distributing money and this and that, but really not addressing the problems, the trash, the overcrowding. It's overwhelming to watch, to hear all these words. I have visions of people throwing buckets of newsprint out to the audience here, and to no effect. You know, it's really, we're not talking about the issues. What is going to be done about that lead cable that's in the lake that's probably poisoning the water? What are we going to be doing about the traffic? I didn't hear any of that addressed. I hear people talking about how to get the money from this group to that group to that. And most of the initials, I don't even know what they are. They can't understand them. So I hope. How much time do I have? How much time do I have to speak?
Probably, what, about a minute and a half? 2 minutes.
I was going to talk about this later, but maybe I have enough time to talk about it now. You know, yesterday in the Roseville Today, there's an article how Roseville and that area has the 5th worst air quality in the nation, and they've had it for years. And the people who live here in Tahoe came here because we don't want to live in that bad air quality environment. And I think you folks who live down there think it's okay. When you get to Douglas Boulevard and suddenly there's this gray pall in front of you, you think that's okay. And you don't care if that happens to us. You know, we moved up here to get away from all that. And I think you, as, even though you represent districts that are not local, you have a responsibility to respect that we don't want what you've got. We don't want you to turn this into Roseville with bad air quality and crowding and noise. You know, I was a mortgage broker in Tahoe City for 25 years. I helped a lot of people get houses here. It's always been difficult to live in North Lake Tahoe. You had to love it to live here. It wasn't easy to get a job. And you had to, and people, and I watched, you know, I always had trouble getting loans through because people would have 3 jobs and 4 jobs. And not only that, this year they had these 3, the next year that 3. And the reason was because they had to make this progression. Slowly they'd get a job, and then they would get a better job and a better job till finally they got a stable income. Yes, I know, I heard the buzzer. But, you know, the thing is, you have to love it to live here. It's not easy to shovel snow. It's changed a little bit now with this ability to work from home. But I think you folks from Roseville do not understand our community. And all these words I've heard today, which mean like nothing to me, didn't address the issues.
Thank you, sir. I need your name for the record.
It's Steve Wallace.
Wallace, thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. All righty, I'm going to close public comment. We've run a little behind, as everybody knows. Did you want to wrap up with anything?
There were a couple questions I thought,
Yeah.
just briefly, I would address. I think I'm hearing an undertone of, the need for more education. I just wanted to recognize, many of the plans that we talked about in the beginning. They're large bodies of work, and I acknowledge that. And the county has tried to provide those. Our website has just recently been updated, and so there is information on that. But like I said, that is those are large bodies of work, and just elevating that. As far as the TBID and their priorities and the MDP Management District Plan, I know Tony is a very approachable guy, and I think more information, as Aaron already said, is out there. We're happy to talk to anybody about this framework. So, and really the priorities. Coming back to what are those priorities? How are we trying to achieve the goals and deal with the issues of the region? I do want to mention there was a question about TOT. As I had presented in a previous slide, the 20% TOT is essentially a portion of the 10% total tax that's collected in the region. That has been specifically set aside. That is a special tax that was initiated by ballot measure and approved by voters, and that has been designated for capital projects. So that is just one portion of the total TOT that's collected in the region. And then I did want to address a question about deed restriction. The Dollar Creek Crossing Housing Project is a county-led project. We do anticipate to have deed restrictions moving forward once that project is completed. So deed restrictions anticipated there. And then I'll mention again the WIP program is a incentive to private properties to also deed restrict their homes. So I think there was some question about just the overall program of deed restriction in the region. So those were the big items. Appreciate your time and happy to answer any remaining questions you might have.
Any more questions? Supervisor Gustafson?
I want to move this along, but both Stephanie and Tony, obviously some of the comments we just heard from Mr. Wallace and others, we spend a lot of money on cleaning up trash, trail etiquette, many other programs outside of what we're approving today. Is there a process in which I can ask staff and NTCA to focus more public information on that? Because I want to make sure the public knows we're addressing many more things than what we're seeing here.
Absolutely. Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
some of that is in those other areas of TOT as well as in the TBID. So,
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. I want to make sure that that is clear because those are valid concerns. I agreed with Heidi on the endangered species. I certainly feel that way with my boys living outside of our community and those of us who got the chance to move here and when housing was a different menu, so different price point, we could put together 2 or 3 jobs and buy a house here, and today our kids can't do that. So I totally support our housing. On the van pool program, I know this is one the TMA is talking about. I just talked to a private employer, our garbage company, who's running 2 van pools to Reno, says it's extremely successful and loved by their employees. So I want to see if there's other ways we can incentivize private van pools without being a gift of public funds. But in the future, this is a great program and validating that people will use those vans to avoid having to drive up and down the hill. And then there was also a comment early on by Ms. Nichols on both what boards I'm on, what my husband does currently, and what my prior husband does for a living. And I wanted to go through, we're going to address conflict of interest issues in the next item, but I wanted to make sure I disclose, not only did I work for NTCA, I did spend 26 years of my career at Tahoe City PUD, and my husband served on the Community Houses Board when they built that project for the community because he was on the Community Foundation Board. So I wanted to make sure I take that conflict of interest issue very, very seriously. I can lose office and be penalized over that, and so I work with county council very closely. My husband and I are not involved in any of these projects directly, so I think I'm okay with this direction, that I am agreeing with these programs. We'll get to the next item when that item comes up, but I want you all to know that, especially you, Ann. Good questions, but rest assured, this is a very serious, serious issue, and I understand the perception. But I've worn many hats in the community. I could go back to working for the TMA. I think that was about 35 years ago, so they have a project on here today too. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I see no more questions, so thank you very much
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
presentation. Board apologizes for these two items taking up so much time. I'd like to ask the board if there's any desire to take a little break before we move on to the next item. Yeah. No, I see no, okay, no interest. As soon as,
Well, we can start without her, quite
we can,
frankly.
oh, well,
Here for a while.
okay.
Oh, take a 5 minutes, so he can take a.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, just for my own personal comfort.
the presentation, or what do you think?
I think thought everybody wanted it. I'd like to call the board back to order, please. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We'll now take up our Community Development Resource Agency Tahoe Basin Area Plan, Economics, Sustainability, and Housing Amendments. Crystal Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson, the Assistant Director of the Community Development Resource Agency, currently serving as Acting Director. So the item before you today is a county-initiated update of our Tahoe Basin Area Plan, so it's an amendment package. It includes revisions aimed at promoting and encouraging economic sustainability and the production of housing. I am here today with a team of county staff who have been leading this effort and are here today to present. So we've got Emily Setzer and Stacy Wider are actually going to present today. We also have other county staff here to answer questions at the end. And then I did want to point out we have John Hester from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency here who will be providing some comments. He's actually got 3 slides at the end he'd like to cover with you and then be available to answer questions. He's got a hard stop around 2:30, 2:45 or so, so he's hoping to take any questions that you might have for TRPA. So this item we've been working on since mid-2021. It was presented to the Planning Commission first on December 8th, 2022. But that item was continued at that time so that we can do some additional outreach and analysis. We also presented before the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council on November 30th, 2022. And then what we did after that first meeting with the Planning Commission is to really engage again with the public and do some additional analysis. So since that time, we have also made some changes to the amendment package. So before I turn it over to Emily and Stacy to present, I want to kind of touch on the purpose of the amendments. This, again, initiated in mid-2021. We prepared these amendments working side by side with TRPA to make sure that they're consistent with the TRPA regional plan and their goals. These amendments are in response to the lack of redevelopment and reinvestment that we're hoping to see in our town centers. So the TBAP, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, is the governing document for land development or land use in the Tahoe Basin area. It was jointly adopted in 2017 by Placer County and TRPA. It was really intended to implement TRPA's regional plan with a vision of shifting development or redevelopment into our town centers and kind of helping to spur that sort of reinvestment. In Placer, we have Kings Beach and Tahoe City as our town centers, and we've seen significant public investment here. In Kings Beach, you see the streetscape improvements as part of the Kings Beach Core Improvement Project. So a lot of public dollars went into not just the streetscape, but water quality improvements, thereby helping to improve lake clarity and achieving those goals. But with the adoption of the TBAP, I think we were hoping that we would build on that public investment with a regulatory framework that encouraged in what we call environmentally beneficial redevelopment. So try to get the redevelopment in the town centers, get those private dollars investing in our town centers to get the same kind of environmental improvements on private lands in the town centers. So fast forward to now, we have unfortunately not seen that. And so we've been asking the question why. And our county executive office in Tahoe prepared an economic study around 2020 to kind of better understand that. And as a result of that, that study provided a set of recommended actions that the county could take to address this. And so one of the actions was to look at our Tahoe Basin Area Plan. It's a policy document and a zoning code, and see if there's any refinements or amendments that could be done to help encourage redevelopment in our town centers, and also move the needle on workforce housing. So again, the amendments are really intended to harness that kind of reinvestment that aligns with the regional plan goals. These amendments do incorporate feedback, years of feedback from our business associations, the North Tahoe Community Alliance, local business owners, land use professionals, people that use the code. And so while we have spent a lot of time taking that feedback, this process actually started. We started launching the public outreach in about September 2022. I do want to point out that while we work on a number of efforts to encourage redevelopment in our town centers and economic development in the all of North Tahoe, this package is, I would consider them minor amendments. So they aim to encourage small business in town centers, making it easier to start new businesses, build small-scale hotels, shifting lodging into our town centers. We've heard from the community that that is of interest, and really incentivize workforce housing. I also want to point out that we have framed this up as a repeal and replacement of the TBAP. I want to point out this does not mean that this package includes wholesale changes, but rather we've got a lot of small refinements that are peppered through two documents. And so after discussing how best to frame this up in a resolution and an ordinance, it was decided to do a repeal and replace is the cleanest, easiest way. So it sounds big, but what it means is it's an easier format for the reader to see the changes in context of the whole document. So just a note on that. I also want to point out today that you may hear concern from folks that the amendments are wholesale changes and that we're increasing density. It's important to note that these amendments do not propose any increase in the density standards that exist today in the area plan. So density standards are the number of units allowed per acre in any given district, whether it be residential units per acre or tourist accommodation units per acre. We are not proposing to change those. The build out and the density that was analyzed in the adopted TBAP and the EIR is not changing. I also want to point out we are bound by the TRPA carrying capacity and the strict growth control measures that are here in the basin, and we are not proposing to change those. So, and John will talk a little bit about that with his slides. So I wanted, I think I missed a slide here, but I'm going to go over to the timeline here. So as I noted earlier, these amendments do incorporate feedback from years of input that we've received from folks. We've been tracking areas of the code that are problematic and looked at potential fixes, so they incorporate those. But we did really initiate the public outreach starting in September 22 that you'll see here on this slide. So this just gives you a list of meetings and workshops. And then you'll see that we did go before the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council a few times received a final action on November 30th of 2022. Stacy will cover that a little bit more in her presentation. And then again, we were before the Planning Commission in December of 2022. And we're directed to go do some additional outreach and analysis. So in response, we have worked on with an environmental consultant to prepare an addendum to the EIR that was prepared in 2017 for we call it the TBAP, Tahoe Basin Area Plan. Additionally, we have engaged with the community more. So we held an interactive community workshop on March 9th that you'll see here. where we sought feedback on a variety of things. That was in person here in this building. And then we also scheduled a town hall meeting in August 1st to present on the amendments and the changes that we made. So given the magnitude of public interest kind of in this process, we wanted to make sure we were providing another opportunity for the larger community to weigh in with the goal of kind of getting information out there. So since the December commission, we have removed some proposals. And the biggest sort of comment that we got, public testimony that the Planning Commission received and that we received at the workshop was about some height amendments that were initially included in the amendment package. We have taken those out, so they are not a part of the package anymore, not a part of the proposal, so we've removed height and massing. So I want to point out that the current allowance that's in the code today is up to 56 feet in our town centers, and we're not proposing any change to that. And then, let's see, I also wanted to point out the most recent Planning Commission meeting, which was held in August, on August 10th. There was some comments that were related to cumulative impacts, and then also some comments related to, what has the county done to implement the TBAP and the TRPA regional plan. So we've done two things. We have prepared an errata to the addendum, so that's the environmental review piece. That's related to cumulative impacts. So you've got that before you today. That's included in attachments D and E of your staff report package. And then we also prepared what we call an implementation report. That's attachment K. And that really outlines what has been done to implement the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, the regional plan, and really help to achieve regional goals. So we really wanted to show and demonstrate, all of the efforts. You heard a lot about it earlier from the county executive office. There are all kinds of things that are being worked on that really do implement the goals and policies of the TBAP. So I finally want to just point out too that while we have pulled out that building height and massing that I mentioned earlier, I do want to note that it is our intent to continue to explore future updates to building height in town centers. We wanted to separate those items out of this package so that we can spend some time studying those independently and take a more targeted approach to where they may make sense. So any future amendments to building height or massing would have to come before your board. Again, we'd have to analyze those and bring it before your board. And then I wanted to point out, TRPA has been engaging a lot on this conversation of allowing increased height in certain areas around the basin. And so they are actually working on some code amendments themselves related to housing. So there's a lot of confusion around what TRPA is doing and what Placer County is doing. I just want to point out again, we are not proposing any height or any density as part of this package. And then John, when he gets up, can certainly talk about what they're doing and the timeline for their code amendments. So with that, I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Emily and Stacy to walk you through the presentation, and then John will speak at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Emily Setzer, Community Development Resource Agency. Thank you, Crystal, for that intro. As Crystal described, this set of amendments that we're bringing forward today for tentative action is reflective of years of feedback, working with the business associations, community members, people who have wanted to start up businesses in the area, and other developers. We have been talking with them in depth about processing barriers, our strict development standards, and our zoning restrictions. What do our amendments attempt to accomplish? We're really focused on facilitating environmentally beneficial redevelopment. So as Crystal mentioned, we have aging, dilapidated town centers. We have a lack of quality of lodging. As most people in the audience will recognize, we have a lack of housing for local workers. We have vacant commercial spaces. In Kings Beach alone, the North Tahoe Business Association counted, I think, over 30 vacant commercial spaces in this little stretch right here for a downtown. So this results in increased runoff into the lake. We have lodging shifting into the neighborhoods in the form of short-term rentals because we don't have the lodging in the town centers. We have more congestion because a lot of our workers are coming in from Reno and Carson City. If you happen to be around one of the interstate entrances into Truckee or the lake area between 6 and 8 a.m., Monday through Friday, you will see that. We also have town centers that lack vibrancy and walkability. So we are trying to create a diverse business sector with new lodging products in town centers, or facilitate that, new workforce housing, and really support that year-round economy. With this would come best management practices resulting from new construction to decrease runoff into the lake. It sounds a little counterintuitive, but the new built environment actually has more environmental benefits than old built environments that do cause runoff. We're trying to shift that lodging to the town center, have environments where people can walk and have businesses thrive, reduce that congestion and let people live closer to where they work, and have a steady customer base for businesses. This does align with the TRPA regional plan, which is really our guiding document for the lake across all of our jurisdictions. I won't read all of these in detail, but these are quotes from the TRPA regional plan. Redeveloping existing town centers is a high priority. To better address water quality issues, one of the primary goals is to accelerate private investment in environmentally beneficial redevelopment, preserve the character of established residential areas outside town centers while seeking opportunities of environmental improvements, ensure adequate capacity for redevelopment, and provide for less auto-dependent development pattern and provide economic opportunities in the region, and promote environmentally beneficial redevelopment and revitalization within the town centers. What we're bringing forward today also aligns with other plans that you have seen and adopted in the past, including the county's transportation demand management strategies, the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan, and TRPA threshold standards and the regional plan. We also are aligned with a 2-year pilot parking exemption program that was adopted by our board in 2020. Just a background on the area plan documents. They were adopted in 2016 and 2017. They encompass the Tahoe Basin portion of Placer County. And there are 2 regional land use documents. One is a policy document, which I'll go over, and one is an implementing regulation, which is kind of like our zoning code up here, which Stacy will go over. We have identified policy initiatives, capital improvements, and redevelopment to improve environmental conditions. And then this document was last updated or amended in 2020, and that was specifically for some housing and ADU updates, accessory dwelling units, to bring that more into conformance with state law. So now I'll go over the proposed changes to our policy document. We have made one change since last public outreach. There had been a deletion of the word ridgelines in policy SRP 9. That was put back in. And we are proposing updates to the following different types of topics outlined for policies in this document. We're proposing to work with TRPA on scenic evaluation to try to direct that private investment to the town centers and less outside of the town centers. We are proposing hardening, green waste, and defensible space policies related to incentive or rebate programs. Supporting broadband infrastructure has been a topic around the lake lately. Childcare needs to meet the workforce, mechanisms to prevent ongoing blight. I just ran into somebody on the trail yesterday who wanted me to stop and talk to me about blight. Land use reservation and conversion manual, that's a policy that we will create that so that we can help allocate and prioritize our TRPA development rights. And that's things like coverage, residential units of use, commercial floor area. Infrastructure for sidewalks, curbs and gutters, parking management plans, and community-wide snow storage plans. I will say that the policies we're proposing are just that. They are high-level policies. Some of these things, really to get to the implementation phase, would need to come back with specific implementation mechanisms, sometimes agreements or programs. So we don't have those details fleshed out yet most of the time, but we like to put policies out there so that it reflects community and county and TRPA goals. There are also policies to encourage mixed use and residential components in business park and light industrial space, really activate our ground floor uses, support mobile vendors and food trucks in town centers, retain and expand businesses in our region, relocate some of those industrial and public utility uses that are taking up space in the town centers to other areas, support creative parking solutions and local public art in North Lake Tahoe. And then we have policies specifically focused on redevelopment, so really harnessed at adaptively reusing vacant or underutilized retail and office space, revitalizing high-quality lodging in the town centers, providing multi-purpose and flexible gathering spaces, expediting our building permit process. We know that sometimes we can have a contributing factor as well. And then new business innovation space and flexible light industrial spaces. We have numerous policies related to housing to help streamline deed-restricted housing for our workforce that's affordable, moderate, or achievable per TRPA code. We want to set a policy so that if multifamily does convert to condominiums, which we have seen historically, that half of those units be deed restricted to affordable, moderate, or achievable unit levels. We have policies to monitor and track housing data in the region. That's really important to our housing programs. And then what we've heard a lot is shifting that lodging away from the neighborhoods to the town centers. So there is a policy to let the board decide to decrease the short-term rental cap for every new lodging unit built. We have policies for proposing overnight camping in public and private parking lots. If that were to come up, it has been a suggestion from housing advocates in the past, similar to what some other mountain town programs have developed. And really to be able to utilize creative ways to build housing. Can we build up? Can we build behind places? Can we build above private parking lots? Things like that. And now I'll hand it over to Stacy to go through our changes in the implementing regulations.
Thank you, Emily.
Hi, Stacy.
Good afternoon. Hi. So Emily just went over all of the policies that we are proposing, and so as a result of policies, you have to have implementation to implement those policies. And so I'm going to go over those as they relate to our proposals of the TBAP amendments. Starting in our town centers, as Crystal mentioned, we went through a number of public meetings and heard from many folks of their concerns, and of their concerns, two being the height and the length that we were originally proposing. We heard those concerns and we removed those from these amendments. So as Crystal mentioned before, but just to stress it again, there's no proposed height increase or building length changes to these amendments, and nor are we increasing any densities. And so while we put the focus on, originally, we had height and length was part of these project amendments, but also we've had the opportunity with these amendments to look at the small businesses that maybe are struggling, and how can we address those? And also with the implementing regulations that we're proposing to hopefully, again, remove those barriers and costly and timely processes that one might have to go through just to get into an eating and drinking places in our town centers. And so also there's always cleanups with the TBAP and to align with the current trends that we're seeing today. So, excuse me. In our town centers, we looked at our land use tables, and those land use tables list allowable uses. And so we looked at what are some of the barriers of some of the uses that we'd like to see in our town centers. And so one being an example is eating and drinking places. And we recognized that it required either a zoning clearance or a use permit. And so we looked at that, and a way that we are proposing to amend these or amend that requirements, again, the barriers we heard from the economic studies and the public, was that we could allow for an eating and drinking place to be an allowed use, provided that it screens out of the vehicle miles traveled, so VMT. So, for example, if one could meet the thresholds of the VMT, then they could just go and move into that spot that maybe is vacant right here in Kings Beach, and not have to go through a use permit process through the county. They would still have to go through design review, but that's a much lesser review process, and it also still has a public component to it. So again, I want to stress though, if they do not screen out of the VMT, so the vehicle miles traveled, or if there are any other environmental impacts that are, come up as a result of the use, then they would still have to go through an environmental process and a public process for that use. So we also looked at adding food trucks and mobile vendors as an allowed use in our town centers. We really saw this as an opportunity for those food trucks to start up and then hopefully move into the brick and mortar of our town centers that are currently unoccupied. So, and then another amendment that we're proposing is to add basically a statement saying that no new real estate or property management offices be allowed along the ground floor of our frontages in both of our town centers of Kings Beach and Tahoe City, and allow for those types of uses to be either second floor or behind. We also looked at amendments for our hotels and motels and other transient dwelling units, allowing these by rights if it's 20 units or less. Again, stressing that if they meet the VMT thresholds and any other environmental thresholds, that they could be considered an allowed use. Also, with new single-family development over 1 unit, we looked at allowing those if the single-family use is 25% or less of the entire project, or if at least 50% of the single-family dwelling units are deed restricted to those affordable levels of TRPA's definition. We also explored accessory dwelling units, and those associated with single-family would not be allowed on the ground floor, but rather in the rear or on the sides. And then with regards to residential, if 100% of multifamily, multi-person, and/or employee housing were deed restricted, then those could also be considered as allowed uses. And really the goal out of all of these is to shift, that policy that Emily mentioned, to shift our lodging out of our neighborhoods in the form of short-term rentals and into our town centers. So we also looked at our development standards as those could be, also barriers and/or ways to provide, water quality improvements and such. And so we added references to the streetscape and roadway design characteristics. Really, this is just to help guide the reader in knowing what they need to do if they came in for development. We also looked at frontage improvements, and we recognized that there was not really a good consistency through the TBAP, so we've incorporated that. Also requiring frontage improvements for single-family residential, and then relying on our land use development manual, which is specific to the entire county for the specifics such as curb width and height and so forth. So again, just to have a cohesiveness throughout the county. And then as your board, maybe a couple years ago now, updated or adopted an ordinance, the Lake Tahoe Shore Zone Ordinance. And so to ensure we're consistent with that, we have also updated the TBAP to reference those requirements. We looked at the building lengths of our town centers, and we recognized that we had a missing building length, a maximum in Tahoe City, so we added that in. We also clarified the building modulation requirements and aligned the North Tahoe East mixed-use subdistrict modulation requirements to align with Greater Tahoe City. So again, just to have some cohesiveness and consistency throughout the document. We also required length compatibility with residential zone districts. So recognizing that there's impacts with residential to our town centers. And so we are recommending a maximum 75 foot on all parcel frontages directly facing residential zone districts. And then we also decreased the building length from 350 feet to 200 feet in our mixed-use tourist zone district. So building height, as we have mentioned, we removed any increases to building height. The maximum building height today, as it is in the TBAP, is 56 feet, but it also references a story, so 4 stories. So we are proposing with these amendments just to eliminate the 4 stories. Really, this is just to allow a little bit more flexibility, but also just be very clear. It's 56 feet is your maximum building height in our town centers. We also looked at our special plan areas and recognized that we did not have any heights allocated for those, so we added height in for those areas also. And then we looked at our town center parcels and, you know, what are the barriers that folks have when coming in to want to either build and or rebuild or add on. And some of what we heard was there was some constraints due to setbacks. And so one of the recommendations we're requesting with these amendments is that we remove the 10-foot rear setback of our town center parcels when they're adjacent to residential subdistricts. So this, again, you know, is acknowledging our smaller parcels in our town centers, but then also acknowledging that those residential subdistricts already have a rear yard setback, so there will be a buffer that would be, but it would just be taken care of through the residential parcel setbacks, of which we are not changing. And then design standards and guidelines. We also are proposing a groundwater requirements, and so this would be to align with TRPA. We realized that we did not have groundwater allowances for below-grade parking. This does reduce coverage. It does allow for some design alternatives as well. So, but again, to stress on this, we do have to comply with TRPA standards as it relates to groundwater interception. And then we also looked at snow storage, and we are requiring mixed-use projects, multifamily projects, and new single-family projects along state highways and all non-residential to be required to provide adequate snow storage. And then moving on to housing-related amendments, we did look at our residential zone districts again to help facilitate those policy amendments we're proposing, or policies we're proposing. And so how do we get there? So we are proposing to eliminate the minimum lot area per dwelling unit. This would be basically of a more modern zoning requirement that we're seeing throughout the state. So with using the setbacks and coverage, which are a lot more strict than a minimum lot size, or excuse me, a minimum lot area per dwelling unit. We also added street side setback allowances. So think of a corner lot, and when you would like to add on to an existing single-family residence or even build a new single-family residence, some of our lots here in Kings Beach are only 25 feet wide. So when you apply 2 front setbacks of 20 feet, you really don't have much of a building envelope to build. So we acknowledge that, and so we're hoping with the street side setback allowance would reduce the need for variances. So meaning the homeowner would not have to come in and go through the variance process, which can be timely and costly as well. We also are referring to the roadway width requirements for front setbacks. And then we, again, as I mentioned, are including the Lake Tahoe Shore Zone requirements where applicable of our residential zone districts. The board will also consider the amendments to Chapter 12, which is our street improvement sections. And that is basically to align that ordinance, align the TBAP with the ordinance of which you just, of the street improvements, of when they're required, what are required, and how they're required. So a number of our residential zoning districts have a special policy for preferred, affordable, moderate, and achievable housing areas. And so we recognize that those residential zone districts, while they had this special policy, really, you know, honing in on residential, you then had to get a use permit for that residential. So with that, we are proposing with these amendments to allow for multifamily, multi-person, and/or employee housing, provided that those units are 100% deed restricted. We also looked at matching the minimum lot size to existing density maximums. We reduced the minimum lot width to match existing development patterns and encourage smaller scale development. We deleted the minimum lot area per dwelling unit. Again, just what I just mentioned. And then also allow for 0-foot setbacks to accommodate duplexes. This just lends itself to a better design for those types of housing units. And then we did find a minor cleanup, and we matched the multiple family density with existing employee housing density in our Fairway Track Northeast Zone District. So then we did look at our other zone districts, again, to make sure we're aligned with our policies that we're recommending. We looked at the Lake Forest Commercial and the Tahoe City Industrial subdistricts, and both of these we are recommending allowing residential types, also allowing mobile vendors. And then we identified a maximum density for employee housing where it was not otherwise listed. And then in Kings Beach Industrial Subdistrict, again, allowing for residential in a mixed-use development and if the units were 100% deed restricted. Also allow mobile vendors and reduce the minimum lot size to match existing development and reduce the minimum lot width to encourage the smaller scale, more affordable development and to reduce variances. So to really acknowledge the development of these parcels. And then in our 64-acre tract, also allow employee housing. And in Grand Lavacan, allow residential uses if 100% of those are also deed restricted to affordable levels. And then allow mobile vending in our Tahoma, Homewood, and Sunnyside Village centers. And then we have area-wide standards and guidelines amendments that we're also proposing. Again, to be reflective upon our policies and what the state is trending with. Specific to parking, we are modifying the parking requirements for residential uses. And then also town center parking. This is again to align to that recent parking management plan and that pilot program that your board recently adopted. And so really just to implement those components of that program into the TBAP. And then for additions up to 1,000 square feet, no parking minimums be required. Really what we're looking for in this particular area is to really facilitate, shared parking areas. Look at different ways how we can park. So look at flexibility, if there's a parking lot that's open for an office, a professional office, that then closes at 5 o'clock, but it's adjacent to a restaurant that opens at 5 o'clock, perhaps we can have that shared parking. And so we don't have to build out parking for both uses. We also added movable tiny houses and development standards, and this is consistent with the Placer County, the rest of Placer County and throughout, but also the city of South Lake Tahoe recently adopted a movable tiny house ordinance as well. So again, trying to keep up with the trend of our state. And then we refer to the TRPA Code of Ordinances sign chapter now, as opposed to having a sign ordinance within the TBAP. We found that we were grossly outdated and not consistent with TRPA, so a means to achieve that we will continue to be consistent, we're just going to reference their sign ordinance. And then, of course, as always, with amendments, we have miscellaneous cleanups and typos and such. So moving on, like Crystal said, we had quite a bit of outreach. We went to NITRAC a couple times. I would like to point out that we went to them twice as information item and then again as an action item in November of 2022. We did receive a recommendation of approval with the following items. They recommended that the height remain at 56 feet. Consider transition zones. They also recommended that we review the fire evacuation and egresses, and also wanted to put an emphasis on efforts to support redevelopment over new development. And then they also requested that there be community input and develop a program with public engagement for the Development Rights Manual. Then we went, as Crystal mentioned too, we went to the Planning Commission back in December, We received the action to continue the item and really to go back and do a little bit more work. And so then we came back in August of 2023, and we did receive a positive recommendation to your board. And while there were a number of comments received from the public, such as cumulative traffic, transportation, and such, and as a result of that Planning Commission meeting, after it, we prepared an errata to the addendum. So in response not only to the public, but also to the commissioners themselves, primarily related to cumulative impacts. And then we also, like Crystal mentioned, so I won't go into this in much detail at all, but we recognize that there was a lot of information in the TBAP through implementation. And so we prepared an implementation report, which is attachment K of your packet. And Crystal already mentioned that what it summarizes, but basically it does outline our efforts for these number of items that are listed here on the screen. So, and then with environmental review, so we did propose these amendments to create an addendum to the TBAP EIR. We did perform this in compliance with CEQA. And then subsequently, we did an errata to that addendum, as I just mentioned. But then moving forward, should your board approve these amendments, then when we go to TRPA, or the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, we will be required to do an environmental document, which is called an initial environmental checklist, so sort of their equivalent to CEQA. And the addendum and the errata that I just spoke of was prepared pursuant to CEQA and also our Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance. And both of them concluded that there's no new conditions calling for the preparation of a subsequent EIR. The proposed amendments would not result in any new or substantially more severe significant impacts or effects that were otherwise identified with the EIR. And then the errata further concluded that no alterations to the conclusions of the EIR addendum. So staff is before you today recommending the approval of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments by the adoption of the addendum and the errata to the TBAP EIR. Also adopt a resolution approving the amendments to the TBAP policy document, and also adopt an ordinance amending the TBAP area, or the Tahoe Basin Area Plan implementing regulations, and adopt the ordinance that I mentioned, amending the Placer County Code Chapter 12 for the street improvements. But before we go into, before we conclude our presentation, I am going to turn it over to Mr. John Hester of TRPA, who will briefly go over where they are at relative to their housing updates that they are embarking upon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stacy. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Hester. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Deputy Executive Director at TRPA. And I want to try to cover three things. One is give you a little bit of an introduction to what our Tahoe Living Working Group is doing on housing strategy. It's a strategic priority for our agency. We've got a 3-phase work plan, and we're in our second phase. We're almost 2 years into our second phase, and it will, as the slide shows, go to our Advisory Planning Commission in November, to our Regional Plan Implementation Committee, which is a committee of our governing board, later in November, and then to the governing board for consideration. I can go into detail about those amendments if you'd like, but I was asked to make sure that you all knew there was a distinction between that and what is in the area plan. The other thing I wanted to do was provide a little context from the regional perspective. These are very similar to the slides and information that we presented to your Planning Commission twice. So first of all, I want to talk a little bit about the regional growth, or what's happened since 2000 to 2020. If you look at the population column, you can see that we have actually, as a region, had an 11.4% decline over the last 20 years in population. If you look at employment, it's 11.7% decline. And if you look at vehicle miles traveled, that's from 2001 to 2020, we've had a 16.9% decline. We were asked to prepare a few Placer County specific numbers. Population has gone down from 2010 to 2020 by 400, and employment has dropped from 5,500 to 4,000 from 2000 to 2020. We were also asked about school enrollment from 17-18 to 22-23, those 5 years. The school enrollment's been flat, and we saw no COVID spike. I also wanted to talk a little bit about our development rights. Your staff have mentioned those several times. As you probably know, TRPA has capped development in this basin. We have some of the strictest growth management in the country. We do not allow new subdivisions of land. And so all of our development rights are defined as one of these three types of rights. One is residential units. We have a total of 51,430 allowed, period, in the basin. We have commercial square footage of 7 million. You can see we've had a slight change in residential units, a slight decrease in commercial space since 2012, and a slight decrease in tourist accommodation units, which is planner jargon for hotel rooms. So you can see that as well. I'd like to conclude by thanking you and your staff for working with us. They've been very open, very transparent, very collaborative, invited us in to discuss these amendments as they've been prepared, and we anticipate that we'll continue to do so. We have regular meetings with them about area plan amendments, about projects, and we consider them a very good partner and look forward to continuing that, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Mr. Hester? Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, and John, thanks for being here today.
Sure.
Because there is so much confusion between the two processes, I just want to make sure we're clear that the TRPA process will involve many more public meetings and public hearings and environmental review. Is that correct?
That's correct, and like I said a minute ago, we've been at this second phase for about almost 2 years now, and had a number of public meetings, and we will again have Advisory Planning Commission, Regional Plan Implementation Committee, and Governing Board. And I'd be happy to go through those amendments if you'd like, but I don't want to confuse them with what you have here.
Well, I do think, at least letting the board, because the board has received many, many, many emails and letters on the height and the density and massing that that TRPA, and wearing that hat is, I'm wearing today.
I will try to, it's complex. I'll try to do it quicker than the presentation you got on the area plan amendments, but it may take a minute. So our amendments will only apply to the deed restricted bonus units, which is about 960 some odd of the 3,500 left. So it won't apply to anything but housing that's set aside and for deed restriction. And what I mean by that is affordable, achievable, and moderate. So you already know what those are, but if just for the audience, achievable, you have to work in the Tahoe Basin or the Tahoe Truckee School District. Moderate is 80 to 120% of area median income, and affordable is below 80. They cannot be used for short-term rental. So that 960 units of the 3,500 left is for those types of housing. The height maximum in town centers for those deed restricted, we are proposing that be increased from 56 to 65 feet. Again, you're not, we are, but again, it's only for these affordable. In areas zoned multifamily, the height can go up to 48 feet depending on the roof pitch. So if the pitch is steeper, you can go higher, up to 48 feet. If it's flatter, you have to be lower. We're proposing a public stormwater system be allowed, and that would reduce the coverage limitations in town centers. You can, we remove it if you build a stormwater system, and you all or a public utility district would take responsibility and ownership of that. In areas zoned multifamily, not the town centers, you could go up to 70% of coverage. Adequate parking must be demonstrated by the applicant, but we do not want to see any required minimums. in town centers and a 0.75 per unit outside of town centers and multifamily areas. Because height, coverage, and parking limit the size of the building that can be developed, the maximum number of units per acre is not needed in what we're proposing. And this is intended to provide an option for a larger number of smaller units. That's what we're trying to do. All of these amendments are intended to bring people into affordable housing in the town centers where they don't have to have as much dependency on an auto, have better water quality because there's stormwater systems, and reduce vehicle miles traveled because they're required to have connections, pedestrian connections. The way we got to these amendments was we hired an external consulting firm that works with housing developers, and we asked them to tell us what financially feasible projects could be created using a pro forma, same tool that housing developers use. We said, give us an analysis that for our working group asked for this, as did our board, that indicate the regulatory changes we can make that will create market conditions for the private sector to provide housing. Achievable housing was as low as they could go. Our regulatory barriers, if you remove them, wouldn't make it any more affordable than achievable. So moderate and affordable will require other kinds of subsidies, property, housing, income incentives, funding of other sorts, but we can get to achievable with these regulatory changes. We've given we're proposing to give local governments the option to come up with a different set of regulations. If you don't like what we've proposed, you can do that. We just ask that you show that financially it has the same impact on making housing more affordable, and those can be adopted through an area plan amendment. I think that covers it all as quick as I could. It's a complex package, but like I said, we've been working at it a year and a half and have some more meetings on it. Happy to answer more questions, or if I've...
No, I think that was good. I just wanted to make sure the public was aware, because it is confusing, right? We have so many meetings going on and trying to work on things. What is in this package is very different than what is in that package, and I think that is very important for the public to understand that that is being considered, and they need to be involved in that discussion as well. Thanks.
Very welcome.
Any other comments from board members?
Thank you very much.
I see none. Thank you.
So, thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions should you have them.
Any final questions from board members before I open up the public hearing? I see none, so thank you. We're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Jim, I need to ask county council, because a lot of comments have come in about me potentially having a conflict of interest, and I want to set the record straight. So I've talked with county council, because I do take this very, very seriously. These amendments that are before us today, county council, do I have a conflict on these issues?
No, you do not. Let me refer the public, should they want to read it, to Government Code Section 87103A, which states a public official has a financial interest in a decision within the meaning of 87100 if it is reasonably foreseeable that the decision will have a material financial effect distinguishable from its effect on the public generally, on the official, a member of the official's immediate family, or immediate family. I would note that the proposal today is not a private project, nor is there a specific development project tied to the amendment. It is only supposed to make development more desirable. There is nothing guaranteeing that Cindy's husband would be the beneficiary of a development project should that come in. Therefore, it is our opinion that is not reasonably foreseeable based on what is before the board today that Cindy would have a conflict in voting on this. I'd also note that prior to this, we also received another, that was the correspondence we received this morning at about 6:42 a.m. regarding a potential conflict. We received one earlier last week regarding the Tahoe Prosperity Center and whether Cindy had a conflict on that would cause her to recuse herself from this hearing. The answer is no. There is no financial impact that we could, financial interest that we could find that would result in Cindy having to recuse herself. As long as I have the mic, I'm going to also point out that we got several comments on noticing of this hearing. And I just want to state for the record, and perhaps that will help with the comments coming up, that the notice of this hearing, that is the public notice, was legal. It was noticed for the 16th of October. There's no requirement under the government code that that notice state whether it is a special or a regular meeting. Second, the posting of this agenda was done well before the 72 hours, which also states the intent that if the board decides to take tentative action today, it would take action, it would be tentative and continue to October 31st. Why? Because there are 2 ordinances that are being proposed for adoption, and under the government code, an ordinance cannot be adopted on a special meeting. Now, one commenter stated that that's not allowed because it would be outside the quote-unquote jurisdiction. I'd just like to point out that the jurisdiction of Placer County is Placer County, not Tahoe. So yes, this meeting can be continued for final action to the Auburn location. And unless there's any questions or anything that the board wants me to address on those 2 aspects.
No, I wanted to go further into how carefully we monitor any specific projects that come through, and I have had to recuse at times when my husband has been a civil engineer involved in a project. So we do take that very seriously, and that is a direct conflict, and we do recuse. Thank you.
And I can verify that several times. Supervisor Montgomery has had to recuse herself on any item that is attached to her husband's business. So now I will open up the public hearing. Anyone that wishes to address the board on this item, please, now is the time to come forward. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Chairman, do we want to call them up in group order?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, can you clarify that?
Do we want to start with group 1 of those
Oh.
who signed up for public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Group 1, those of you who signed up for group 1, for public comment.
Group 1.
Yeah, thank you.
Wayne Nader. As you know, again, I was on the Planning Commission for 8 years, and I was a very strong advocate for workforce and affordable housing. Shauna Purvines is here. I think she would echo that I was quite the cheerleader for that. I mean, we know the problem exists in Placer County, but it's probably, in my opinion, is most concentrated here. And I want to compliment the efforts of the staff to work with something that is you know, we know that there are a lot of environmental issues. There's infrastructure issues with trying to move this forward, but it's something that's urgently needed for the community here. So I guess the one thing that I would say that I'm concerned about is that it looks great on paper, but it's a question of if it's really actually obtainable, because grants and subsidies may be needed to get some of these accomplished, and maybe those are available. I think you're all familiar with the Mercy Project in Auburn. I think that was a wonderful project of 72 apartments, but it was very expensive. It was somewhere north of probably $36 million to construct that. So grants, you know, because you consider the infrastructure costs here in the lake, plus the purchase of the property, and then also on top of that, the cost of construction. It is incredibly difficult to make these things actually pencil. One developer told me up here, said the only way to make a project pencil is to do high-end condos. So that doesn't get us anywhere on affordable housing, obviously. The one thing that I would like to point out is that I was very thankful for the things that NITRAC came up with, their recommendations. When I was on the Planning Commission, I always listened very carefully to the Municipal Advisory Council. Those are people on the ground. They know the issues and they know how to respond to them. So I would like to strongly encourage that you look again at what they recommended. I would really like to see you adopt those. I think those are really important for the community. And I would also challenge Supervisor Gustafson to take those to the TRPA level as well, because I think those are really, really good for not just our Placer County, North Tahoe region, but also for the lake in general. So I would ask that you do that as well. They are all reasonable and appropriate in my mind. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, Doug Flaherty, Tahoe, cleanair.org. You have in front of you a pretty hefty packet from the Friends of the West Shore, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance, the Sierra Club, and our group, TahoeCleanAir.org. You received these comments last Thursday. I hope you've read them. The county has failed to comply with the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, Public Resources Code Section 21100. This is in a letter from law offices of Don Mooney, who represents the four groups. You have that letter in front of you. More specifically, the county's failure to prepare a supplemental or subsequent environmental impact report is required by Public Resources Code Section 21166 and CEQA Guidelines Section 15162. The County and Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors have received substantive comments demonstrating the county's obligation to prepare a subsequent EIR for the proposed amendments to the TBAP. The letters that you've received, including the packet today and Thursday, contain substantial evidence supporting the requirement to prepare a subsequent EIR. The county has failed to address new information discussed in the California Attorney General October 2022 Best Practices for Analyzing and Mitigating Impacts of Development under the CEQA Act. The county failed to consider this new information regarding wildfires and wildfire evacuation since the 2016 TBAP EIR, as this new information and data regarding wildfires and wildfire evacuation in California was not available at the time of the approval of the TBAP. The county's failure to consider it and address it in a subsequent EIR constitutes a prejudicial abuse of discretion and is contrary to law. And finally, failure to consider the 20 or 30 points in our letter constitutes a prejudicial abuse of discretion and is contrary to law. Public Resources Code 21166, CEQA Guidelines 15162. And finally, the entire evacuation discussion for the amount of hours needed to evacuate on page table 3.4, page 3.1.4 in the 2017 TBAP is flawed. There was an estimation it would take 3.11 hours to evacuate. The truth of the matter is, based on the data supplied to you today, it's going to take 10 plus hours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I don't know about you, but I think this is piecemeal, substantive changes and a lot of doublespeak. And I want to note that the previous two topics took up a lot more time with staff. And this is going to affect the people's lives here for a long time. This has only been a 5-year area plan. Not sure why these are coming forward so soon. It should have stood the test of time. I spent 4 years on the North Tahoe West team. I'm sorry the CEP, Community Enhancement Program, didn't produce a single project. Now we're coming up with what I'm calling new schemes. Sorry to see TRPA Representative Hester gone. Does TRPA actually have a basin-wide carrying capacity analysis? This was asked many years ago, name from the past, Mara Bresnick. I've never seen a capacity study. Does Placer County have a Placer County carrying capacity study? Without that, how can you go forward with all these changes? Really, you want to support scene degradation, in my opinion, because developers can't pencil out a project. Screening out VMT. I want to thank the League for years ago during Martis Valley West and SQUA for analyzing VMT. We were within 3% exceedance in the basin for Placer County. Now we have a change in VMT to per capita that many still don't understand. We really need to figure out what's going on with VMT. Discounting that we don't analyze impacts for vacation home rentals. All these population numbers can go right back up when you start adding four people per car, 3,300. That's 13,000 people here unaccounted for, and all those impacts. Stories versus 56 feet is going to be very confusing for the public. I want to make sure my time doesn't run out. Coincidentally, TRPA approval of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan and the TRPA Phase 2 housing amendments are on the same days at the APC on November 8th, TRPA, APC, November 15th, the TRPA RPIC, and December 13th, the TRPA Governing Board. I congratulate you, Supervisor Gustafson, for wearing all these hats and trying to support everything, but that day is going to be very confusing for your constituents, where you are going to possibly vote for 0 parking, which is going to exacerbate the area plan parking request by the community. I just won't go on. I've provided comments, I participated, I will continue to participate. This was my home for 20 years. It's my backyard now, and I still care.
Thank you, Ellie. Hello.
Hello, my name is Christina Hill, and I am a longtime resident, 43 years, full-time resident in Tahoe. I used to work at TRPA back when they established the environmental carrying capacities through the thresholds, and I have been a land use planner since forever. So I am grateful that there are laws in the books that regulate reckless abandonment of the current code and regional plan. These laws require that the proponent demonstrate in writing that the amendments will not cause environmental thresholds to be exceeded. And one such regulation is Chapter 4.41 of the TRPA code. And there's findings necessary to approve any project. And you have to show that the project will not cause the environmental threshold carrying capacities to be exceeded. This required finding has not been made. They have not quantified any of the impacts that contribute to the current cumulative account. In Chapter 16.8.2.c, it says you shall maintain current cumulative account for the purpose of assessing cumulative impacts for projects approved after the effective date of the regional plan. TRPA or the county has not done any accounting of these environmental threshold attainment and maintenance. The omission is a violation of the regional plan of which Placer County and TRPA are beholden. I'm afraid the agencies hesitate to make the required findings because they can't. Please do not approve the amendments as proposed until the proper level of environmental review has been completed and evaluated. And those numbers that were shown by John Hester over and over again at every meeting, 2020 population numbers saying it's gone down, believe me, as soon as the pandemic hit, we doubled our population, and that is not being demonstrated anywhere in this accounting. So please realize those numbers were out of date, and there needs to be more analysis of environmental protection to preserve the quality of our Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Karen Beatty. I live in Lake Tahoe. My family moved here in 1965, so we've seen it go through some changes. Placer County and TRPA claim that there is a cap on development in Tahoe. That is misleading. There's a cap on increasing existing or allowed coverage, the footprint of a building or parking lot. But beyond that, the final size of the structure is limited only by height. TRPA now wants 65 feet everywhere, and Placer County refers to TRPA allowed height in the basin area plan. The highest building today in Kings Beach is 48 feet, and most structures are less than half that high. I think that there may be some differentiation in the definition of density, because when I look at that you have a footprint, it's 2 stories, you're going up to 65 feet, how can that not increase density? Also, I was very alarmed to hear that there is no maximum, or it's being proposed that there's no maximum density. So you have 1,000 square foot parking lot that could become 5,000 square feet structure. That's an increase of a factor by 5. The best recent example of the misleading data is the Boulder Bay Casino project. The original build-out was 115,000 square feet, and the final approved project has heights over 70 feet and is over 8,000 square feet. That's an increased factor of at least 7. Boulder Bay received 120 square foot tourist accommodation units from the Colony in South Shore and morphed them into 3,000 to 5,000 square foot penthouses. Of course, the dishonest claim was traffic would be significantly reduced. Anyone who lives here has no question about what the traffic is like and how bad it is and how much worse it will be with this additional population. I only ask that you really listen and acknowledge and do something with what the public and the residents of Lake Tahoe feel and take them into consideration in your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. How many are in group 1? Would you please line up so I can keep track of all those in group 1? Please line up and then we'll be able to take you.
Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Karen meant to say that Boulder Bay went from 115,000 square feet to 850,000. So huge difference. But, it's less traffic. But anyway, you know, back in the 70s when I came here, we didn't worry about the future of Tahoe. The infamous bridge over Emerald Bay never happened through group effort. Rochelle Nason and Laurel Ames of the League to Save Lake Tahoe and others kept overdevelopment at bay. But now the TRPA scientists are gone and the pitch has changed. And it's just about, as you've heard, nonstop, more, more, more. Now we want to concentrate development. We want little to no parking. We have, as you heard from John Hester, no cap on maximum number of units. Yet they claim they have a cap on development. Does that make sense to any of you? I feel like I'm in an alternate reality. It doesn't make any sense. And they're going to keep at it, and so's TRPA. And just, you know, by repeating it, hope that we'll buy it, but we're not buying it. And there's no evidence. Anyway, everybody wants to share in this $5 billion economy. Are they exploiting it? I think there's probably 200 nonprofits. You know, or TRPA was supposed to be the watchdog. They're not doing it anymore. And we're worried about the league and where they are at. So 5 nonprofits have filled the void. And we're trying to stop this train. We're not going for it. It's overdevelopment is one thing, but you know, TRPA doesn't count short-term rentals. They don't count TAUs and RUUs and ADUs, and they can all trade. They can't keep track of it. It's way too complicated. You know, complexity is the devil's playground. And I'm not saying everybody's a devil, but it's really not looking great. So, morphing of all these units, the fact that the bottom line is, it's 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. So you gotta stop it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any others in Group 1? Seeing none, is there anyone in Group 2? Please come forward and please line up. Hello.
I'm Gail High. I've been a full-time resident for 30 years and a part-time resident for AT. Tahoe is already maxed out. If you approve anything that increases population other than for workforce housing, you are helping to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. Where are your values and your sense of responsibility to those you represent, the residents and visitors of Tahoe, not the developers? You are setting us up for more of the gridlock we already have many times a year. Have you lived with that, or just heard about it because you don't happen to live here? You are setting us up to be the next Paradise or Lahaina. Is it really worth the money to destroy what brings people here? Are you going to wait until that wildfire to have the agonizing death of thousands weigh on your conscience, your individual consciences? I'd like you to think about that for 10 seconds. Will you really be able to live with yourselves? That was only 10 seconds. Picture the rest of your life living with that guilt. We need workforce housing, not more luxury accommodations that can't be luxury because there are not enough workers to support them with services. Please be responsible and make a responsible choice here. Vote with your heart and your intelligence, not with your pocketbook or the county's pocketbook. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good afternoon, as opposed to good morning. My name is Brooksley Wiley. I am a lifelong part-time resident here and a homeowner. I have seen enormous changes in the basin over the past close to 60 years. Many of them wonderful, and many of them very concerning. What I would like to ask you today is to pay very close attention to the speakers who prepared very thoughtful comments in Group 1, because this board has an obligation to hold everyone to the standards that are set out in the codes and to require that the work be done before there is a change made. There has been no environmental impact study update, no density update, and no fire abatement and fire safety update. Those things are critical. And I hope that you will require that those happen before you consider the amendments, particularly the errata. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, thank you. Billy Johnson, been here since 1981 in the Kings Beach area and Incline area. And I'm looking forward to some redevelopment. And I sat on the vision plan, sure like to see the boardwalk going. But it's almost like anything and everything we say will be used against us. And I'm beginning to think maybe what I'm hearing is like the flag flaps in the mind, not in the wind. In other words, we're hearing about redevelopment. But when I drive from the Incline Financial Center, a property I own in Incline, and I step into Placer County, first thing I see is boarded up buildings, the Tahoe Inn, and I see boarded up buildings everywhere. So I'm really concerned, about the redevelopment because investors and others get pretty nervous when they drive through Kings Beach. And as Emily said, there are 30 vacant properties and, closed, boarded up buildings. Well, that can't help anybody. Chain link fences, some buildings have fallen down. So I just kind of wonder what we're really doing. And what I'm wondering is if maybe one of the things that happened was when the Eastern Gateway was bought in 2009, and then the town center after that, we're talking over a decade, and no physical redevelopment has happened. But I'm wondering if some of it happened because if we look at like the Clark Group, they were awarded a contract. They've never done a project in Tahoe. 2, no backup offers were accepted. And I can tell you, if I'm a seller, I want backup offers. Hey, makes the original buyer want to move. And then it was like sold, same with Eastern Gateway to them, for at least 75% less than our government and taxpayer money spent. Then I have another question. How come they got a huge 3-year escrow? And then it was extended. We're in the 6th year now. So it makes me wonder, there's no property taxes coming in? And then what's happened on the assessment district that everyone pays in Kings Beach? Is that being paid on the town center and the rest? So anyway, what I'd like to see is something change a little bit. And instead of what I would say, talk the talk, let's walk the walk. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in group 2? How about group 1, or group 3? I'm going backwards. Hi.
Trying to get my notes down real quick.
Oh.
Niobe Burden, resident Tahoe Vista, and very concerned about just the details of these amendments. I do commend the staff for trying to put together something that's going to move us forward, but there are details that are of concern to me. First, I want to point out the 10-foot rear setback elimination on any on the residential side. I believe that residents should be have screening, have landscaping between commercial buildings and their residents, and eliminating that 10-foot rear setback eliminates this necessity. Also, no parking requirements. Oh, I'm sorry. Same with the street side setbacks. If we have 100% coverage, we're not going to have any screening, landscaping, nothing. So number 2, no parking requirements required. Well, we need a parking management plan before policy change, something that can be referred to an MOU by a developer if they're going to say where their occupancy is going to park. That needs to come forward before policy change so that there's a reference as to what is going to happen to this parking. It's ludicrous to not consider parking up here. John Hester, I just wanted to question him whether these 900 units, deed restricted units, these amendments will apply to mixed-use projects that have deed restricted units in them. Or, so do all these mixed-use projects, if they have a deed restricted unit in them, are they able to do all these minimum setbacks, 0 parking, so forth? There is not, that hasn't been clarified for me. Finally, the errata to the addendum doesn't address the cumulative impacts, and TRPA checklist is the same. It does not address cumulative impacts. And I reiterate, Attorney General Bonta is committing to strengthening these federal NEPA regulations and CEQA regulations to require strengthened analysis and cumulative climate change effects, as well as other effects that have happened in the community. We need subsidies for these affordable housing to happen. We need to partner with developers who want to make things happen within the constraints that we have. They should be proud to be able to develop and say they developed in Lake Tahoe. It's a milestone. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Sophia Heydrich, and I'm the Advocacy Director for Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments here in Tahoe, rather than down the hill. I think it's really important for these meetings to be held in a location that is most accessible for the folks who will be impacted by the decision. So I'm encouraging you to host the next meeting here as well. Mountain Area Preservation has been weighing in on the proposed Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments since last fall when we first learned about them. Unfortunately, a number of our concerns still remain. We did submit a very detailed comment letter last Friday, so I hope you've had a chance to review that. but I would like to focus my time here today on the addendum to the environmental impact report and the errata to the addendum. A little confusing there. As we pointed out last year, new environmental analysis is warranted for these amendments for a number of reasons. We should have a full picture of what the amendments, how they would impact scenic resources, wildfire risks, emergency evacuation, air quality, water quality, vehicle miles traveled, on and on. There's new information and data available today that simply wasn't available in 2016 when the baseline conditions for the existing environmental impact report were established. There have been 2 large-scale devastating wildfires nearby. We should be incorporating the lessons learned from those experiences into our future planning processes. The AG's office also issued guidance for analyzing wildfire risks and mitigating those risks under the California Environmental Quality Act. That should be considered in this planning process as well. There's lots of other new data and new information. I'm not going to run through it all here, but the fact of the matter is that those sources, those resources, should be utilized in this planning process. Our community has also changed. We went through a global pandemic. There are more remote workers, more commuters, more congestion, more traffic. We all just sort of feel that impact. It's hard to quantify. I know you see certain numbers, but I think on the ground, we know that there's been a change, and these amendments really need to be considered in the context of what we're feeling and how the community is today. Another key aspect is cumulative impacts, which must be considered under CEQA. There are projects that have been proposed both within Placer County and in adjacent jurisdictions, and we need to understand the impacts of those projects as well as the impacts of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. We've got Palisades back on the table with the final EIR probably coming in the next couple of months. Truckee adopted their general plan update with more proposed density, vehicle miles traveled, development, growth. The TRPA is obviously considering some additional changes to town centers, and even Placer County is considering upzoning a couple of properties that are adjacent or nearby the Tahoe Basin. And that's just, a few of the highlights. There's also a number of other North Lake Tahoe projects, and all of those impacts must be considered together. That's a requirement under CEQA. The community brought all of this up last year, and what we got was no new analysis, no new data, no new information. We've got this 17-page document that really is just a bunch of opinions, and the errata is no better. And so we're asking you to go back to the drawing board to do the due diligence and to really fulfill your requirements under CEQA and have all the information on the table before these amendments move forward. I think you deserve that as decision makers, and we deserve that as the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in group 3?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jackson Riallo. I work as a land use planning consultant here in the basin for a company called X-Line Company. We're a small land use planning firm based out of South Lake Tahoe, but we do work all across the basin, much of which is located here in Placer County. Just want to start by acknowledging that this is both a really complex issue as well as we have, this really incredibly complex regulatory framework as well. So when you mix these two things together, other communities are dealing with very similar issues, as many people have talked about. But when you mix that with our complex regulatory environment, that makes the problem infinitely more complex. So when I was thinking about what I wanted to say up here, I spend 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, almost all year, reading code all around that's, regulates all of the land uses in the basin here. So I was thinking about, what do I talk about? What do I focus on? There are so many things that I could touch on. I could spend 15 minutes up here talking to you guys if I could. So the two main things that I wanted to touch on here are, number one, the fact that we have a major housing crisis going on in the Tahoe Basin. This is not just localized to Placer County. This is happening all over the entirety of the basin. If you look at, currently I am a resident of South Lake Tahoe. If you look at South Lake Tahoe, you look at Placer County, you look at Truckee, look at Incline Village, there are these updates happening to area plans all over the board. And the reason is because we need to address the critical aspect of housing immediately. The lack of workforce housing has many, many downstream effects, many of which are the things that people are up here complaining about, like traffic, like lack of economic vitality, the lack of walkability in the town centers, that we have blight and boarded up buildings. So what I really wanted to say here is that the TBAP amendment package, the primary function is twofold. Number one, to create a privately, or a mechanism a private mechanism to fund these workforce housing projects, which currently are not happening. I can tell you, from my time that I've worked as a land use planning consultant in the basin, I have literally seen 0 units that are deed restricted come without some type of external subsidy to date. So with that being said, the other thing is the fact that we need, the TRPA regional plan was adopted and set forth with best practices in the planning field. When we talk about concentrating redevelopment into a town center, there are really a lot of downstream effects benefits that come with that are both economic and environmental. Many of the issues that people are upset about that are these hot button issues, a lot of them would be incrementally resolved by these amendments and the town center concept in general. I know my time's up here, but just to close, I know that this is a contentious issue, but the town center concept in general is something that is absolutely adopted by evidence-based strategies in the planning field. I'll leave it there, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
My name is John Ippolito. I moved here 28 years ago as a math teacher at North Tahoe High School. For the last 26 years, I've been a local real estate broker in both Nevada and California. You were just over 2 hours late on hearing this agenda item. Congratulations. Maybe half the people who came for this item left. I hope you listened to those who stayed and spoke before me, especially Christina Hill and Doug Flaherty, who I believe know exactly what they are talking about. I hope you heard what they and others who spoke before me said. In my early years selling real estate here, the TRPA was just an annoyance for anybody who wanted to add on to their house or expand their deck. But it seemed like we all knew the TRPA wanted what was best for the lake. Now many of us believe the TRPA has lost their way. In other words, it seems like the TRPA has gotten into bed with Washoe and Placer counties. The French have a word for this. For approximately the first 18 years I sold real estate here, I would tell clients, this area will never be overbuilt because of the TRPA. For at least the last 6 years, I stopped saying this. In fact, I now feel like I unintentionally misled those clients because of this new three-way holy alliance. Within the last year, I told Ann Nichols, quote, Ann, I used to think you were crazy. Now I realize it's going to be much worse than you've been saying, end quote. The last 2 summers brought the most traffic to Kings Beach in the 28 years I've lived here. The worst part of this new area plan is the lack of a comprehensive fire evacuation plan after all these 12 or 13 new large projects on the north and west shores are built. I realize the first large fire here won't directly affect most of you because you don't live here. It is my hope you all, along with Placer County and the TRPA, start seriously considering the loss of life you all may be a party to if you approve this new area plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? I don't know if there's a group 5 or group 4. Group 4.
Yeah, which is group 4.
All right.
So I've been to many of these, quite a few of these meetings, beginning with the big developments they wanted to do in formerly Squaw Valley, Palisades. And I've listened to firemen, police, highway patrolmen, water quality experts, people who know how much water is available to be used because they wanted to drill sideways into the mountain in Palisades to tap a water source, which they didn't even really know was there, just projecting. And over and over again, these folks tell you about the disaster that's going to happen. And whether it's you or the TRPA, the last meeting I was at was the TRPA, they sit there and they listen to all this really learned testimony about what is going to happen if we have a problem. And then you vote and approve the project regardless. And all these folks are talking about the deaths. It sort of has come to remind me of what these warlords do in these countries. They want the property of the guy next door. They don't care how many people die for them to get it. So these developers, they tell their staff who they want the money to, lead their lives, find a reason so that we can do this unreasonable thing. And the staff presents that to you, and then you buy it. Or I don't know if you really buy it, but then you vote for it. And the TRPA guy here, who was here, he clearly was bored and disgusted with that he had to be here. I read body language. I'm good at that. He didn't want to talk. He was like, well, I could, fill you in, but. So I hope you will take into consideration, because what's going to happen is most of you, because you don't live here, and all these big developers, when that fire comes, they're not going to be here. Their helicopter is going to take them off somewhere, or maybe they're sitting on their tropical island somewhere, and then when it's all done, they're going, great. We can acquire the land. Now there's no houses left. We can acquire that land and do more development. I think you need to pay attention to all these experts that have given you testimony about what's going to happen if you approve these ridiculous plans. Thank you.
Sir, I need your name again.
Steve Wallace.
Pardon?
Steve Wallace.
Steve Wallace, thank you. Anyone else in group 4? Oh, here we go again.
Hi again. My name's Jacob Bird, 20-year local. I'm going to start off a little bit. I kind of wonder why I come to these things a lot and why I hold this matter and this concern of the development proposal so close to me. In 2007, I was actually the executive chef of Conrad's, the steakhouse over there at the Biltmore that's now being demolished. So in 2007, so I've been watching the piecemealing of this for about 15 years. In 2007, Larry Ellison and the Boulder Bay Dream was kind of presented. I was also part of the opening team at the Ritz-Carlton. It was about a year after that they started displaying losses, stuff like that. One of the highest paid culinarians on that property. They brought a bunch of promises to the local community. They do the Thanksgiving at the Boys and Girls Club. I also created that culinary program. Nowadays, it's a revolving door. The Ritz-Carlton, the J1s, the foreign work visas, they won't even work there. I walked out of the meat room and stuff like that on a corporate level about 6 years ago. They haven't replaced my position at the Ritz-Carlton since I'd left there. They actually just posted the butcher position last week or something like that. So I kind of have been watching this get to this point for a while. I've also been on the front lines of Proposition 64 for the last 6 years. I know Placer County is not a progressive county, but believe me, I would be an operator in your county if it was. Proposition 64 is actually the legalization of cannabis. So I've been at a lot of tables and in a lot of rooms with politicians, with CEOs, land developers, all those people for the past 6 years. I've watched that sector and that industry of 50 years of generations in communities from Humboldt to Victorville to DTLA to even the town of Truckee. Their way of living being jeopardized by shareholders, developers, big money grabbers, land grabbers. So I'm familiar with this dance. It is a dance, is what it is. If I can't put a cannabis plant in the ground and water it in your county without an EIR, then these developers shouldn't be able to swing a hammer either. Your environmental impact report is crucial to the Tahoe Basin. Evacuation plans are crucial to the Tahoe Basin. We are over capacity. I asked the board to put a pause on all the development in this area and really, really think about what you're doing to the community and the culture, because that's what I just witnessed for the last 6 years. Developers run over generations of communities and destroying cultures in front of your face.
Thank you.
Oh, no. There we go. All right. Good afternoon, Tony Kowalski, North Tahoe Community Alliance. Distinguished board members, North Lake Tahoe is at a crux moment in time that'll determine how complex and interwoven themes like economic viability, livability, and environmental stewardship build a future for North Lake Tahoe. The TPAP amendments in front of you today incorporate important changes and updates to current codes to help promote the ability of our community to rebuild and ensure a thriving future. We desperately need to streamline the process for hotel development as proposed in the revised TBAP amendment, especially in our downtown cores. This is critical. In the last 10 years, North Lake Tahoe has lost an incredible amount of hotel rooms, including but not limited to the Calneva, Tahoe Biltmore, Tahoe Inn, and Falcon Lodge. Combined, these properties represent a staggering 450 rooms, providing the opportunity for 165,000 annual room nights. Meanwhile, North Lake Tahoe in eastern Placer County has not seen the development of a new hotel in 40 years. The dramatic impacts on this shift are putting inadvertent pressures on STRs as a backfill lodging option and combined with macroeconomic influences to create more upward pressure on home values and furthering the affordability gap in rent and ownership for the local workforce. Our business community is suffering the brunt of this. Many businesses still have reduced hours of operations or are closed, or we have 30 different facilities that could house businesses but are boarded up. This is tied to community vitality, economic health, and in turn provides, whoops, I skipped, my bad, I'm gonna back up. Our business communities, as I pointed out, they're suffering the brunt of this, and they're closed 2 days a week, or it's all due to the staffing shortages. Our issues are interwoven. The housing is tied to the workforce, which is tied to community vitality and economic health, which in turn provides funding back to the community to make improvements and support solutions to our most complex issues like workforce housing, transportation, and tourism impact mitigation. Your board saw many of the projects and programs supported by locally generated funds earlier today. I would like to take a second to just point out if anyone would like more information on the TOT and TBID projects and programs approved through the Community Vitality and Economic Health Investment Sponsorship Program, please join the NTCA in celebrating them here at the NTEC tomorrow from 4 to 6 p.m. All community members are welcome. We're moving the needle, but need to continue by strategically allowing for the redevelopment of our downtown cores and streamlining the permitting of much-needed workforce housing as laid out in the TBAP amendments. I'd like to commend staff at the county in doing an excellent job in seeking community input, making changes based on the community input you received. Your Planning Commission and Regional Advisory Committee has done their diligence in making sure the amendments move us forward with the best interests of the community in mind. Thank you for supporting the recommendations and helping us begin building a resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in group 4? Okay, is there a group 5? All right, please come forward.
Hello, I'm Pamela Sigdinis, and I've rewritten my comments at least 4 times over the last several hours. I've also had to move my car twice and canceled 2 appointments. I'd like to underscore that I hear a lot of lip service being paid to the importance of public comment, but yet you've got a lot of very intelligent, well-informed individuals here, and you're not treating us with much respect. I wish you gave us as much time as you gave all the staff and all the consultants who are being paid to be here, not those of us who are losing money being here. I am not in favor of these far-reaching, misguided amendments. and I'll tell you why. The Tahoe communities do not need more buildings and more congestion. The proposed amendments make no sense whatsoever for our geographically constrained basin. Any reasonable person will conclude these amendments will have nothing but negative impacts, especially within town centers and multi-use areas. The renderings on the high-rise websites and presentations are missing the 10 and 20-foot snowbanks that we have endured and that people have to figure out how to manage with cars and snow removal. I don't understand how this is going to be walkable 12 months a year. Frankly, I can't bike more than 2 or 3 months a year, and I consider myself to be fairly fit. While presented as necessary to encourage affordable and workforce housing, listen, this is a Trojan horse. This will do nothing of the sort. These are gifts to developers who help craft them. It's actually quite maddening to try to figure out and parse the doublespeak. We who have been paying attention to this stuff are exhausted by following all the various meetings and attempts to try to sell this plan. I can't imagine any visitor, worker, or resident who supports manufactured gridlock or threats to public safety. You've heard a lot about fire dangers. I live in Incline Village. I attended the Washoe County evacuation exercise, and it was frightening. It called for driving a half mile to the rec center to a hardened building on a day when no tourists were here. Rather than instill confidence, this exercise filled me with dread. I have to drive through Kings Beach to get out. You're talking about putting more chokeholds through this area. I just honestly don't understand how this makes any sense. These amendments will endanger lives. In short, Tahoe's public safety, infrastructure, and environment cannot support these amendments. Please listen to those of us who are here. We're not here because it's fun. We're here because we want what's right for the lake and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Hennessy, and I'm a resident of Kings Beach. Have been attending like meetings for almost 30 years about different things in our community, and Kings Beach is a jewel, as is Tahoe City, right? So the first thing I would like to say is in one of the staff comments, you are considering allowing overnight sleeping in cars or what have you in public spaces. And I would strongly urge you to not approve that, because I live across the street from one of the county parking lots, and we are constantly calling the sheriff's department on feces in your parking lot, well, my parking lot, feces, broken beer bottles, domestic violence, outrage, yelling at God knows what, in the evening and early morning hours. And right now, the Placer County Sheriff's has some authority. If you allow this, they will not have authority to move people along because they're allowed to be there. Okay, secondly, I am not here to represent the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, but I am a sitting board member, and I can factually tell you that over the last handful of years, our enrollment is not down. We are holding very steady. And TRPA might be talking about South Shore, but here our numbers are not down. Okay, so to the topic at hand, I have random notes. I had a thought, but now I have random notes. TRPA is considering allowing higher density or higher buildings, wider buildings. I live very near this new gas station that is being built on the north side of Highway 28 heading east. And I would encourage you, before you leave today, if you still have the energy, Please drive by it. They are building at their approved height of 29 feet, 6.5 inches. The building is humongous. It is humongous and out of character for our community. And I know that they were allowed to go bigger, but they were permitted at just under 30 feet. It looks huge. I called the county, dealt with Tahoe City office, filed paperwork with Auburn. I've yet to receive any acknowledgement of my question, are they really at 30 feet? I know that they are because I know that they are. But the county has not responded in my concerns. I also wanted to say all these dilapidated buildings that we're trying to, I'm sorry, but I need to continue. All these dilapidated buildings that we are trying to have developers come and redevelop, could the county consider retrofitting them? Could we take some personal responsibility for our dilapidated buildings in Kings Beach, which, by the way, are our buildings? They are managing them. You manage and steward those buildings, but your community owns them. And I am asking you, are there some buildings that we can retrofit instead of being in escrow limbo for 6 years? And lastly, I wanted to say that, year after year, meeting after meeting, now we have fire concerns. Just to be, you are proactive. I don't believe you're an outdated board. I really don't. Somebody just made a comment about that. I'm very proud of Placer County. I've served on nonprofits. I serve on the school district. I've been a Placer County resident for 30 years. We have the opportunity here to not support these changes that TRPA is proposing when people come to us to develop, and I'm just hopeful that you will have a meeting of the minds and figure out a way to, yes, retrofit, redevelop, but with a community character in mind. And I can't speak for Tahoe City, I don't live there, but same thing. It's the North Shore of Lake Tahoe. We don't need to be South Shore. Thank you for your time.
I'm Rob Olson, Alpine Meadows resident, and I will speak for Tahoe City. I am the president of the Tahoe City Downtown Association, and many of the things that are outlined in these amendments are things we've been begging Placer County for. Yes, there has always been concern about Placer County and what their motives are, but I do think that the new wave of Placer County has been listening and trying to do what is right to help the community at large. And I get that there's been some, fighting between the residents in Placer County, but I do think that people need to look at what these amendments are doing. What they are trying to do is pushing STRs into town centers and out of neighborhoods, which 100% needs to happen. We do need to reduce the cap on how many STRs we do have that are outside of town centers. We need vibrancies in our town centers. As Tony has said, these can help us with, yes, buildings that are bigger with more density, but that's getting it out of the neighborhoods. Also, on a personal note, I'm an architect and a contractor, and I've had challenges with a lot of the codes. These can help smart development come. Bad buildings are going to come regardless of these updates. They're going to happen, right? But this can allow good development to happen. It can allow people to put workforce housing in town centers better. It can allow lodging opportunities and do a lot of other things that would be good for the community. I also will speak on behalf of, well, not on behalf of, but I am also on the Tahoe Basin Design Review Committee, and should bad buildings come, that's what we're here for. We're here to review bad buildings and make suggestions and hopefully steward good projects to come through. Appreciate your time on all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Group 5? Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gavin Feiger, the Policy Director at the League to Save Lake Tahoe. We sent in a comment letter Friday, yesterday, business day. Hopefully you had a chance to read it. If not, I'm going to summarize a few things and got a couple additions from listening to the conversation today. First off, thanks for the time. It's been a long day. You guys are really sticking it out. Staff's done a great work, trying to listen to everybody and balance everything. It's not easy. I'll start out with the things we like. We really are supportive of the parking programs. I know people have some questions about it, but part of the reason we have so much traffic is because we've done car-centric planning in Tahoe for almost our entire history, and it's got to change. We're looking for places for people, not for cars. There'll be some growing pains, but we can get there. Very supportive of concentrating development in town centers. The transition zones, building up high in the town centers and then starting to move out. Very supportive of that since the beginning. And the guide for allocation and conversion of commodities. We could talk a little bit more about that. We go into a little bit of detail in our letter, but that's a really good opportunity to provide some sticks along with all the carrots that are being proposed with the amendments. And then growth caps. So TRPA does have growth caps. That means there is going to be some growth, and that's why we want to see what's left pushed into town centers and the kind of development we want to see. Some of the things some things we're not supporting and that we still want to see. We've been asking for an analysis of these of the proposed amendments under the new vehicle miles traveled threshold that TRPA adopted in 2021. May not meet the bar for new information under CEQA, but the fact is we're on this together. The vehicle miles traveled is a huge indicator of our traffic, and in order to identify solutions, we need to be looking at it in current day. So instead of just a cap, it's now a per capita reduction. There's a whole set of policies with the new regional transportation plan, resort triangle transportation plan. But unless we're looking at this under today's rules instead of 2016 rules, we can't make headway. Whether it's like legal, CEQA, whatever, it's the right thing to do. The mitigation measures is the second piece. So we have not seen a really good thorough report of mitigation measures that were part of the 2016 TBAP. So we have no idea how well we're doing. And as we develop these new amendments, maybe there's new mitigation measures that need to go in. Maybe there's some that aren't working and need to go out, some that could be tweaked, but there's been no discussion of that. And then the implementation report came out so late in the stage, just last week, that is not able to inform these amendments. So a few suggestions in ways to move forward. We're currently not supportive of it because we need to see more environmental analysis, specifically around vehicle miles traveled, and we need to see how we've been doing on mitigation and if there's need for updated or new mitigation measures. Those are the two main things right now that we need to see. Some other, real quick, just suggestions is STRs, do it bedroom for bedroom as you put in TAUs instead of just unit for unit, and you could make a real difference on getting people into town centers. I'll leave it at that, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else whatsoever that need to, please line up and so I know. Huh? Anybody that's in group 6, please come forward first.
Good afternoon again, Scott Teach. I'm going to try to make some things real bullet point and give you some food for thought. First of all, I have a letter that just came in. I'll submit on behalf of gentleman, Mr. Lemons, but I think it's a really great synopsis of some of the commentary you've heard today. So I'll get that over to you there in a little bit. One of the things I wanted to say was I've been coming to these meetings for close to 20 years, both the counties and the TRPA. And when we have questioned some of the development, such as whether you want to call it 39 degrees or the Brown Project or what's going on in Tahoe City, we've always been told that accounting is not part of what staff has to look at. The money doesn't really matter. But today we heard from the gentleman from the TRPA that you're going to be looking at financially feasible and financially achievable. So are you in the business of accounting or not? Okay, so just who is it that you're going to say yes to? How many times have we backed the Brown project, 39 degrees, whatever you want to call it, the county has spent millions and millions and millions. And as you've heard from other commentators this afternoon, in escrow for 5 years. And by the way, I don't typically like to call people out by name, but Mr. Johnson, Mr. Eppolito, Pamela, kudos to what you're saying. I want to talk to a real quick point about something that the county is talking about, 30-plus year realtor, no real estate offices on the ground level. This is our industry. That's why these people were here talking, the architects and the planners. If it wasn't for real estate, they wouldn't have a job, okay? The fact that we've lost these hotel rooms, that is a product of the community enhancement projects of 10 years ago that the county signed on with the TRPA. It's a failure. Suck it up, you know, take it over. Lastly, what did I want to say here? Oh, I know. Unfortunately, council had to spend 3 minutes educating us about notice for these meetings. That wouldn't be necessary if these meetings, dates, times, locations didn't change regularly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello there.
I hear someone sighing. Can't wait to hear my comments. Erin Casey here. And I just wanted to mention that I've been working on a project to bring a workforce housing organization to life in our community, so I'll be making those comments with that sort of housing lens. But first and foremost, I do want to acknowledge the profound ties that many of our long-term residents you've heard from today have with this beautiful region. And that dedication over the years has really sculpted the character of our community. And the concerns that you're hearing about, I know all of you have heard about them regularly: traffic, trash, dynamics with short-term rentals, all are issues that continue to come up and are issues in other parts of the United States and globally as well. I will say that as we evaluate the proposed changes, the code changes that you've put forward, we do have to balance these sort of heartfelt concerns, really, and overarching benefits that these changes could bring in, and specifically around workforce housing, an element that's integral for sustaining the vibrancy and economic vitality of our community. I won't go into too much detail on that, but the promise of economic augmentation, better local facilities, et cetera, that would come as a result of these changes are important. However, it is pivotal that our approach to growth remains discerning. Blind expansion isn't the objective. The aim needs to be conscious, responsible, and progress that marries the potential of tomorrow with the sanctity of yesterday. So really trying to bring that point of view into the forefront. And I think that along with these changes, there are things that we can do to sort of expand the conversation around a number of issues that I think are impacting this particular change. A lot of things you've heard in terms of overcrowding, traffic, things like that. We've talked about investment in a variety of areas that are intended to solve for that. But I've also heard comments about understanding the data. I wonder if perhaps a community-driven dashboard wouldn't be something to consider, where some of this information and data is being reported out. I think that would be useful. Also, additional focus groups and conversations. I realize that has occurred in some cases, and that people in this room have busy schedules, but there's always, it's always good to offer up additional opportunity to provide feedback. I'd also say, and I was talking with somebody about this at the break, there's a lot that we can learn from other mountain towns, because as I mentioned, they are also dealing with a lot of these same issues. And so I am supportive of the code changes. However, I do think that there's opportunity for us to continue learning, growing, and expanding in order to improve the projects that we have and the programs. And I just briefly wanted to mention that the City of LA has recently updated its tourism master plan. And what's cool about that document is that it accounts for and talks about a lot of the issues that have come forward in these conversations today that residents have expressed concern about. And given the tourism master plan that the county has and the need to update it, there could be an opportunity to bring people to the table to talk about some of these issues in a more holistic manner through the update of that document. So a good example, a good thing to look to in terms of a tool that could be utilized to sort of help coalesce us around all these issues, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sue Stone. My family's deeply embedded in the Tahoe area. We've been here since the late 1800s. So it's really, we've seen the changes. I suppose all of you up there are really hungry. And if you're like me, your blood sugar is dying. And so I'm going to just ask you all read, right? So I urge you to follow San Francisco Gate articles. They seem to care more about Lake Tahoe than a lot of our local publications. And they have hit it on the head. And one of the things they talk about is how there's, I don't know, the county, I'll just read it to you. You form a committee, you staff the committee, you fund the committee, you create subcommittees, and create a communication plan for these committees. It looks like an action plan expressly designed for inaction. I feel like what I'm seeing today is a Band-Aid. It's greenwashing. You talk about housing, you want to put tenements in our area. You don't think about the people that have been kicked out of their rentals who came here to work because they love the forest. You want to put them in a container. But they love the forest. They want to be back in their little cabins. Have a heart, for crying out loud, and pay attention to that. They came here to live in the forest, not to live in a bloody box. So give up the tenements. We're not a tenement community. Putting tenements and forcing all of our workers downtown. They want to go back to their little cabins. Pay attention to that.
Thank you. Hello there.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Friedman. I too have lived in this community a really long time. I also really care about the environment, which is why I have served for 12 years on a water and sewer board. I care about fire in my community. That's why I volunteer with the North Tahoe Fire Department CERT team. I'm a train the trainer on that. And I also work with the 5 Bugles regional fire agencies. So I care a lot about this community. I live in Tahoe City. My community is dying. You can drive through there at 8 o'clock at night on a summer evening. There is no vitality. There is nothing going on. We need to get some hotels built. That'll get the STRs out of my neighborhood and put people in the town center. We'll build walkable communities. They can walk to a restaurant, walk to hear some music, park their car, and leave it there for the week. We already have an area plan. It hasn't worked. We need amendments to stimulate revitalization and redevelopment in the community. And this is not saying that every single project that comes down the pike is going to be approved. It just gives us a better roadmap to move forward. And I urge you to pass these amendments and let us revitalize our town centers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Got a 7, but
Oh,
I just,
well, I was
you
just
know,
getting ready to
just
call
gonna
7.
Keep going, right? So for decades, we've been doing the same thing. You know, we've had a lot of regulation, a lot of things clamped down, no new development, nothing happens. And so what do we have? We have people really upset about STRs in their neighborhood. We have people really upset about blight in the community, chain link fences, boarded up buildings. You know, this is what we have for doing nothing for the last 40 years, 50 years. Now, I shouldn't say doing nothing. We've been trying, but we haven't been getting there. There's changes adopted in 2012 for the plan for the entire basin, 2016-17 for Placer County, but it's not working. And so, you know, yes, you got a lot of competing concerns here, but I think what people agree is that we do want to get the neighborhoods back. We do want to get the downtowns revitalized. We want to get rid of the blight. So you've got to do something. And this set of amendments is not perfect. In fact, I think you got rid of a bunch of the stuff that was better. But I think that was sort of, you know, a compromise. And we got rid of some of the height things and the length of buildings and things like that. But this, you know, what you have here is at least a start. It's at least a movement in the right direction. So if all we want to do is study it more and have more analysis and more paralysis by analysis, we're going to be right where we are another 5 years from now, another 10 years from now. What you have in front of you is an opportunity to at least make some incremental progress. I would have liked to have seen it be more. I hope there's more in the future, but at least go forward with what you have now. Let's break the paralysis by analysis, and let's do something. So really supportive of these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jim Gardner, a longtime resident of Kings Beach. Been to a lot of these meetings too, and you know, it's changing quite quickly. Well, it's not changing, but there's a lot of changes you want to make, which I think will be detrimental to our community. Two in particular amendments is camping in the public-private parking lots in Kings Beach or Placer County. When we put the roundabouts in and the 3 lanes, we had to relocate 101 parking spaces. That's why we have these parking lots. Now, in this plan, I saw an amendment, and you want to permit camping, workforce camping in the parking lots. Okay, you got to put bathrooms in. You're going to have barbecues. I mean, if I lived across the street from one of these parking lots and all of a sudden you're going to have an RV park, that is not right. Perhaps you should allow it where they work. Maybe at Squaw Valley, North Star, maybe they could put the campers there. That would make sense. We have 75 new units of affordable housing in Kings Beach in the last 5 years. So we're doing our fair share. What has Incline done? What has Squaw Valley done? What has North Star done? Squaw Valley and North Star bought up old motels in Kings Beach. So now we got dormitories in Kings Beach where these motels used to be. I don't think it's the right use. The other amendment is the food trucks, vendors. I live in Kings Beach. I drive around. I see these food trucks and vendors pushing their carts in the summer. A lot of times there's no parking. Cars park in the street to go to the food trucks. I doubt if half of them are licensed by the health department. So the food trucks, there's a Bear Belly Deli over on Trout and Bear. They have 4 food trucks there. I don't know how many tens of thousands of dollars he spent to put these food trucks in and have parking and restrooms. That's the way it should be. Or they should be in a public parking lot. They shouldn't be in the street. They shouldn't be obstructing traffic, kids running in front of it, whatever. So those are the 2 amendments which I'm against, and I got to thank most of the speakers here because we had some really good speakers and a lot of good ideas. Workforce housing, you know, a lot of workforce housing. I know over at the theater they put 2 units in, no parking. In the winter you can't park on the street. It's a mess already, so you should think about the parking for the units. And I missed public comment, and I've contacted the county 3 times about the street lights in Kings Beach. 10 of them out of 40 of them have been off for 2 years. Can we get some help, Cindy? I've contacted you several times. Cars parked on the sidewalk. There's a truck over on Golden and Fox. Been there for 2 months. I see It's got a flat tire. I call CHP, I call Placer County, nothing happens. I see the baby carriages being walked in the street, so hopefully we can get something done. Because I think the only time things get done is when I come here to tell you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chair Holmes and Board of Supervisors. My name is Alexis Aller. I'm the Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for hosting the hearing in Tahoe and also for taking all of our comments into consideration. Mountain Area Preservation is a 36-year-old environmental advocacy organization, and I know when you hear that you think, oh, we oppose and stop things. We've actually helped to foster and galvanize over 700 workforce housing units in Truckee, many of those through negotiations, settlement agreements, and the willingness of developers to work with us and sit down. We've also wear another hat where we provide resources to the Martis Fund, where we then put those dollars into workforce housing. So I want to put that context out there because I think it's important that this set of amendments is contemplating incentives for workforce housing. That is critical. Many people here have spoken about the uses that don't make sense. I agree. Employee housing in Kings Beach parking lots doesn't make sense. You've got nuisances and trash and a number of things that are gonna come down the pipeline. But if we really want to further amendments that drive the type of workforce housing, deed restricted enforced workforce housing at a variety of levels, these amendments aren't pushing the needle on it. These amendments are continuing to further the exact type of development that North Lake Tahoe has said no to. We do not want tall buildings. We are not South Lake Tahoe. We are very proud of our character. Yes, we've got dilapidated things falling down. Yes, we've got county projects that are trying to get the gears up and running. But when the Tahoe Area Plan was approved, what happened at that time? The county spent over 7 years fighting outside basin projects. Martis Valley West and the Village of Palisades were the focus of the county, not workforce housing, not amendments that drive the type of housing that we want to see, that is scalable, that adheres to our character, that honors Tahoe. I keep saying Tahoe is not anywhere USA, but if we allow amendments that bring forward 65-foot tall buildings, maybe not through this dais, but the TRPA just by the end of the year, you're not doing your job. You are decision makers for Tahoe and for public safety and trust and accountability. And in the last year, I have been so upset to find out that the TBAP amendments were really just maybe a little bit of a scam for the future of the TRPA housing code amendments. This is not how public process works. We are clear to our stakeholders, we are clear to our taxpayers, and we are clear to our citizens about what type of land uses we're driving forward. Yes, we need workforce housing, but not at the cost of the character, not at the cost of public safety, and definitely not at the cost of lives, because we've built dense housing that further exacerbates evacuation. When Martis Valley West was stopped, the case law that came forward was evacuation. We have to look at public safety with these. So whether it's TRPA or this dais today, please look at this information through a thoughtful, meaningful lens. Yes, us stakeholders want workforce housing. We want it to be meaningful, and we want it to go to our workforce, not future ski leases or things that are not enforced. Because as an advocate of workforce housing, I can tell you what's happened to the projects that do not have solid development agreements in place. They become housing for ski leases or those who can afford market rate local housing that's not enforced. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's okay, I'm not going to speak again.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Oh.
Hello, Adam Wilson. I had the privilege of growing up here in Lake Tahoe and also raising my family here in Lake Tahoe. I currently work for the NTCA, and I'm proud of that, and also proud of the transformation that we're taking from a destination marketing organization to a destination management and stewardship organization. I actually believe that several of these amendment changes totally align with the work that we're trying to accomplish as we move from a destination management marketing organization to management and stewardship. Several of these are the fact that the small development of 20 units or less for lodging where it is zoned aligns with the character comments that you've heard today around what it would look like in our town centers with these smaller developments. 50 to 100% deed restrictions on several of the different amendments if someone were trying to build or redevelop. That is deed restrictions. Those are permanent workforce housing for many, many years to come. So I think that absolutely aligns with what we're trying to accomplish through environmental stewardship, economic health, destination management, and tourism mitigation. Redevelopment will also help with our environmental best practices. Right now, as you've heard, there are many buildings that are sitting there with no management of the impact that they have to the lake itself. This redevelopment will actually help that because those practices have to be in place for redevelopment. We create a more streamlined process for current homeowners and small developers to actually put in either ADUs or workforce housing and actually make that investment so that it actually does pencil. We've heard about bad development and bad redevelopment, and I think that this plan is not a specific development project, but actually gives us the ability to look at all those still, at the same time, force them to consider all of the actions around workforce development and deed restrictions. Tiny homes. This has been done in so many jurisdictions around the country as an alternative for helping drive workforce housing. So I applaud you for looking at that as a potential solution. Encouraging and attracting new business to our town centers. As you've heard, again, if you go through Tahoe City and Kings Beach, there are a lot of vacant opportunities here, and we need to encourage new business to our town centers along with workforce development. And then last but not least is the potential to put visitors in regular lodging. I know personally when I travel, I'd rather stay in the town center or lodging because I like to go out and enjoy myself and walk to restaurants and retail and so forth. If I have to stay out in the neighborhoods because I don't have that option, then I end up having to potentially drive if there's not public transportation. So I encourage, again, the fact that there's more lodging in the town centers. And Tony mentioned it earlier, but I would encourage you all to come to the investment showcase tomorrow night to see those 18 programs. They'll all be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in, where are we, number 7? Number 8? Number 9? Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to address us? All righty. Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chairman. Speaker, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, Judith.
This is Judith Bernice. Am I? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Judith Bernice, and I'm president of Friends of the West Shore. These amendments to the TBAP have significant impacts, and they are relying on data from 2012, 10 to 2012. And SEQRA requires an EIR for these major changes to our communities. I'd like to mention a few issues. Impacts to scenic views. The increase in the scale and height of the buildings will decrease the scenic views currently enjoyed by residents and visitors and impact the character and attractive atmosphere of the west and north shores. Then there's cumulative impacts. There are about 12 large projects currently in the pipeline that will affect the community. Impacts such as traffic, emergency evacuation, visitation, etc. They all need to be identified and analyzed to determine the total impact from all. Again, a new EIR is crucial. Then there's also ask that Placer pursue other options for affordable workforce housing and present those options to the public in an EIR. The public doesn't know what alternatives have been considered and the pros and cons of those alternatives. There is community concern that more units will be built for luxury and visitor housing as justification for a small amount of affordable housing. We do not need more high-end housing, and these amendments do nothing to stop it. There are other options for affordable workforce housing that should be analyzed to determine the most efficient way to provide such housing, such as controlling short-term rentals, providing deed-restricted subsidized housing, again, building only for affordable housing, utilizing land trusts, and other options. Placer should determine these other housing solutions that are consistent with the current zoning, and these should be presented to the public since their communities will be affected. So it's also imperative that we try to keep the current zoning. Parking needs, we need to keep current parking requirements. To do otherwise is unrealistic. Working families frequently have 2 cars. If parking is not provided, people will park anywhere and everywhere. The winter, with all the snow, will cause more difficulties in trying to find a place to park. So, in closing, we urge the Board of Supervisors to require that a new EIR be issued to identify, analyze, and mitigate impacts based on current 2023 conditions. There are significant changes since the last comprehensive analysis done in 2012. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Speaker, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, thank you so much. This is Tim Delaney again. I lived in the Tahoe area since 1970. And anyways, a couple things to think about.
Mr. Delaney, you've already spoken on this item, so I'll have to ask you to
Not particular things, and you let other people speak a whole bunch more than I have.
all right, go ahead. Go ahead, my
Okay.
mistake.
So think about the Chinese economy here. They built about, enough units for 3 billion people, okay? And they have 1.4 billion people, all right? So it's, you have, communist China here, and it's incredibly difficult to slow down development in these sorts of things. So you need to think about yourselves here and the pushback that you're getting from the local community here in regards to stopping onerous development here in the Tahoe Basin, all right? Now, I can be a little cynical here. I can see here that we have a lot of buzzwords. Like, there's a buzzword parade here going down, and our community is being strong-armed, okay? You have workforce housing, affordable housing, achievable, moderate, and all that sort of stuff. So here's some grand ideas for you. I want you folks to think, okay? We can have affordable, achievable, moderate, workforce, tiny boats, and we can expand the buoy fields in Tahoe, right? And then maybe we can have like drone boats and drone helicopters flying these people all over the lake to mobility hubs, right? And just think about all the tiny toilets and all the boats and all the sewage, and then people can have a job with air traffic control and monitoring all the boats and getting the sewage off of all the boats. You see? You folks, I feel for everybody here, but the Tahoe Basin is harshly limited, your environment. It's fixed. You can only have so many people walking around and driving around. You can only have so many toilets, all right? That's what it is. And that's the reality. And that's something that everybody has to face here. You can't build your way out of it. You can't, if you just build higher, you're just bringing San Francisco to Incline Village. And we don't want that. That's horrible, okay? So that's my comment. Anyways, you folks all think about it. And by the way, Cindy, I just, I don't know. It's questionable, all right? I do see a potential conflict of interest, okay? Anyways, you folks have a fine day. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak again. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Chairman. Caller, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, Ryan Wexler, Kings Beach resident. Thanks for your time.
My comments, I would love to cite data in my feedback to this proposal, but we don't have a proper cumulative analysis that is current and certainly doesn't consider the projects already approved but not completed. There's no cumulative analysis for vehicle traffic, not for fire, not for carrying capacity. The community deserves that data. The board has the same problem. You deserve proper data before voting. How can you vote without up-to-date data? We need this cumulative analysis before you approve, not after. You know, these are very, very complex issues and hard to solve. Good solutions are hard to come by, but that doesn't mean you should compromise if you can't come up with a good solution. I'm trying to wrap my head around some of these proposals, and I'm really struggling. Like, we're going to remove parking restrictions in town centers. Aren't town centers the exact areas we have parking problems? Like Kings Beach in the summer, there's no parking in the residential area even. We want to encourage brick and mortar development, but you're gonna allow low entry, low overhead vendor trucks with no restrictions? What smart business person would spend the overhead to go brick and mortar when it isn't necessary? You think you have empty buildings now? Just wait. Like, the businesses are going to close because they can't beat vendors on wheels. We want affordable housing. We all want this. But then I see in this proposal this tier called achievable that has no real income restriction. This is a housing restriction with no standard. This is not going to help affordable housing, and you're dirting all your efforts to, you know, in this proposal towards affordable housing with this. The list of contradictions in this proposal goes on. And it's so hard for the public to even wrap their heads around this. Yet I hear all the feedback, and I think public opinion is clear. Please listen to your constituents. Whatever you do, don't vote simply to do something. Anyone can do that. You guys are elected officials. We need more from you. Vote for the future. I'd rather you take no action and let our children solve these problems rather than implementing solutions we can't undo and permanently ruin Lake Tahoe for our children. I suggest you request a cumulative analysis and then bring this vote back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Anyone else?
Speaker, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Supervisors, members of the public, my name is Denton Hawkins with NJB Development. I'm a full-time resident. Our town centers, built in the 60s and 70s, are stuck in the 60s and 70s. Projects done then that are no longer sustainable or relevant to our today's issues. The thoughtful and detailed planning done by Placer and the TRPA that will lead us into an environmentally and sustainable future, particularly as they relate to redevelopment and affordable, achievable housing, need all of our support. We need these proposed thoughtful and detailed environment tools to rectify our current modern issues. I urge you to vote in favor of the proposed amendments to the TVAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Speaker, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name's John Boucher. My family has owned the same property at Tahoe for 69 years, my whole life. I've personally seen changes in the last 5 years that make me concerned for the future of the Tahoe Basin. I've seen traffic gridlock in Martis Valley that's so bad I've returned to Kings Beach. Such a tactic is certainly not feasible in the face of a wildfire. North Lake Tahoe Boulevard is choked with traffic on weekdays and on weekends. I urge you to reject the proposed amendments until such time as the EIR traffic study is properly updated to consider actual traffic conditions and not the traffic conditions at the time the EIR was prepared. I urge you to reject the proposed amendments until wildfire evacuation is likewise considered. It's far better to delay and analyze than to approve and regret an irrevocable mistake. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Speaker, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Trish, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Speaker, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Julie, please unmute your mic and give your comments. Speaker, are you unable to unmute your mic?
Hi, I got it now, I think. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah, we hear you.
Hi, sorry about that. Thank you. My name is Julie Hutchinson, and my family's longtime residents on the west shore of Lake Tahoe, just over the county line into El Dorado County. And I'm a career firefighter, 32 years with CAL FIRE, and there's a lot of great discussion going a lot of different directions today, but I feel like we've kind of put the cart before the horse on development, and knowing there's a lot of developers out there that have attorneys and people that can use that to get what they want. I think we need to make sure that we have the horses ready, that we know we can safely get people out of the basin. I worry about that every year. I worry that planning isn't being done on a worst case scenario, not just one fire. We have 5 days to maybe get people out. We can't even manage our traffic on a summer day getting around any area of the lake, especially being able to get people out of there. I don't know how we can say we can add more density and more people and more vehicles and that we think we're going to get people safely out of there. Supervisor Gustafson even used the example for code enforcement not being able to do their due diligence this year because of the traffic and the delays due to construction and repairs from winter. If we're going to write that off just on a code enforcement officer getting around, how can we do that and put so many people at risk? I don't see any studies on the capacities of the roads. I don't see anything on the modeling for fires and multiple fires. We've already seen fires go from one side of the Sierra to the other in recent years and the devastation that caused. Even the Caldor fire had some planning and evacuations, but you're expecting people to be reactive and responsive. And what happened? A evacuation notice got pushed to the entire community instead of just a little bit at a time. That caused mass chaos and delays. And had the fire have ripped through there like it had the potential to do, it would have had devastating effects. The campfire up in Paradise, that was an area that had very well-versed people who knew their evacuation plans. Several things happened. The area decided that they were going to get rid of traffic lanes and add bike lanes because people wanted bike lanes. So you lost travel, which severely impacts, and they never planned on evacuating everybody at the same time. So as a resident in El Dorado County, who I'm lucky I can get to South Shore in an hour or 2 hours or more on a weekend, and our only evacuation route is through Tahoe City then. What is your evacuation routes going to be? What are the roads capable of? And with construction, we couldn't even meet the demands. I'm very concerned about the safety of people that live there, people that are there to recreate, people that are there to camp, and one RV gets sideways in a road and you've lost a complete area to get out. And God bless our firefighters and law enforcement who are can-do people. They will try and do everything they can to make things work, but you're tying their hands right now in how they're going to accomplish that. And even your discussion of TOT money was for development. I heard nothing about enhancing your law enforcement capabilities, fire department resources and staffing. None of that is even being considered or brought up. So I encourage you to hold on this, do the studies required to make sure you can safely get people out, and manage the people that we already have before we add any additional. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Trish, are you able to unmute your mic?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. First of all, thank you all so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I run the Tahoe Area ALS MND Research Library on Facebook. I lost someone very close to me 9 years ago to ALS, and then my professor to ALS. And it turns out we have a very high number of ALS patients and cases here in Tahoe and also up at Serene Lakes. And I had been asking TRPA and Lahontan to test for this neurotoxin beta-methylamino L-alanine for almost 9 years, and nobody believed that it was there. Well, we ended up raising money on GoFundMe and flew the lab out to Tahoe last summer. And everywhere where we tested, 3 places in the Tahoe Keys, Valhalla Pier, and up at Serene Lakes, we found this neurotoxin, and in levels higher than Cape Cod. So here we are building more buildings, inviting more people to Tahoe so they could have a ringside seat to a neurotoxin. We have asked TRPA and Lahontan, everybody to stop fertilizing your lawns, stop feeding these cyanotoxins, but nobody has paid attention. We had the Caldor fire. That dropped more nutrients into our basin. You all saw the ring around Tahoe. This is a fiasco. So while we're all talking about building heights and town centers, you have another problem. These are inhaled toxins, and they all show up in your water because you have straws in the lake. So no one is going to get away from this until you start dealing with why it's even here in the first place. Lake Tahoe is a mess. It is out of balance. You have invasive weeds. You have zebra mussels. Now you've got snails. I mean, if you go on my Facebook page, you will see the photos of what I just found over in Olympic Valley in Washishu Creek. Horrible, horrible algae blooms. This is not a small topic. This is a bigger topic that needs further research. I am working with Elijah Stommel, who's the head of neurology at Dartmouth. I'm working with Dr. James Haney and his aerosol toxin lab at the University of New Hampshire, and with Dana Simon over at Montreal. Now the neurology program at Barton Health wants to join and take a look at all these cases. This is a problem, and everyone has ignored this. I sent out our report, a 42-page report, to everybody, all the agencies, and it was the sound of crickets. No, it was the sound of a jaw hitting the cement after a bar fight on a Friday night. Nobody knew what to do about it. So here we are talking about doing all this other stuff when I think the environmental issues here are really important. You want to build a biomass facility over at Cabin Creek. There were not enough details. I was the only one at the meeting the other night with Cindy and Bridget and everybody else that did their presentations. And they could not tell me where the closest bald eagle nest was. I run around this lake. I patrol 72 miles of shoreline, Donner Lake, Fall Leaf Lake, Lake Angeles, Serene Lakes, and the Truckee River by myself. I have been running this for 9 years, and I can tell you the map is not the territory. Well, all the glossy pictures that everybody sees in these magazines does not begin to capture what is really going on. The mess at Meeks Bay Marina, the little algae bloom I found over at Baldwin Beach this summer. I mean, my God, the trash, the people that have no manners. I mean, do we need to put gates across the highways and give everyone a key card if they've passed the right test to learn how to treat the wildlife and the beaches okay? Because we're kind of there right now. I feel like Tahoe is past the tipping point. Things are not well here in Paradise. Everyone that came up and spoke to you today, they all had something important to say. Every single one of them. Part of the problem is most of you don't live here. Living here is not living in Auburn. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep investigating and taking water samples and looking at all this. But everybody that lives at the lake, you're inhaling these toxins. And guess what? The target patient is a fit white male at the age of 40 to 60. That's 90% of all the men in Tahoe. All the super athletes and the skiers and the runners and the boaters. I mean, my God,
Tricia, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up. You're over time.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up.
Okay,
so
thank you.
We've been funding ourselves for this whole project. We need more funding, and we need more interest from you guys and all the agencies at the lake. Thank you for giving me this time to speak.
Thank you.
No further commenters.
No further comments. All righty. Before, I'm going to close public comment. And we're going to take a little 10-minute break. But does any board member have any questions for staff before we take a break so they can work on some of the answers to the questions that were posed? I just want a little more clarification on the parking lot camping. Need to know whether that's overnight or do they leave their vehicles there or et cetera. So you don't have to answer that now, but if you want to answer that, or if you're ready, it's up to you. You want to do it now or?
I can wait.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everybody, for your time and patience. Please come to order. We're back in session. Do you have any comments or questions or?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, we met and well, a couple of things. We do that parking question that you're asking about. We can quickly answer that. However, after looking through, spending the time here today, and we have significant comment that has been, written comment that has been received, as well as the comments here today, our recommendation would be that we continue this to the 31st so that we can prepare comments and come back and to your board on the 31st and respond.
Okay.
So that is our recommendation. Again, on the parking, that would be a really simple answer, and we're happy to do that now if that helps.
Oh, you can just bring that on the 31st. Yeah, that's fine. Any questions or comments about this?
Yes, if it's okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Because I think all of these you've heard, I think we've heard loud and clear on the concern about any new development and expansion of development. And I did spend my weekend reading all of this in the red line. I know the other board members did too, and I didn't see how that's reflected. So when you come back, I need to make sure we're clear on the density, the height, the side and rear setbacks, the camping, and the issues for the safe camping program, if we were to do one, and the parking programs. There are many other issues people raised that I don't think are specific to these amendments, but those are the critical ones I heard that were part of these. And
Yes.
I want to make sure that we're very clear with the public on what this is, and more importantly, what it isn't. Because I think that's where a lot of the confusion in the comments is coming from. And then just as a side note, I thought a lot of the new policies that you had put in here, and I think if the community were to read those about strengthening scenic protections, more defensible space and home hardening, these are all new policies, expanding broadband, preventing ongoing blight, the land use, implementing the parking management plans in town centers, expansion of the outdoor dining for restaurants so that they can operate and have a better environment for doing that, encouraging public art. I wrote down all these great things that are in there that are getting missed with all of the anger about a lot of issues in our community. And I think, Mr. Chair, if I could just say, I think this anger, I share it. I mean, people have seen this community change dramatically. There's no new development here.
No.
But people are mad because of a lot of issues, and they're fearful of the fire issue and the fire evacuation. We did a town hall, but we need to keep that messaging up. And so many of the people that have left our community, because even though John Hester said 11% basin-wide, I think our numbers are more like 20 to 30% of our community have moved out of the area. And that's come because houses are worth 2 to 3 times their value in the last few years, and so those people have left. So I need to make sure that that anger is directed at the right causes of that and how we fix those things, and I think many of your amendments are trying to address that, but we're not doing a good enough job of articulating that. I mean, in my estimation, because I do think a lot of the public were raising issues that weren't specific to this language in here. I did reach out to a number of people that sent me letters and asked for the specific issues, and most just had the same global frustration, which I agree. But these seem to have become a lightning rod for issues that I don't see are in here, but I am more than willing, and we'll have till the 31st now to get more comment. What are the specific items that we can address and adjust to? So. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments from board members? Already, Chair will entertain a motion to continue this item till 2 p.m. October 31st.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Jones. Was there a second?
I'll second the
Second by
motion.
Gore. This isn't a roll call. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The item is moved. We are now adjourned.
No public comment. Closing public comment.
We need public comment on this?
No, we
No.
do not.
No, we don't need public.
So if you could please hear it. There's not that many of us left. You got the final say.
No, we are adjourned. We are adjourned.
Ms. Gustafson, you could not hold this meeting down.
No, I'll come over and talk to you. The board meeting's done, but I'm always willing to talk to you.
Hey, also, Jim, there's no anger.